Blossom, is she going to get back into play? If not, is there anyone from that 0 or 1 column you expect to move up, Mr. Kaplan?
Move up. I mean, I think Mina is definitely a good shout for sure, considering OCs does heavily rely on her, and that's what we're going to be seeing up first as they take on Low-Key W. In terms of some other heroes, I don't know, maybe some Doorman. ZP, I think you were pretty much watch part of the entire Death Slam Invitational, and I believe you did see quite a few Doormans.
Well, yeah, who played it twice, I believe, and or Low-Key W, they won once against Abrahams with it, and then they lost and got knocked out in their final map of the tournament with Hoot on Doorman. So kind of a mixed success there. Mina, though, is actually way up, and part of it is because people have realized if you give OCs Mina, you probably lose the game. So every game that both Abrahams and Low-Key W were playing against Leviathan, Mina became a first-round pick, where if you were picking second, you would pick Mina as one of your 2 picks every single time, just because you did not want OCs to play the character.
I accidentally knew the meta, guys. Here we go. Let's jump into our rosters for the day. If you don't know the players, they've been here before, and we have had them so many times in the grand finals. This time around, though, it's just a best of 1, so you got to go big right here. Talk me through the lineup. ZP, who's your favorite player on this team to watch?
Favorite player, actually, after the weekend, I enjoy Listic's reliability in frontline, where I feel like people sometimes underrate how much Listic brings to the team, where you may look at it like, oh man, look at Hoot, he's so good at moving heroes, etc. Listic is the one player that will actually like somehow have games where he goes like 1 and 8, and you're like, that was the most effective 1 and 8 I've ever seen. Way to go on Abrams. But for me, when I look at Low-Key W, and I'm wondering, okay, storylines, where's it going to go? They have to get a big win with Zergy at this point. Ever since they swapped rosters and they brought in Empty Dreams, or rather they took out Empty Dreams and brought in Zergy, they have been losing a lot of these games. They haven't quite found their rhythm yet. And I know it was a change made with the long-term plan in mind, but in the short term, they've been stumbling since making that roster change. I'm curious if today will be the day that they make their first step forward.
Kaplan has a crew. We've done over 65 episodes. That's weekly episodes for Deadlock. Over a year of action, and we have seen Zergy fry on so many different M1 heroes in the past. Wraith didn't work for him last week. What do you want to see him run this week? Is there going to be a change in the play?
You know, I think ZP would agree with me on this one. Maybe put him on Mirage. Maybe don't let Cosmetical play Mirage. Let Zergy play. It could be an M1 powerhouse that we know Zergy likes to be. I think the biggest thing I've seen from this last weekend is I was very critical of him picking Wraith and pretty much only Wraith last week on the night shift, but to see him finally flex out to some other heroes, to more quote-unquote meta heroes in recent times, shows to me that he's working on his game. He's working on kind of like adapting, or kind of like figuring out what the meta is going to be and what he can play in this meta, as it was definitely one of those like hardcore Wraith 7 kind of players back in the day. So he's, I think, needs to have the biggest glow up in the team right now.
If you're just joining us in the Deadlock universe, Hoot was my favorite player to watch. Great streamer to learn from. Zergy, though, had the mechanical aim, and what blew my mind was he plays this well with a trackball. An old school trackball. He needs to keep it clean. He puts a lot of time and effort into this thing, and he's not 40, ZP. He's still in his 20s, right?
Yeah, I mean, somehow that just worked out where his parents said, hey, here's a trackball, and he just stuck with it. Even to the point that, you know, there's some famous AIM community people that play Deadlock, and they even comment on Zergy being like, okay, can we do an interview with you? Can we, like, study you for science? Like, what you're able to do on a trackball actually doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Bro, Zergy's got the healthiest wrists in all of esports right now because he plays on a trackball, but his thumb is jacked. So? I think he has a 6-pack on his thumb.
Or he looks like a T-Rex just permanently clawing forward. Let's take a look at his opponents today. We got Overseas, OCs, Freemock, Ray Ake, Irazumi, and Sai.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cuppa Pug. We are not a traditional cafe. When I saw Cuppa Pug go live, that's when it all clicked. Well, was that nice?
We've been seeing him play, I believe, like a lot of Viscous in the past as well. So he's not like the full-on support, the healer for the team. He's more of like a, not even pick support's the right word. He would be like a position 5 if you're talking over North America. And he just kind of facilitates kills for his teammates.
Position 5. I have no idea what the hell that means. ZP, break it down for me.
So if you're saying position 5, that means he gets the second least souls on the team if you're allocating, essentially.
Okay.
But the interesting thing for Sai is that Sai has become somewhat of a Sinclair main in recent times, where over the course of the weekend, if Leviathan got Sinclair, where they were highly prioritizing it in the first round of the draft, it would be Sai on the Sinclair, and Irizumi ended up being splatter viscous, pumping out a good amount of damage, believe it or not. So Leviathan kind of shifting around in that. But overall, I think Jason's assessment is right in terms of, Sai is playing a lot of the heroes that may be more in the utility bucket and, not always the most farmed on the team. At some point, we'll actually update the signature heroes here, but I'm just continually amused at the fact that there's 3 Mo and Krills. I kind of want to keep that.
Yeah, and we're going to see the best Mo in the whole world a little bit later in the show, ladies and gentlemen. Saint is going to be taking the stage. Kaplan, we got to talk a little bit about what goes down, though, before a best of one. We settle things the old freestyle way with a Mo and a Krill 1v1. How did this come about, and how can I bring it to my games to decide who I get the lane with?
I think you're asking the wrong person about how that came about. I think the person's to my, I guess,
the Lore Lord?
Right? Yeah, I think he's the one that initially brought up the idea of just having to do a 1v1 battle in mid pit.
Yeah, and look, it worked out. I think someone in chat even had an offhand combo like Mo and Krill 1v1. I think I saw it as you know what, we can do that. We can make it happen. The only way you don't get to see a Mo and Krill 1v1, where it still went down, but the action was clearly too brutal to put on screen, is that the players ended the game too early. So the replay code we got does not work. The Mo and Krill 1v1 happened, but you're just gonna have to imagine
it's their first
the
time.
Mo fisticuffs.
It's the first time they've done this. They're not used to having to do these Mo 1v1s. It's not like it's their.
We've never had a replay issue ever on this show either, especially not live. Shout out to tracklock.gg. Go check out their awesome app. Here we go. Low Key W versus Leviathan. We're going into our first draft, brought to you by Shopify. And Leviathan looks like they chose to ban first. Do you think they won the 1v1 ZP, or are teams preferring to go second?
It's hard to say. Preference on first or second was all over the place this weekend. Ven being banned first, though, was very common and often responded to with a ban on the Shiv. Ven and Shiv got hit with all sorts of first bans over the last few days. And I think the issue that Leviathan has in their draft is that I don't think they're a good team with Mirage. I don't think Cosmetical is the most comfortable on playing that hero so far. So for Leviathan, you're looking to angle for a draft where you could let Cosmetical play something like the Mina if possible. Now, do you want to first pick Mina? Probably not, but maybe that's where we're going. We'll see.
Viscous, bro?
Yeah, I mean, as ZP was saying, you see a lot of Irizumi playing Viscous as of late, especially over the weekend. Honestly, ZP, we talked about this before we started the broadcast today, and I was saying that if OCs doesn't do well, they don't really win games. So why not just first pick him a hero every single time? And I think Mina is by far his best hero.
I think he's won MVP every time he's played Mina in a grand final. Here we go with the Sinclair opening. And ZP, you warned me about this before the show started. Why do you answer back this early with the Sinclair? Does he do weapon damage? Why is he a top priority?
I mean, Sinclair's good not only because of his laning, but also what it does to mid-boss, and the fact that heroes like Dynamo are pretty good at the moment, so Clone actually kind of ties your hands a little bit in the draft. So Sinclair has multiple things going for him, but he was picked in this position by basically every team all weekend long. Silver being put in along top of it makes sense. I mean, Silver is generally the outright first pick. The interesting part here is Leviathan wanted OCs on Mina so much that they made it the raw overall first pick, but also they get the Shiv, which is super interesting because Shiv was usually first pick, first ban. So they're getting some extra value here. Leviathan.
Do you go Kelvin, the old school combo, Kaplan, or is there something new?
I was gonna say I don't need to answer because we have the pick coming through. I don't know necessarily. I don't think you're that afraid of Hoots Kelvin anymore, and I don't think Shiv necessarily needs a Kelvin by his side anymore to really be successful with the way that we see Freemok in particular play him. I think it's more of the Dynamo I'm looking towards, because Dynamo would be such a good hero to shut down a Shiv, just locking him in, no way to escape, take away his mobility. But a Bebop. I saw someone in chat talking about Bebop, saying I had to shut that down, but I didn't expect to see him be picked at all.
Yeah, Bebop was pretty well picked this weekend. Not in every game, but people have realized the glory of the gun bop. It's not just Erebus for FPS Lounge making it work, but Loki W coming in frontline wise, grabbing Billy makes sense. I think Listic probably actually looked the best on Billy this weekend, so shoring that up. In terms of where the draft goes from here, though, I'm really concerned about Loki W and M1 options here, specifically like who's Cosmetical gonna play, who's Zergy gonna play. It may be a Wraith game, and only OC's made Wraith look good this weekend, and they lost that game.
Okay, you got Billy and Silver though as your front liner. I wouldn't want any other front line when I'm playing Wraith, right? Maybe Abrams. Is there something better that you combo this with? What do you want to add here? You have Apollo, who's now going to dart in, dart out with some explosive damage. Kaplan, how do you see this Loki W roster finishing?
I almost wanted to say a Dynamo, but I feel like Bebop is just kind of is going to be a decent enough counter to that. But having like a Dynamo for protection for your M1 was definitely something we've seen. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Dynamo has the highest win rate across all pro matches in the last couple of weeks at like 70-something%, which is insane out of 21 games. So I would have been too surprised to see Dynamo come through if it does happen, but I still think you have to worry about the Bebop in particular. And of course, Mina, it'd be very difficult to lock her down to even use the singularity against her. But I do like the Billy as a way to counter her, and not to mention Apollo's going to be so slippery here too.
Is that Irizumi on the Rem, ZP?
100%. It's going to be Irizumi on the Rem. And as I look to Loki W picks here, I wonder if they go Mirage and then maybe put Zergy on the Mirage as opposed to putting Cosmetical on it. We'll see who we get here. We got Wraith. So okay, it's gonna be Zergy on the Wraith. And again, it's interesting because we saw some of the peak potential at Wraith from OCs in the final match on the weekend, but it was also, it still didn't win the game. Like, and that was OCs, who seemingly gets more out of Wraith than anyone else, and they're gonna round things out here with Lash. So at the very least, I'm kind of looking at this. This is gonna be Cosmetical Lash, maybe. I still like that better than the Mirage in terms of his hero pool, but you know, we'll see where it goes for Loki W.
What is Hoot playing right now? Is he Apollo?
I think he would be the Sinclair. Then Obikin would be the Apollo.
Turn to Paradox for help.
I don't know.
On the other side,
you see Loki W
Paradox
playing
is
Sinclair
locked in.
on the weekend?
I'm trying to remember who was on which. That sounds right though, but okay, Paradox gonna finish things off. All in all, it's kind of interesting because without any team history whatsoever, there's part of me that would look at the draft and think Loki W is stacked with the exception of having to go with the Wraith. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go Warden, actually, now that I think about it, because like Zergy looked good on the Warden this weekend. I actually thought the Warden looked better than the times he's played Wraith. You know, I would like their draft a little bit better with the Warden, but the first half of the draft feels a little bit more stacked for Loki W, except for the part that Leviathan doesn't lose when OC's on the Mina, so that really kind of warps my view of this draft a little bit.
Does Irizumi have his best player, his best character?
I don't think I could tell you best. I'd have to go back and look at the stats.
Because I think OC's has his best. I feel like Shiv is in very good hands. I'm wondering, like, who has a weakness? Who's playing in a role that they're not comfortable, or is everyone very comfortable in all of these positions? The Wraith did not look comfortable last week. She was behind, could not get into that huge lead that they needed. The games were over before she could get to that super level. So let's talk big picture while we buy our players time. You see the draft. Who wins it, Kaplan?
I kind of want to give it to Loki W. I think the fact that when Wraith is acceptable, considering you have a Sinclair for protection, you have a Billy for protection, you have a Lash for protection, so it's very easy to play in a backline as a Wraith. Will they get to the point that he's going to be a powerhouse? That's yet to be seen. But for Leviathan side, I mean, you do have that like threat of just being hooked in and obliterated. But also you have the ability to open up with like a nap time from Rem, and then you're going to get hooked or you're going to get CC'd. And to kind of hit a combo for Loki W will be quite difficult if Irizumi plays Rem like we know he can. I think that's maybe the one X factor for Leviathan I see here, ZP.
As I look at it here, the part of the draft I don't love, Loki W decided to ban Viscous first ban because Irizumi was playing nothing but Viscous for a lot of the tournament, getting a lot of like mileage off of his splatter builds. I don't know if that was worth it, because in turn for banning the Viscous, you basically gave up both Shiv and Mina at the same time, because you grab Sinclair Silver, you leave the Shiv open, Freemok now gets to play Shiv. That's the part of the draft that like looks really a little bit ugly to me, and I think not off the raw power of the draft, but based on who likes what they're playing, I actually give Leviathan a bit of the edge here. Just you got Freemok Shiv, you got OC's Mina. Yeah.
And then Hoot's going to be like, oh, by the way, guys, did you know I play this hero too? Really, really well. I haven't seen Zergy pop off since 7. That's how long the meta has been since Zergy has been winning on this show. He took a bit of a hiatus. He has found his way back onto a pro team. Kaplan, that's what I was most excited about in last week's storyline. Do we think he is now a mainstay with Loki W? Is Empty Dreams done?
I don't think they would pick him up if he wasn't going to be a mainstay, honestly. It would make no sense for me to take away a player that you're already winning generally with and then bring in someone else just to drop them a week or two later. It's not NA here. We're EU. Things are a little bit more stable. But the thing is, I think they have the willingness to play with him enough till he gets comfortable, until he becomes that 7 that you're talking about before, that like God 7 raining death from above. And I don't know, maybe just the meta isn't really going towards him right now. I would still like to see him on things like Venator if they can secure him that early. I would like to see him on Mirage as well, because I still rate Zergy as a really good kind of split pusher, but I'm not really a huge fan of seeing Wraith at the moment.
Chat, do we see Venator in EU tonight? That is the question. We have seen some recent games. ZP, while we're waiting on the players, do you want to give us a little rundown of what you were watch partying this weekend? Because the night shift has not just been live on Wednesdays. We've been up and running all the time, and there's been a lot of competitive action. We want to give a shout out to everyone in the community.
Yeah, we were watching the Death Slam Invitational, of course, put on by Death Slam Events. It's, Deathy's project, and they had a big EU tournament going on this weekend, and we were watch partying that the entire way through. I was just absolutely destroyed on sleep, but hey, we went for it. And yeah, actually though, and to kind of answer the Ven question is that when Abrahams and Leviathan play against each other, Ven actually gets play. Like, he's not always banned. Leviathan got to play him in a game. Abrahams got to play him. Like, he did see a little bit of play rather than being perma banned. The one thing that's kind of interesting that like seemingly changed over the course of 2 days though, is that the weekend was defined by Celeste going up in value. Like, Celeste was played in every single match of the grand final, and then you take a look at the draft here in this best of one, and Celeste is just completely ignored. Not picked last, certainly not prioritized at the front. So I don't know how much of that was an Abraham's Leviathan specific thing, or just teams kind of reevaluating when, wait a second, we actually don't need to play Celeste.
While they sort out their lanes, got to give a big shout out to Shopify, and a reminder, chat, don't get weird when Shoppy's on the screen. We got a note about it. I'm talking to you, Sketchy.
Oh my God. How much did you pay him, Sketchy, to get him to say your name on air? That's what I want to know, because I could have did it for cheaper.
He's subbed for 8 months. I saw him pop up earlier.
Oh, okay. That's acceptable then. But yeah, ZP going into this one, man, this is going to be interesting because, again, it's best of one. These teams have met each other just over the weekend. You know, NA, I don't think got a single win, which is great to see. I don't know why I'm bashing on NA when I've been talking them up for the last like 3-4 weeks. But, you know, you come to EU and you can't win, that's expected.
Yeah, I mean, look, ping is still a bit of a factor, but taking a look at the lanes that we got here from the get-go, gonna have a Mina Paradox lane on the right for Leviathan, mid lane, Rem Abrams, which makes all a bit of sense. I mean, a lot of times when Leviathan, actually, it's a little bit weird because normally you'd run the Rem with the Shiv, and in this case they said, no, we're just gonna run Shiv middle with Bebop. That's actually really weird to me, Jason, to have a look at, because usually the Abrams and the Shiv would be reversed.
I think you could do a lot of like kill potential though. I mean, if you're gonna pair a hero with Bebop, you technically could do Abrams, but I feel like you're gonna be too weak of a lane to really do much if you can't hit these hooks. But with a Shiv there, paired with the Bebop, I think you do have that potential, a hook into a dash, and you're already missing like a ton of HP. But the really interesting note that I'm seeing for Loki W is actually gonna be Obi-Kim over on the Sinclair, and Hoot's gonna be on the Silver, and Vrake's gonna be on the Apollo. So a little bit of a switch up than what I would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, I meant to say that mid-draft is that Hoot generally has been the Silver player for Loki W purely because Silver just kind of scales with movement. So you have arguably the best movement player in the world. Like, you'll usually get Hoot on the Silver unless something like a Doorman is being played in. But, you know, the actual true love of Hoot, by the way, is Doorman from all accounts behind the scenes. And Rayek actually getting pummeled down a little bit poke-wise in the beginning here in mid.
He would make a fantastic Doorman cosplay, I will say, though. One day, if that happens. So we do have initial kill coming on this right-hand side. Obi-Kim taking out OCs, and again, I think we talk about this every week. The win condition for Leviathan is generally OCs having a good game, so this early pressure coming through already netting them a fairly good start.
While we celebrate First Blood, guys, can we also give a call out? We need about 500 more followers. We will hit 40,000 followers on the channel. We can get there tonight. Tell your friends if you haven't done it and you're here on the channel already, just hit the follow button right now.
There you go. I didn't actually realize we were close to 40K. It creeps up on you, as it turns out. Just like Abrams, maybe creeping up on Apollo on the left. Bit of rotation. Looking left, of course, also looking at OCs here. Back to lane, and getting some reasonable damage here onto Sinclair with the rake fall through. Side Overseas, though, super low elsewhere on the map.
Oh man, they really want to commit for this kill, or maybe just the Guardian. See, let's look for the track down onto Overseas, who's going to be relatively fine, and Arizumi as well. I just heard a kill come through. I'm not sure if you heard that as well.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a desync going on somehow. Because I thought I heard that in the beginning too with the intro theme. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Now, was that in
look
the
at that
future
photo.
or was that in the past? I feel like it was in the past.
It's all relative. It's all relative to where you were as AP, I guess, or whose observer feed you were on. But I mean, again, like OC's having a little bit of a struggle on the right-hand lane. But paired with the Paradox, I don't know how I feel about Paradox and Bebop together in a team, because it is double pick potential. It can kind of also facilitate not needing to go for a Phantom Strike so early for overseas to get a lockdown onto someone. And you also do have, I guess, Bebop to deal with a lash in the air, making it relatively hard to hit these big death slams.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. I mean, you have to go pretty far back, I think, to get to a point where we saw double pick with any sort of regularity. Although I think part of it is that Bebop, people going gun build, you're actually more willing to give Bebop a bit more farm than you used to in the past. So, I mean, Rayek may be a little bit greedier on the Bebop, getting extra farm because Gunbop actually is just that strong at the moment.
Yeah, and he's definitely a player on their team that would be given farm too. I mean, typically like a Celeste player for them as well. So he's used to getting a lot of farm soaked up, and the team's definitely gonna be playing around that to help facilitate how successful he can be. It is a bit weird though to not see Obikim on the Apollo, considering I feel like they've had a lot of success with him on Apollo in the past few weeks. A break, I think, probably has the most pressure on the team to perform here, considering you're basically looking like the old buff enjoyers with this roster.
The old Buff Enjoyers, why aren't you winning championships like Buff Enjoyers? Also, looking at Drake, you may have cast or cursed a little bit under pressure both ends, but again, a little bit of support at the same time. Silver taking down Freemok, Hoot right there, and the laning, maybe wanting a little bit more right now. Poking in, but also the dive would have been lethal to the towers, so you stop when you've gotten value.
Yeah, relatively fine when it comes to being healed up by the minions too. And again, already low KW off to 2 early kills, a nice 2k lead as well as we hit the 5-minute mark. Also really enjoying, you can see on the left-hand side, a little bit of an adaptation to our UI here from the TrackLock.gg guys. With their TrackLock app, we can see the permanent buffs that everyone has from these golden statues coming on through. You can see at the moment Listic with his 30 plus HP has 0.5% CDR, and this is something you definitely need to keep an eye on the later the game goes on, considering I think we talked quite a bit last week ZP about a lot of the lack of souls being made up in these golden statue buffs.
Yeah, and of course, this would be even cooler if people were still going egg, but generally speaking, they are not, as Ram getting hit with that bash down towards the very end. Chengang coming out here courtesy of Listic on the overseas rising Ram, and with the locket, you're gonna be able to get away. Where we talked about it on the last night shift and saw it all over the course of the weekend, but probably the most improved item over the last few weeks as far as people picking it. Rusto locket is just everywhere right now, especially against Apollo.
I think we had like 6 or 7 pickups in one of the games. The Death Slam's gonna come in, and Cosmetical is not really gonna have a chance to follow up on it as he gets taken out of the sky with Nox Nostra coming on through out of OCs. Get a little bit of temp there, but also a switch up in gank as well with Freemok joining on that right hand lane, helping to facilitate OCs to get himself back in the match. Is at 4.6 thousand souls.
We didn't really talk too much about it in the draft phase in terms of who wants a game to go early versus late. And in theory, Loki W should be more comfortable with the game going late, but it's hard to say. Like, hey, on one hand, you double pick character, you'd be like, okay, yeah, just get the late game and you win. Like Leviathan is under time pressure. On the other hand, I also just see visions of a 50k OCs devouring the game.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this. I think you hit the nail on the head when it came to Sinclair being discussed as a first pick. The mid-boss control that it gives you is ridiculous. I think the one thing they have to be careful of is you're still running up against a nap time, you're running up against a hyper beam, and of course, the Seismic Impact out of Oversiege, which I wouldn't be too surprised to see him maxed out first for that Unstoppable, so they can go for the contest in towards middle. But I think for me, it's definitely something that Loki are going to be keeping an eye on.
Things getting rotated on into the left. Irozumi actually eating some of the damage from the Floss Advance. Bit of a change in tempo here as Leviathan ends up pushing back against Loki W. So far, no one dying yet. Swap. Gonna come out here off the clone, and Zergy takes down Sai in the aftermath.
That was that's quite a bit of damage actually coming out of Zergy there, to be fair. even going for a potential dive. Telekinesis trying to pull Overseas out of position. But the Siphon Life is doing a lot of work here, and Zergy's just trying to stay away from the seismic impact, and it's gonna actually be a retreat out of Overseas. Well, certainly would have cost him his life if he did go for Zergy there. Just have Rem off to his side, presuming to be joining the party once again, and maybe a push coming through. Fremont has gotten aggressive towards the backhand side, taking down Zergy as a pillow fight breaking out against Obi-Kum, and just teleports back to his assistant right in the open arms of Overseas. And Leviathan now off to the first lead of the game.
Everything just went bad for Loki W at the same time all around the map, and part of that just the walking in. Wait, OCs is still hungry. Might he be out to get Hoot here? Waiting for it, needs the right angle, and Sai just comes in, finishes it off, and they get the Guardian. Jason, the entire thing just flipped.
Huge. Go ahead, Pocket.
Sorry, over on YouTube, they asked a great question. Who finishes with more kills, Freemock or Hoot on the frontline role?
Freemock. I actually think... No, Freemock Shiv, like legitimately, I have gotten so much respect for Freemock Shiv as time has gone on, where I think Freemock gets more out of the Shiv than the average. And I mean, look, Hoot plays a good silver, but especially with the way the game's going right now, my money's on Freemock.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? I think that's slightly cheating, though, with how the game's been going.
As he dies.
Yeah. I mean, that's the caster curse right there, verbatim. So Kim gets the kill. Even looking for some more here. Probably gonna be able to take out Sai in a second. As Hoot comes in, and he gets a kill. What was I telling you, man? Hoot's gonna have the most kills. But yeah, no, with the way the game is going, it's gonna be a little bit tough to do so. As even OCs is here, and honestly, we're seeing such big commitments out of both teams towards these Guardians. As the Arden's gonna be spawning in about 15 seconds time, which is probably one of the reasons why we've seen a big commitment out of both teams to go for the initial pickup, and of course these buffs. But it comes down to these ultimates coming online, and Loki W have quite a few just on the cusp.
There's a bit of a chase down going on the OCs. He was able to get away though. And to no one's surprise, OC's having a rip-roaring start, but we're at 10 minutes. The buffs are out, and so is the urn. We'll see who gets urn control here from the get-go. Leviathan, Boom, Paradox, and Abraham's up and over. Swap onto the cloned Abrams ult into the shoulder charge, except no imitation, says Overseas. Running forward to try and fish off, but while this goes on, Frank's able to sneak the urn pickup, has to immediately drop it. Both teams all in for the opening pickup, and Vrake maybe a little bit deep. Apollo, or no, the damage is a little bit too overwhelming. The Riposte just put him in a really tough spot, Jason.
And Overseas was able to pick up the urn and actually escape from this one, and they're positioning to defend on it as they're still fighting on this left-hand side and coming out with some relatively good kills. A hook coming through could be enough to turn it into another.
Overseas.
You have to be careful.
Free dunk.
Too bad we don't have the LeBron skin on. That'd be like a real dunk coming through. But yeah, they win the fight. They get the urn turning. I think one upside here for Loki W, though, to stop the rot was taking that middle Guardian. So at least gained something out of what looked pretty dire, but it's still going to be a 6K difference here. Only 11 minutes in. And OC's is on a kill streak, and he's at 11,000 souls. Now 12th to kill on Vrake. This is a very worrying sign now for Loki W.
Yeah, things are falling apart in short order. And well, yeah, I mean, if you're running double pick, you'd kind of expect the early game to be a little bit more centered towards Leviathan, but you can't love the soul allocation that's already coming into play. I mean, this was probably the most likely win condition for Leviathan if things went well.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Starts, you can have the ability to farm up, but we never see anyone else on Leviathan. I've said this I feel like for months now to be able to step up big enough to carry a game for the team.
I think some of it though is like a little bit behind the scenes where apparently you pull EU players and they go, who's the best player in Leviathan? It's not even OCs who they go to. They go, no, it's Overseas. It's a name that sounds vaguely similar to OCs.
Should they just confuse them for OCs?
no, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, as it turns out, like the level of respect for Overseas is pretty there. So I think when it comes to your characters that need a lot of farm, you always got to look a little bit to the support system, and I think Leviathan does a really, really good job of just enhancing, the support for OCs over the course of these games.
To be fair, I think with Mina, it's very easy to look flashy, and I think it's a lot more difficult to be flashy with like an Abrams, because you really depend on like Warpstone or Phantom Strike to have those flashy kind of plays.
Whoa.
But do see potential flashy play coming on through here with a little bit of a sneak attack.
Well, they open the slowing hex, and we'll see if the fall through is going to be there. Billy is there at the beginning, ends up himself getting taken for a ride, was there for the protection, but maybe getting put into the ground as a result. OC's looking for the cleanup. Movement gets in close enough for the rake, finishes it off, and Listic, a get down Mr. President moment, but what was it for here, Jason? You still lose the walker.
And you lose Listic's life. Maybe you can trade one yourself, and oh yeah, we see the HP. It is going to fall here in just a second. Cosmetical going to even commit for this if he needs to. Yeah, he's going to go on down here. Maybe another kill, actually. This time on to Hoot. We talked about the Freemok versus Hoot battle, and well, unfortunately, we're not going to see it here as we just talked about it. But now we're seeing a mid-transition out of Leviathan, so they weren't done just on the right-hand walker. That mid-walker is very low in HP.
Yeah, they get it. And they got Zergy. Like, Zergy went to go defend it, gets caught. So you lose some of the uptime on your M1. You lose the mid-walker. The level of map control that Leviathan is going to have now is absolutely unreal. And, very quickly, Jason, we're starting to run into a situation of what are the low-key W win conditions? I mean, shutting down Nerezumi, that's part one. Hoot just dines and dashes and jump scare hook at the very end there, Jason.
I swear, we need like a Five Nights at Freddy's Bebop skin. I think that would go pretty hard. Just a random Chuck E. Cheese doll getting a hook from downtown. But yeah, I mean, the win conditions, like the steps to get back to the game, not that low-key W are out whatsoever. I think for Leviathan, don't go for mid boss. Don't give him a chance to steal away from you. Just keep playing the game that you're playing. Keep letting OCs get more and more souls, man. He's at 18k and they're still picking up kills even without him, and he's so far ahead of the rest of the team.
I will say, like, the ability to play safely for low-key W is kind of tough versus double pick, where you have at any point in the map you're at risk of getting swapped or hooked in basically any lane, or in some cases both at the same time. And they're so far ahead now, Jason. This is advantage earned for low-key W, and Leviathan going out of their way to make sure that it's not an easy dunk for low-key W. Looking for the full contest. Sinclair goes for the Sinclair goes for the swap off the hyper beam.
That was sick. Keeping his hyper beam going, swaps with his assistant, looking for another angle to attack. Listic coming on in. Chain Gang's gonna connect on quite a few here, and you can see that really what can Rayg do here in this position as low-key W just swarming all over them. And honestly, ZP, this is a fight they need to win.
Overseas comes in though, fresh and ready off the seismic slam. Vrake ending up half HP. Now you got OCs on the hunt. Going for Vrake, takes him down with eases. Overseas, not too much worse for the wear. Down to half HP as Abrahams, but making all sorts of space. Still hungry for a little bit more. In off the shoulder charge. How much more does Sinclair have left in the tank? Enough to turn him into a bunny, go seismic slam. But while this goes on, Overseas is just going to happily, Jason, take control of the urn. Now, getting control is one thing. Getting the dunk in the advantage urn territory is another.
Yeah, there's... Oh, come on. No, you should not get juked like this. One of you should have stayed back. I think it's going to be a kill either way. Yeah, you shouldn't have the freedom to go for this turn in. I mean, with Sinclair dead, there's a real chance you could go for mid boss, though. You don't really have to worry about that Hex coming on through, but it doesn't seem like they want to be going for that just yet. And Overseas is just baiting him in towards middle. OC's is circling around behind him. Listic has gone in deep to dislodge this urn, but will he escape with his life?
We'll see. I mean, low-key W, they're making a show of this urn because they desperately need it. It would get them back into the game, but that's also why Leviathan is fighting tooth and nail to keep it away from them. Overseas just tries to go for the raw pickup with fire all around him. A little bit worrisome. Swap comes in onto Hoot. Charge, I don't believe, was ready. Break gets the urn pickup, and you look at the minimap here. Should be a dunk for low-key W. Leviathan, can they get anything in turn?
Thing is, while this is happening, there's little helpers on that right-hand side lane, so that's going to be shoving up to the base gardens that someone's going to have to deal with. And the urn does get turned in by Vrake, so a great little steal coming on through. And they will take all those little helpers, sending it back to the owner of Rem here in just a few. But low-key W, like I said, a big play out of them, keeping themselves in the game here. A 7k deficit so far. I think the biggest thing they could have happen right now is a kill into OCs, for sure. 21k. It's a big bag you can take from him, but more importantly, stop him from farming around the map.
Also, you take a look at item builds here. You know, the Evolution Shiv builds. You just eat your vegetables nowadays, in addition to the locket. More greens and purples. Hoot letting out the beast on the top, and looking to cut down a little bit of that life from Freemok, but not really in position to commit, especially with OCs coming in out of nowhere. Gets a little bit of distraction here out of Listic. Enough to get the aggro on the OCs. In fact, the punish may be there with Cosmetical over on Lash. Just needs a little bit more, and Zergy gets the killing blow before it's all said and done, and that's gonna be a long spawn timer. OC's dead for the next 40 seconds, Jason.
Yeah, so they're picking up the pieces. Step 1, take down OCs. Step 2, I mean, it looks pretty good actually. There's no nap time. Besides the impact's coming up soon. I don't think Overseas has it maxed out though. Now Fremont's going to be here to join in just a few seconds. They have the damage to take this one down, but this is still a little bit risky to do. But at least with OC's dead, Obakim's going to have to go huge here with the Hex.
Well, they still have swap available, and Leviathan is very willing to delay this. I like the fact that they're coming in now, not right as the Rejuve crystal goes down, but to try and buy a little bit more time for OCs to get in on the back end of the fight. But here we go. Rejuve up and available. Rabbit Hex came down. Novakin picks up 2. All crystals to Leviathan. Or rather, to Loki W. But Leviathan now looking to just burn some of them away if possible. But instead, they lose Overseas and a very, very good mid-boss for Loki W here, Jason.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they've completely caught up here. Hoot at 20k now. A great Death Slam and a Cosmetical to open up that actual Rejuve take for free. As the Robot Arm comes on through and doesn't connect onto anything here. And Loki W right back in the game. Can we actually maybe take a look at the Souls... What's I don't even know the counters. Soul Differential, I think is the name we gave it over the course of this game here, because you're going to see such a big step back here out of Loki W in this last little bit of engagement. You can see, yeah. I mean, Ghost has still been in the way of Leviathan, and even right now they're still ahead by 1k, but the drop off was huge.
And the drop is going to be even more significant in a moment, because you got 3 Rejuve crystals. You didn't lose any of them in the mid-boss fight. You're now going to be able to leverage this to get way more farm on the map. And also, more importantly, Jason, next earn is in 15 seconds, and Loki W should be all over it. So you see Obakim. That's a lot of Leviathan members around Sinclair, and even with the evasiveness of Sinclair, this could be easier said than done. You clone the Nox Nostra, you go around, no matter where you turn, someone from Leviathan is there. So, Jason, this not only is going to be potentially a Rejuve down, but also could be a kill right after. But Obakim, has he actually done it? I think Obakim fully gets away. I mean, maybe there's a hook, but no. Oh, Sinclair also, wait, he got hyperlined at the very end. Here comes OCs!
Oh, the Great Escape, the Magician, he's real. He's getting back to his team. He's actually going to escape this one and rejoin the fight without losing a Rejuve.
That was a saga that we just witnessed. And while this was going on, Loki W utilizing the Rejuve for easy earn control, and yeah, I mean, you got Psy waiting in the wings, but not going to be any sort of real contest.
Can we get a Viper in the chat for that getaway?
Man,
that was unreal.
Yeah, it really was. And the fact of, we talked about like ways to get back in the game, like with the steps to do so, and we saw it play out kind of perfectly. And OC's now, he's fallen behind. He's equal to Zergy in farm, and I think he had like a 4 to 6k lead for a majority of the game here.
Well, in a way, Jason, is living by the OCs and dying by the OCs, because the reason why that mid-boss happens is that OCs went on the very long spawn timer, because OCs went for a deep dive trying to take down Hoot, and Listic was able to come in and create disruption enough for the rest of Loki W to get there and go for the punish. Death Slam. Meanwhile, going on the Rayek here. Hoot gonna let out the beast. Up, over. Resto Locket comes in, but not enough to save. Wraith gonna drop the telekinetic over as, okay, another 2 kills here for Loki W, and you know, Leviathan trying to prevent damage to this walker, but easier said than done when Rejuve's in play.
Yeah, you gotta let this one go, man. They have 3 Rejuves, you have yet to take 1. You've lost out on 2 players. I mean, luckily for you, they're not your big damage dealers, but they are facilitators of kills with nap time and with these hooks coming on through. And for Fremont here, you really need to not die. You got to be so careful of these base guards going down. Overseas charging on forward, just trying to feint an attack to force them to back away, but they're not done just yet. Loki W take down some base guards on the left-hand side, and now retreat to take away the farm in the jungle as they sport a very big 13 to 14k lead after what felt like that game was slipping away out of their hands.
Well, I know we can go a little bit deeper on the data, courtesy of TrackLock. Let's take a look at the golden statue breakdown here and see how much permanent buffs are in play in favor of Loki W. And overall, you know, as I read it here, Jason, it's actually still pretty even, I think.
Yeah. It's definitely relatively even. I mean, even like Ren currently the biggest taker, with Arizumi at 28, and he's got what, 120 HP, 21% ammo. Not the best thing for Rem, I would say, but the CDR is definitely helpful with the 3.3%. Remember, you guys can check out tracklock.gg and pick up the desktop app for yourself as well and use these kind of buff trackers in-game for yourself. Not to mention a ton of other features that it does have for you to check out your teammates and your enemies to see what they are good and bad on. And of course, compare yourself to the others.
Jason, you know what I'm excited for? I don't know if it's in this week or maybe a future week, but it might be in this week. If Pocket gets played, I think we can actually show who gets hit by affliction on the UI now. I believe we have the technology.
No way. Is that a real thing? Has
I believe
production been
so.
cooking? Okay. ZP, do your like convince some players to play some Pocket if possible, so we can see that happen.
Just players, please play Pocket. And then we get the first Pocket performance where 0 afflictions get hit over the course of the entire game.
that would be not great. That time being used defensively here. Good counterspell coming out of Hoot. He baits out a huge ultimate and gets away. A massive win for Loki W here on that.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside there for Hoot is it just did a little bit too much damage to the point that I think... Was that a tick of... It was like a tick from a dot that actually ends up triggering there. But, okay, Paradox on the swap thrown into the ether. Tani Losan from Vrake gets the finish onto Psy. And the last 10 minutes has been Leviathan on the back foot ever since mid-boss. Or get 15k lead overseas. Seismic Slam decides to go in. Looking for Zergy. Bring Zergy on a little bit of a ride. And then immediately decides, nope, not where I want to be. The movement out overseas, though, there, Jason, ridiculous to reposition. Doesn't necessarily help the rest of Leviathan, though, as Irizumi gets caught.
Yeah, I love a little bit of the shoulder charge movement tech. I still have yet to be able to do this in a high intense moment or do it at all because I'm just horrible when it comes to the movement.
Did you even play Abrams? I'm pretty sure you just play a bunch of Well, you play a bunch of everything, but more on the Infernus end and less on the Big Blue end.
There's a lot of 7 Viper, and I was trying to learn Infernus, but losing as many games I've done on Infernus just leads me to believe I'm not a good Infernus player. You know, when Pac was asking you, like, who's a good build to check out, and I was like, don't say Leffa, because no one can play like Leffa unless you're Leffa, so his builds do not apply to the normal person.
OCs was looking for Sinclair. Sinclair simply gets out of there via the assistant, and OC's not a ton of uptime in this game so far. By the way, look at Freemok. Freemok is stuck. Freemok needs an evac at the moment, like deep in the Loki W territory. Psy able to get the urn pickup whilst this is going on. Cosmetical, they have gone a little bit deep. Knocks Astra on the silence into the fall through on OCs. So now Leviathan on a bit of a fast break themselves as mid-boss comes up 1 here so far. If you're Loki W, you would love to get a pick. And also, how did Freemok survive? Freemok is alive, Jason, after all that. I don't know if it's for much longer, and maybe overseas dies in the process, but
he's got good movement. You talked about him as he really impressed you when it comes to Shiv, and I'd say his movement for sure has been one of the best in EU and how he uses those right clicks. But honestly, looking at that fight, I almost want to give the play of the day, our Shopify play of the day, to OC's right there, because the Nox Nostra on top of Cosmetical disabled any chance to get a big death slam off, and that alone allowed them to pick up a kill and then turn it potentially into more, though they did lose overseas after. But keeping things kind of equal here, without that big wombo, this is gonna be a tough combo to pull off.
Loki Dowie then make for mid-boss and then turn back out, seeking the fight instead. And Rayek gonna get caught in the crossfire. Another one down. Loki W, though, getting a little bit wounded across the board. Nap time coming on out. Didn't quite see all who it got. Taking a look at Listic as Listic wants to get out of there. Psy on the assault. They get Zergy! One of the best picks they can get in the aftermath here, Jason. And Leviathan being scrappy. Maybe about to turn this in their favor. Looking for Vrake. But Paul, not the easiest chase down. Carbine gonna hit. OC's on the case. Death Slam out from Cosmetical. I think it was more of a defensive Death Slam to make a bit of space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're even seeing the early E-shift coming on through out of OCs, which is very reminiscent of his style depending on the teams he's up against. I think there was a game over in DSI on Sunday where he picked it up at like 13,000 souls, like his biggest investment off the bat, because he needed survivability, man, against like Kelvin, for instance, in that game. He definitely is, I would say, a master of not only Mina, but a master of knowing what items to take when. And as you saw right there, the E-shift saved his life from that Death Slam.
Also, wisely, Leviathan not going for mid-boss. I think doing that even up an advantage against Sinclair would have been a disaster. Knocks Astra into getting bunnied. The bat's still coming out. Another fight here in mid. Leviathan trying to make the most of their advantage. OC's diving in. It's a big rake. Gets Listic all sorts of low. Wants to go for the finish. You just see Billy at 2 HP. Tries to break the ankles in on the corner. Not enough to avoid the next rake. Freemok able to dive in a little bit deeper, finds Hoot, and now Leviathan back in the driver's seat here, Jason. They're going to be able to go mid-boss after this, so long as they don't give up kills on the back end. They lose Freemok, and that definitely makes it a little bit more murky.
Do you think they want to go for it though with Obi Kim still alive? I'm still hesitant when there's a Sinclair. Maybe we can take actually a look at the build. I didn't quite check what Obi Kim has bought up in terms of items. If he has like Echo Shard with Max Rabbit Hex, I definitely would not go for a mid boss here.
I think
it's
there's
too
an Echo
risky.
Shard. I swear I saw double rabbit earlier, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see when we. Nope, there's no Echo Shard yet.
He's got greater expansion and superior duration. So even without Echo Shard, I would still be very hesitant with Rabbit Hex maxed out to go for that. Because in a best of one, okay, best of three, I could swing it. I could mentally get around it. But in a best of one, if you do that and you lose the mid boss, you could be looking at a lost game.
I think they just want the fake here. There's no way they full commit with Listic and Hoot back up in 8 seconds, but they do want to punish people that are out here looking for intel. The problem is that if it's Obikim that's fishing for intel, we already saw firsthand just how evasive Sinclair can be via Spectral Assistant. Probably, I would say arguably the hardest character to chase down in the game. Like, yeah, Celeste has raw movement, but the ability to just continually juke with Assistant brings it to another level. Slowing Hex, though, in on the OCs. This will be a massive pick. The chain gang comes out. E-Shift, though, is there. E-Shift buys time for OCs to get away. That one item, proving its worth and then some. Still, though, turning to a fight that we'll see if it fits Low-Key W's purposes or not.
You can see Cosmetical is just trying to look for an opportunity to actually get one of these Death Slams, but they've already lost Vrayek. OCs was not dealt with, and he's going to have E-Shift up in 10 seconds so he can continue to fight here. And Lokidobi turned tail and run, and I think rightfully so here. You don't really want to give up any more kills. If you lose one more player, I think then you're looking at a for sure mid boss to be attempted out of Leviathan, especially if they have all these ultimates still up and ready to go. It's a very, I think, tense part of the game, though, ZP, and I think with this next urn respawning back in here on this left-hand side is going to be, I think, a good determining factor of how this game is going to play out.
By the way, you're seeing the power of Sinclair in the draft. The fact that I think against most other comps, aside from maybe a Dynamo, Leviathan would have slammed mid-boss already. Yeah. But they do see Obikim and they go, maybe we shouldn't. And I believe that estimation is right. Sinclair's just that good at contesting, but oh dear. Is that OC's about to get survival? As if he wasn't hard enough to kill before, ask Listic 2 minutes ago as to the why.
Yeah, I mean, like the E-Shift. Survival and E-Shift, and he has Sanguine Retreat. I don't know if he has to spell magic, but I'm assuming he has it because it's Mina. Why would you not have it? Very slippery, very hard to deal with here. Not to mention, starts Rest Lock at no Dispel Magic, but they also even used a Phantom Strike that last time to pull him out of the air, and that wasn't enough to deal with him.
Mina is difficult, and it got hard over time too. Ever since her early game got nerfed and she got more late game options, it's like, hey, how would you like 3 Sanguines, even if they don't go as far anymore?
Yeah, she wasn't already hard enough to kill. Let's just give her a third. Like, why not?
So Urn turned in. Leviathan working with a significant lead. Both buffs still on top. Well, also, I think the scary thing for Low-Key W2 is that in some of these neutral engagements, Leviathan is still running a double pick comp. They have multiple ways of getting on priority targets, even if some of the targets aren't super killable. Ooh, some warning shots in the vague direction of OCs.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of say I wanted to go back to the Bebop discussion if we're talking about double picks. I don't know really how much impact Rake has had. I don't know if we have this graphic ready, but it's possible to see a breakdown of player damage. I'm not sure if we have it like ready to queue up and show us or not, because that'd be really interesting to see where Rake is currently sitting at. I mean, do 20k. So it's not terrible, but he's also at Rem at 20k. So is it really high, or is Rem just doing a lot of damage? You know what I mean? I'm kind of torn between the two.
Well, maybe a huge collapse here on the Vrake, just as we were talking about. You look at the mini-map, it is just Amber swallowing up Blue. Nap time. Coming out here from Irozumi to set the stage, hitting both Listic and Obikim at the same time. Death Slam over from Cosmetical. Vrake already gone. Let's see if there's any sort of response. Overall, Leviathan still pretty healthy at the start of this fight. Look at the Freemok, who's very healthy in the back. Get in with the telekinesis. We'll see if Zergy can put a little bit of damage in. Restowaka gets popped, and Freemok's his HP isn't moving. Elsewhere in the fight, Side does go down, but Freemok is creating space and then some, keeping Zergy away from the fight. Goes back in, finds Listic, and Freemok just creating enormous room in this fight, Jason.
Plated with Radiant Regen too. He has so much sustain, so hard for Zergy to deal with him. Listic, Break, both dead. Who's trying to come in and pick up another kill here on the retreat, maybe on overseas, maybe onto another bunny. I can't even tell who the hell that is, actually. It's going to be Bebop. Riggs, extremely low in HP, but Hoot's also overcommitted into this fight. He's most certainly going to fall, even if he takes down one. But the 1-for-1 trade might keep Leviathan off that mid bus even longer now because Obafemi is still alive.
That last gasp out of Hoot, I don't think many silvers actually get that kill onto Rayek, but either way, Leviathan decide, yep, we're good mid boss. And you're so far into Zosies. The Nox Nostra comes in, not quite the old school Nox Nostra versus mid boss, but hey, it's enough. But now we got to look at Obafemi here, Jason. Can Obafemi disrupt this? The Rejuve crystals coming down. Leviathan, they think they have the edge. They're gonna have to take this against the interference of Sinclair. Nap time coming on in. The stolen nap time. Obafemi gets one. 2 Rejuve charges still at stake. Overseas with the charge. Frank is able to come in, get the second. All Rejuve charges to low-key W. A successful contest, but they lose 2 charges immediately. And maybe a bit of a hollow victory as all Rejuve charges immediately go away. But at least they got the threat of mid-boss off the board.
Remember how we were saying doing mid-boss against the Sinclair is very risky?
Yep.
I think you're seeing why we say that. And obviously really well done by Obafemi and Vreg together as well to pull those off, to be able to secure all 3 of them. Because if they lost that, the thing is they had to contest it, I think, at this point. If they lose all 3 Rejuves without contesting, without taking away a single one, I think Leviathan with the double picks could easily push into the enemy team here for Loki W and start to take the base. I don't think Cosmetical has anything to prevent from being dislodged. He doesn't have Unstoppable right now, so he could get a good Death Slam off.
Freemok run into Hoot in a dark corner while just trying to do a little bit of gambling. Lycan Curse coming on out, decides now the target's going to be a little bit overseas. Listic comes in, drops a chain gang, and overseas. It'll gather. I think overseas may have Unstoppable now as cloned Hyper Beam coming out here from Obafemi. A little bit of extra damage. Nox Nostra off in the distance, courtesy of OCs. And that was directly on the Hoot, actually. I think Hoot just ate a face full of bats and may just barely be escaping here.
Yeah, he's gonna get back to base on pretty much 1 HP, but Cosmetical's not gonna be so lucky. Listic getting swapped back into the enemy team, charged into a little grate, and finished off once again by OCs at 38,000 souls, proving they don't need the mid boss.
Also, it's no unstop on overseas. It was probably a counter spell onto the chain gang. It was like a very, very far camera angle, so it's like,
Yeah, I can't wait until Valve puts out like a spec mode overhaul and seeing what kind of magic they can work, because it'd be really cool to see some like updates to things.
Well,
so, yeah,
the tempo.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. You never respected me. Watch. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Spirit Power 2 and some extra fire rate. Like everything is perfect for Mina here in this case, and he's making it work. I mean, this is gonna be tough to deal with, especially with like Isha, the protection of his team, Spirit Bird now, and Spirit Rend. He's gonna have a lot of sustain in these fights.
These boxes remind me of
The interesting part here, if you're Leviathan, I don't think you go for a real base siege, but you threaten it and you look for picks. You leverage the fact that you have hook, you have swap, you have a lot of ways of getting someone into your team for an immediate beatdown. Mid boss is up in 1:40, so I don't think you do anything risky in terms of trying to hard force your advantage, where yes, you're up 27k. Yes, in terms of allocation, you have players like OCs that are right where they need to be. You're also not under pressure to make things happen right now. I think you can wait for a pick, and you know, the dream pick for Leviathan, by the way, would absolutely be if they could pick Obafemi, just because of the havoc he's been causing at mid.
Yeah, the thing is they have so much to deal with everyone else everyone else besides him on the team, that they don't have a great way of locking him down. And that threat of a Sinclair being alive, as we saw in the last mid boss, as we're going into the next one, you know, shortly, it's something you have to respect. I mean, yeah, even though they did take away all the Rejuves and they did get a kill or two, that's not going to help you really finish the game. And maybe when we hit the 50-minute mark, it could be.
You know, it's kind of funny on those. I just got reminded when we were doing the watch party. Vegas, I don't think, has seen a lot of competitive Deadlock recently. I think he was on vacation or something, and you know, he joined us for a little bit in the watch parties. It's like, wait, OC's maybe the best player of the game. Like, he was out here calling OC's LeBron and all this other stuff, mostly off the Wraith game where OC's was just crushing. But you look at the story of this game so far, especially who's been eating majority of the kills, and with the exception of one ill-fated dive, OC's been doing quite a bit of work. Where, yeah, speaking of, can we get a breakdown of the amount of kills in the game? I don't know if we have a track lock stat for it or we just hit tab, but I'd be curious.
There you go.
Yep, that passes
14.
the eye test. What about you,
He's
Jason?
cheating. Mina's a
No.
cheater.
Pretty good, man. He's pretty good. I think, look at this though. I think part of the reason he's been so successful beyond individual skill, I think, as you pointed out, ZP, Freemok is creating so much control, so much zoning potential when it comes to Zergy, who just can't do any damage to him. And they did get a catch onto, I can't, oh, that's Listic.
Listic, yeah, Listic's in all sorts of danger. Gets hooked once, gets hooked twice. After getting swamped, after just getting the treatment from all angles, Listic is just getting crunched and no longer has control of his life, nor is in control of his character after being set to spawn. And Sai was able to catch Zergy on the other side as this goes down. And Jason Midboss is up in 20 seconds. But Leviathan, they want a little bit more cosmetical. Unstoppable Death Slam gonna try and disrupt a little bit here. Certainly Freemok not particularly phased by it here so far. Overseas and Sai, the only two actually wounded, but you got what you were looking for here. If you're Leviathan, now you set for Midboss, and admittedly, it's a little bit problematic because Obafemi is up, but 6 on 4, you probably still like your odds.
Do you think they do it again though? Do you think they really go for Midboss another time with Obafemi alive? And actually, they might have just kind of gotten baited into a fight themselves. Obafemi has been slept up here. Nap time coming on through. Obafemi needs to escape this one. Use that Warp Stone to create some distance. And of course, the Spectral Assistant. Leviathan, I mean, with these hooks coming on through, they have to be so careful to not lose another player. That's most certainly going to be a Midboss being taken. And Sai's returning back from base here. These hooks are not going to land, and they have 20 seconds of time. I think they have a window to go for it, but I think playing for a catcher and a kill might be better.
Our timer was a little bit wrong. It was saying Midboss was about to be back up, and Midboss is clearly not about back up. So it wasn't quite the window of opportunity that the UI was leading us to believe here. So something got a little bit desynced. So with Midboss not being up, they're not able to even make the attempt, which may be ill-fated against Sinclair.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Obafemi did before. I wouldn't put it past him to do it yet again. There we go. Midboss spotted on in. And Leviathan, again, I think they're just using Rake here to look for these catches, look for a pick. You do have some assistance around him. Honestly, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, does Leviathan want to fake out a Midboss, make it scream, and then go for a fight? Or would that play into Low-Key W's hands? Because you are going to be coming out of these like very crucial choke points where the Rabbit Hex could go huge. With now the Unstoppable Death Slam could do some serious work. Also Chain Gang. I think if you're Leviathan, you want to avoid fighting in like tight areas and avoid fighting kind of 6v6.
You kind of like the open if you're Leviathan at the moment in terms of your pick options between the Bebop and the Paradox, and the fact that you have more cursed relics being picked up. Nap time though, going to be used super early into this fight up on the rooftops. This is an interesting start to the fight. You look for a little bit of damage on the Freemok, more like a lot of bit of damage. Freemok getting chunked at the start. Cosmetical Death Slam. We'll see who we got. Drops on down, Overseas in size a little bit into the danger zone here. Freemok though takes down Cosmetical on the turn. Able to punish him for the Death Slam attempt, and look at the HP on Low-Key W. Multiple players at half HP. Listic gonna drop the Chain Gang, trying to get a little bit of control of the situation. Leviathan diving a little bit deeper on the chase down. Listic gets caught towards the end. Is able to just move out, but the chase down is still here. It's getting swarmed by 3 members. Chain Gang coming out once more, but this time around Listic just gonna fall with no one around. Another 2 clean pickoffs here, Jason. And do we go Midboss once more for Leviathan?
I think they probably should. Obafemi actually ditched that fight after seeing Cosmetical go down and the retreat call being made. He actually shoved very hard on that left-hand side, maybe looking for that shrine. But here we go, Midboss. Obafemi is in the vicinity. Sai will not be here, so it's going to be a 4-on-5 fight. Zergy's got to quickly
just give me the Obafemi cam. All I care about is Obafemi right now. That's also all Leviathan should care about, where this is a strict anti-magic
Rabbit
situation.
Oh man, they're giving the opportunity to go for the steal again. He has our participation up. Now time is well coming up first. Then of course it's gonna be the bunnies thereafter. There was an Unstoppable used by someone. I think it was Freemok to make sure to secure the first one. And Low-Key W won't steal a single one away and actually gonna lose a life or lose multiple lives. Obafemi and Drake both fall. Hoot and Zergy trying to get back to base as quick as possible here. And finally, I think ZP Leviathan are going to crack the defense and finally break into the base.
Leviathan likely just won the game off that, where this time around they had the solution, just needed all the late game options, a few unstoppables, and more importantly, the final level of paradoxical swap, which could swap multiple people and just got all members of LokiW trying to go for the Rejuve Crystal out of the middle, letting Freemok go in and clean up the rest. So now working with a near 50k advantage in souls here, Jason, and 3 rejuves. LokiW, just about no more chances left in this game.
Yeah, I don't see an opportunity for them to get themselves back into this one, especially with a nice little hook coming on through here onto Hoot, who's just gonna fall. There's really no way to escape this one. They don't really have any pick potential. The just the amount of raw souls they're going to be behind, translated into items, translated into just extra boons that Leviathan has. And we even see Listic on the left-hand side trying to shove this lane on out, trying to continue to push in towards that shrine, because they're going to have another respawn. It's not like Leviathan, I think, are going to finish the game just yet. Even with the phase 1 patron being taken down, Break, it all became going to be back alive. Listic can quickly get back to base.
I think for Leviathan, though, when you're this amount up and you have 3 rejuves, I think you just stay and go, friend. Yeah, you should stay here. I don't think you have to play it safe. I think you have such an overwhelming advantage that you should be able to push and end it here and now. Second stage patron, now vulnerable. Overseas on the seismic slam, looking for targets. Meanwhile, second stage patron, the Archmother, just getting pummeled. Listic trying to buy some time. Off the chain gang. Itani Losan in the back here. Held. Vrake just looking for the right opportunity. Is going to have to hold that a little bit deeper into the pause as Obakib DCs.
Oh, man. And you're just sitting there thinking, what do I do here with Itani Losan? There's like no one really in his range to hit for it. And Leviathan, there's just 5 kills stop them from finishing off this game and getting a rematch up against Abrahams, who are waiting in the finals. The pause has been finished off here, and Freemok takes down Listic and ZP. I think that's going to be it. I think you've hit the nail on the head here, and you might as well stay. You might as well just take the second stage patron, and LokiW are throwing everybody they have at this.
Just need a little bit more, and the match against Abrahams is going to be complete. A final Lash ult coming in from Cosmetical. It did not go far enough, not into the fountain this time. Archmother invulnerable by proximity, but LokiW is starting to run out of bodies on the point. Leviathan, all sorts of healthy. You may be a rabbit for a moment, but the damage still coming in fast and furious onto the Archmother. And Leviathan just need a little bit more. Cosmetical falls, the damage comes in, and Leviathan, they get their matchup against Abrahams.
Bro, Overseas doing was at 2,000 healing with his Siphon Life in the pit was ridiculous. You're seeing why Abrams is being picked more and more over the last few weeks. But Leviathan, that rematch from DSI, it was a best of 5, and this is a chance for redemption for him.
Huge start for Leviathan in a very exciting game, especially between about 80k souls to 150k souls. We saw the lead change 3 different times. ZP, you highlighted a guy, though, that got off to an early start, did not slow down. OCs on the Mina was prioritized. They made sure they locked her in early. Do we ban Mina or do we play Mina?
I think you're getting to the point that you have to ban Mina because you don't get a higher priority than first overall pick. Even 2 weeks ago, that would have been seen as heresy to have Mina that high up with all the other powerful picks in the draft. But OCs make something different of a hero than anyone else does in the game. And Leviathan clearly learned from what happened in DSI this weekend, where both Abrahams and LokiW, they were taking second pick and they were always picking Mina. And this time around, Leviathan said, you know what? We're going to first pick Mina and we'll show you why it's worth it.
And I asked production, can you please get a lot of silver clips? Because I want to know what separates a good silver from an amazing silver. Because Hoot was taken over in the first half of the game. Freemok, though, is going to finish strong alongside Overseas. Kaplan, who was your favorite player to watch?
Favorite player, I think for me, I think it had to be Freemok, actually. Yep. I really enjoyed what ZP was talking about and what he saw about the space he was creating, constantly being towards the backhand lines against Zergy, so he couldn't be effective against the enemy backlines for Leviathan, keeping him in check, keeping someone back to protect him. I would honestly even go as far as saying that Freemok, for me, was the sidekick of the match.
I agree. I think Freemok looked really, really good. I think what stands out to me was that fight in mid lane that was a little bit spread out, and you see Freemok just taking the 1-on-2, not taking any real damage from Zergy in particular, zoning out the M1 carry out of the fight, and then halfway through decides, you know what, I'm actually gonna go back to the main fight and instantly gets a kill. Freemok had really good game awareness here and also is making all the space you would want out of a frontliner. And I think Freemok was probably the glue that brought this all together, even with OCs having a remarkable performance.
Big win here from Leviathan, and you were mentioning the Sinclair is going to be prioritized. Can you guys talk to me and explain the mid-boss situation a little bit? Chat was a little bit confused. They were talking about rabbits. You guys were talking about everyone surging in at the same time. What is the ideal execution, and did they do it right the first time?
So the ideal execution is that Obakym, you have two priorities here. Number one is that you have Rabbit Hex, which is a huge AoE that stops people from punching the crystal. But the other thing Obakym was doing is that Obakym had to play Hunt the Rem. If you can find Rem, you can copy Nap Time and use Nap Time on the crystal when Nap Time is one of the absolute best ults for contesting. So you had this 1-2 combo where Obakym was not only landing good Rabbit Hexes for disruption on the Rejuvenator, but he was also able to copy Nap Time in multiple of these contests and make it work against Leviathan. So between the alt copying and the default functionality that you have on Sinclair, Obakym basically made mid-boss just absolute murder for Leviathan throughout the entire game.
An awesome graph, and you can see where it landed. It's Leviathan moving forward. A very strong finish. OCs is all over the rainbow. And of course, we're going to see the rest of the team moving on into a best of 3. Kaplan, we get to learn every week. What did you learn so far? What's the meta?
Sinclair is valuable beyond counter picks. I think I can be safe to say to that one. I think without a Sinclair being picked by LowKW, we would have saw mid-boss being used and utilized more often for Leviathan a lot earlier than we actually saw it being picked. I think Sinclair has kind of made his place in the mainstay when it comes to being picked because of the impact you do have in mid-boss, and a lot of teams relying on taking mid-boss to actually finish out games. I think that's kind of what I saw, and I still see, you know, maybe for me, Wraith is to me what Geist is to you, Puckett, because I am really just not enjoying seeing Wraith at all.
I don't think she's having any success, at least not at the pro level. She might farm in pubs, but playing against some of the best, she's going to get punished a little bit too weak, too late in the game. ZP, let's take a look, though, at a player that was not weak at all during this one. In fact, buffed the rest of the squad. It's our sidekick, Freemok from Leviathan, dropping 50k souls. 10 kills was his finish. I want to know, where did Hoot finish? Was it 10 as well? 52,000 player damage and 5k objective. When you walk me through his build, for anyone who wants to be a Shiv player, what are some of the key items? Is it that silence wave? What are you looking at? Where do you really take over?
I think a lot of it, especially at the early to mid part of the game, is just survivability. Early reactive barrier, early restorative locket, radiant regeneration. I mean, the goal here is that if you want to make space, you have to be alive and healthy. And green items generally help you be alive and healthy, but you still get some extra damage later on, especially when you look at the tier 4 Spirit Item they got an escalating exposure. That just has very good synergy with knives. If you could keep knives rolling, then people just kind of fall over. But the key for Freemok in this game is that Freemok was just able to continually push people back, make space, and while that's going on, if you're worried about Freemok, if a Shiv is forcing you back, you're not dealing with OCs who's actually chasing people down and finishing them off.
Yeah, man, I think yeah, Radiant Regen was huge. Plated armor as well. I think one thing he did really well in that game was realize what is his role, what is his job, and his job was keep Zergy away from these fights, and he itemized directly towards that one. He had the survivability with counterspell on top of that. He itemized specifically to do one job, and he excelled at it, and that's why he's the sidekick of the match.
We love it. Thank you very much, Shopify. And of course, if you don't know about the sidekick, get in on it now. It's going to help you do what you do best, even easier. AI has changed in our lives. ZP, we've got 3 more games potentially coming from EU. Do you believe we get the game 3 we deserve?
Honestly, very likely. You look at this weekend, it started out with 1-1 between Abraham's and Leviathan, both throwing good shots at each other. Abraham's won the series 3-1 in the end, but Leviathan certainly good enough to still take maps off Abraham's, and hopefully we'll be in a situation where at the very minimum, it goes to 3 here tonight.
As we go to break, I was wondering, do you think Mo has like claws, or does he have like Ninja Turtle hands? All right, think about that. We'll be right back. It's more Night Shift.
Plug is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
There's a battle that is happening during the break. It's between Kaplan and ZP. And ZP, right before we go live, says, hey, Kaplan, guess what? Freemock's the best shiv in the game. Deal with it. What's the beef here, Kaplan? Why was there an instant nah?
I don't think I have enough fingers on my hands to name all the other shivs that are better than him, but I'll give you a couple. Together, Ido.
What?
Ido. Even Ido in his current iteration. Puckett. And
No.
I'll even give Demov. Demov better.
That took a curve there, where it's like, together Demov both debatable. Demov probably the most like the one you'd be able to, okay, Demov versus Freemock, let's have it out, and then we kind of went into a valley there if it was a chart, but we got back up.
Hey, don't talk about Ido being the valley. I mean, we know Puckett's the peak for sure. Come on. He's been in the hyperbolic time chamber practicing his shiv. He's been talking about McGinnis and some other heroes.
Speed run a game when I play shiv. The other team wins in like 22 minutes. We're about to jump into our next matchup, though, guys. It is the EU final. If you're just joining us, welcome to the night shift. We're here every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. If you're over in Europe, that's around 10 o'clock, I think. Low-key W versus Leviathan has happened a bunch. This time around, Leviathan moves on to play Abrahams, who haven't worn the throne or the crown for quite a while. They got it back, ZP, and they're looking to keep it. Melee Creeps versus Foreman's coming up for NA, but let's talk about this one. What is the lore in EU, and why have the Abrahams been on the outs?
Well, for Abrahams, I think the same time make Abrahams have a rough run of it. I mean, they ended up having to do roster shuffles where they lose Demov and Hoot. They end up adding Arzo and Bobby, though, which has worked out really well. Arzo probably like the biggest rising star of them all, where, by the way, now you're talking about Infernus builds earlier, maybe we just skip Vrake and go straight to Arzo in terms of who you might see in the series, because Arzo has looked phenomenal. And I don't know, I think for Abrahams, when you're winning for a long period of time, I think there is kind of this inherent thing where you let off the gas a little bit and then switch with a meta change. You can get caught off guard, but I think they took their losses pretty much to heart, came back with a new roster and better prep, and suddenly they're back on top, both in night shift and even this weekend for DSI.
All right, chat, help me out here. Is it Bobby or Bobby?
That's what we've been doing.
It's European.
We call them both.
We've been battling this internally, externally. I see it both ways in the chat. Let us know how you pronounce it at home. Either way, pretty fun player to watch. A little bit of a scandal. First time on the night shift. They abused the mid lane. After a little slap on the wrist, though, they come back, and honestly, they have not dropped a game. I was starting to compare him, Kaplan, to like a young John Jones. He starts his career with a disqualification and then just goes undefeated into an accident that ends up with someone leaving a car in the middle of an intersection.
Yeah, John Jones. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know the full story of that, and for another time.
We're gonna leave it there. Sponsored show. My bad. I was starting to go down a tangent, and I was like, we gotta clean this up. Anyway, we've got a good match underway here, fellas, and let's talk about these players on the left side of the screen. Together or Saint, who has had a bigger impact lately? ZP.
Between the two, that's a hard one. I would still say, I think Abrahams does rely pretty heavily on Together as a frontliner to keep everything together. I think for me, the biggest storyline has been Arzo, formerly known as Kakarzo, which for some reason I didn't really put it together. At first, I was buying there. I was like, oh yeah, they scout Arzo from ladder, blah, blah. But I guess like Arzo, who is Kakarzo, who is in and around EU comp for, quite a while, just on teams that are usually like 5th or 6th overall, really leveled up his gameplay via grinding. It was like, oh yeah, you guys don't have Demov or Hoot anymore? No problem. Let me come in and fill those roles. And in Arzo's case, it's been an Infernus meta, and Arzo on the Infernus has been absolutely phenomenal when Abrahams has been able to play it.
Kaplan, what do you like about this squad?
I like how they all speak the same language.
That helps.
I think the Abrahams we saw with Hoot and Demov on the team, obviously very talented individual players for sure across the board, but you can't underestimate how important communication is and how you can quickly get a point across when you need to in a high intensity situation. And the fact that Arzo and ZXC, I'll call him, I'm gonna avoid the Bobby part, The fact that they can speak the language makes it so much easier for them to communicate. And also, we're seeing that, you know, Kakar's in the past hasn't really been the flashiest of players on, I think it was like Fearless Furies back in the day. But to see him be essentially the star of the team now is just a true testament to how anyone can really be a good player if you play around them. I mean, looking at the DSI matchup that we had in the finals versus, with them versus Leviathan, Arzo went plus 24 in kills compared to Des in that series, and he was the furthest ahead of his team, playing Lash, playing Infernus, playing Mina twice, which you already talked about ZP by taking away Mina from OCs. He's really quickly becoming one of like the breakout stars of this year.
He's been fun to watch. Got a big arsenal of characters to play, and of course, we'll find out what makes it through in the bans and protects. ZP, we gotta first talk about Leviathan, though. You just seen OC's takeover on the Mina. What else is in their pocketbook in case the Mina gets banned first?
Well, I mean, for Leviathan, what OC's been playing generally is he'll play Ven if Ven is available. Like, Ven is actually higher priority than Mina. It's just Ven usually gets banned. And you think back to the last draft, Ven got banned, OC's goes on the Mina, which they now prioritize as first pick. If neither are available, we sometimes see OCs on things like Mirage. Basically, anything that requires a high amount of farm, OCs is going to be on it, and it kind of goes down the tier listing with the exception of Mina, where most other teams have Mina way lower. NA barely values Mina by comparison. For OCs, it's his number one character by far.
Rest of the roster, Kaplan, highlights for you.
You know, I feel so bad because I'm really still torn on the rest of the lineup. Like my eyes still focus on OCs, but I'll try to think differently. I think Rayek, the addition of him onto the roster has also been really good. We saw him initially come into the mix with like a Haze playing against Abrahams on Leviathan when Abrahams had their massive win streak, and he massively impressed all of us out there. And then to see him come back on the team, I think in this last game we saw, I'm not sure Bebop was him for him. I think Celeste, as you talked about ZP going up in priority over the course of DSI, is also a hero they should lean towards, but I don't know if they're going to be able to early pick Celeste over, let's say, like a Mina for OCs to make sure he's comfortable. But like Rayek and Fremont, I think, are definitely two of the other people on the team that you have to keep an eye on.
Boom. Match almost ready. I believe it. Here it is. Draft ready to go. As we jump in, what is getting banned out? Is it the Ven?
Very likely, although if you're Leviathan, I don't think you ban either. You have first pick. You want either of the two characters, so you're looking to ban something that isn't one of the two. Yeah, whether it be a Silver, a Shiv. But wait, okay, they first ban Mina, which is wild.
Do we have it wrong? Double check first before we go down this tangent. Production, do we have it correct?
Yeah, because Leviathan first banning Mina when they have first pick is a little bit wild to me. Because now if you're Abrahams, you just...
It's showing that they didn't plan to go Mina because Arzo played Mina twice in their best of 5 or over on Sunday just a few days ago. So I think they didn't have the intention of picking Mina, and they don't want Arzo to pick it. So instead they ban it away, which does, of course, leave open Venator.
It's Ven. Yeah, I will lose my mind if it... Oh, God!
All right, mine's lost.
It's not... Okay, it's shit. My mind actually being lost. Like, look, Fremont is arguably best Shiv in the game, but to give up Ven? That is wild. They even make Puckett lose his hat.
It's craziness, ZP. That means Venator goes the other way. You get to go back to back here too if you're Abraham. So what do you grab here, Captain?
Maybe Infernus, maybe Sinclair, maybe even Celeste. I think there's like 3 really good options they could go for.
We saw the sticky guy Viscous get banned out earlier. Not worth it, or do you grab him here for Leviathan?
They'll grab him. I think Irizumi showed that Irizumi wanted to play Viscous whenever is possible. I wouldn't hate Leviathan also picking Infernus for themselves here. They also may want to pick up Mirage because I think Abrahams may target OC's pool pretty heavily. Okay, Bebop has grown in prio. I mean, Bebop is good this patch, but for Bebop to be
He's losing a lot on the stream. He's the new lady geist.
when there's other things available, though, like, man, that's interesting. So it gets backed up with here, and they go Warden for... Okay, they lock in the OC's hero because they want to make sure OC still had something he could play.
Kaplan, someone in chat earlier said, is this fat guy meta? What is it about all the tanks? This could be someone who hasn't watched Deadlock before, or is that an accurate depiction of what we're about to watch?
Don't you worry.
I don't think it's fat guy meta actually, and I was almost offended at that if you stopped at fat because I was like, okay, I put on a few pounds. I don't think it's really the fat guy meta right now. I think it's actually more towards like the squishy meta. Honestly, like we don't really see that many heavy front lines picked. I mean, we didn't have Geist used at all in the last game, or Warden.
Yeah, Geist went really lower priority in DSI this weekend, oftentimes. But okay, Billy's getting taken down.
Abrams pick Abrams. Or Abrahams pick Abrams here. I think
likely. I think likely at mid-stage bans unless it gets banned, but also where Abraham still needs to grab some frontliners, going with the Billy ban outright is kind of interesting. I think it kind of signals that they only want to add an extra frontliner in Abrams, which I think you've called correctly here. But it's kind of interesting. Also, they could go Viscous. Like, Viscous is still on the board. Irizumi generally wants to go Viscous. It still fits Leviathan's comp. But they're going to lock in the Abrams. So for Leviathan, I think bare minimum, it's probably Viscous +1 here. Because I don't think you can... I mean, maybe... I don't know if Abrams would pick with the hero pool, but... Warden for Leviathan. It's going to be
Warden. What are you putting Osi's on? Okay, Osi's playing with...
Yeah, Rem? I think maybe for Leviathan you go Rem. Because, I mean, just looking back at the best of 5, Irizumi played Rem 3 out of the 4 games. But the overseas played 4 out of 4 on Billy, which is, I think, the big hit with the ban coming out of Abrahams here.
Viscous, certainly. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, as expected with Irizumi. It actually went deeper in this draft than it was going over the weekend at DSI. So, things have changed a little bit. Celeste went back to the lower end of the draft as opposed to being picked in the first 2 picks as it did near the end of the day. So, nature is healing a little bit. But in response, you've also given up Ice and Fire on the other side. Kelvin gets picked, and on paper, the Abrahams comp right now is absolutely unreal. Like, I don't know if Bebop Shiv is compensation for all the power you've given up to Abrahams.
I haven't been hitting it, but can you do the lava dance inside of the snow globe?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's like where Infernus is going to excel, because you have any sort of spell steal, or spell steal. You're just going to be healed up, especially if you have Infuser inside of that dome. It's just going to be ridiculous. But obviously with him on your team, it makes it even more deadly to the enemy side. But also Infernus is a really good counter to Warden. You limit a lot of the damage he can do. Yeah, I don't know if ZP, I'm not feeling Leviathan's comp at all, honestly.
Not against what Abrahams has here. Like, I'm looking at Abraham's draft and I just see death. Like, I look at that, God forbid you go into a matchmaking game and you see this, you're just like, oh, go next sort of deal. And even in comp, when we've seen I don't know. I'm not seeing a lot of weakness out of the Abrahams draft. I mean, arguably it's a little bit light on the front line, but yeah, this feels like a pretty big Abrahams draft advantage to me.
Are you requiring perfect hooks all game from Bebop? Because it looks like pick and punish might be the go-to here for Leviathan. I see Celeste is doing AoE damage, burst damage. Paradox, what do they do?
If you're not cage maxing on Warden with a Bebop, I feel like you're messing up here, because the hook into a silence from the cage, from the binding word, it has to be a play. Like, that's almost a guaranteed kill, especially if you can keep Kelvin away somehow with silence waves. But what the Paradox brings, I think Time Wall's pretty big. The swap as well helps quite a bit. We saw in the last game as well how the team swap can be very impactful, pulling everyone out of the pit so you can get the actual rejuice taken over at the mid boss. But something about this comp I'm just not feeling for ZP. They have okay damage, but I don't see a world that OCs is going to be allowed to farm on his Warden compared to having a Venator and Infernus on the other side.
Well, I think you kind of touch on a point I was going to go, is that the tension on OCs is a lot more palpable when you can actually punish the hero he's on. I think hunting down Amina, as we've seen, is easier said than done when someone like OCs is as good as they are, and things like E-Shift are now back into being a meta choice. I mean, based on just seeing Listic jump OCs with everyone, you see OCs still get away. Anything even half as impactful as that happens to a Warden, the Warden's going to go down. Also, Warden needs a lot more clearance in the game to have an impactful play. Like, truthfully, I think what Puckett said here is does Bebop have to hit every hook? Kinda, yeah. I think that is the one saving grace here, is that you think about player stories we've seen recently. If Leviathan were FPS Lounge and you had Erebus on Bebop, I'd look at this and be like, okay, this is a really bad draft, but maybe Erebus is going to make it happen. In this case for Leviathan, it is going to be enormous pressure for the Bebop to perform, but short of a Bebop masterclass, I feel like Abraham just runs away with this.
All right, now Sorry, I just learned that I could watch this game inside of the game and learn more from my favorite characters. ZP, if I'm a noob, I just got my invite to Deadlock. I'm now watching the night shift. How can I kind of dial in and follow Bebop in particular?
Well, yeah, the match ID here on the night shift, we don't block match IDs. You can always view it on the lower right part of your screen, go in game, and then, yeah, just click on Bebop. See what Bebop is up to if you want more dedicated Bebop cam. Although, for our point of view, broadcast-wise, we're going to be looking at Bebop a lot because, frankly, I think it's the main way that Leviathan is going to have any way of keeping this game competitive because, okay, also they have Paradox. It's double pick comp, so in theory, they have the ability to create a lot of pressure. I just think they're tasked with doing that against a much more stable composition, and they don't have tools like Amina to help solidify it either.
And Yoshi, hear me out. I know you watch the show occasionally. Earlier, the audio issue was not on your game. That was on us. Also, what if, you know how we're hanging out in the hideout, there's that awesome movie theater. What if we make the couch a little bit bigger for all of our friends, and then we make the Deadlock night shift? Big screen, just on the projector all the time, every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. It could be in the future when the game officially launches. No rush on it, just a thought out there. In the meantime, is the game ready? Solomon, ZP, do we need you to bust out the ruler? The commissioner, taking control, making sure the EU finals is official, that no cheating will occur, that no tickling will go down on the middle lanes, and everyone will go 2-2-2 splits.
You know, EU players are usually pretty good about getting the lobby quickly. It's not what we deal with in NA where, you know, for NA, we have things like FPS Lounge players going to the bathroom, particularly Letha getting thrown under the bus by his team multiple times for like, oh yeah, Letha's in the can, or, you know, I don't have to continue the story because the game's right.
We're good. Yep. Letha's story, we'll save that for later on another EU fill. For now, it's the Abraham's Leviathan episode 35 EU final presented by Shopify. Look at him dance. That's Shopee.
You know, Jason, is it a, you know, confession here to be like, I don't know if I dance as well as Shoppy. Like, Shoppy has more rhythm than me.
None of us do,
My question to Shoppy is, can they fix my dancing?
Ooh.
I think so.
It's possible. Can you create a business to fix Jason's dancing is the follow-up there, but...
Sidekicks be working extra hard on that one, but I think it's possible. You know, looking at the different comps, by the way, one thing that stands out to me that I didn't get to touch on just yet is actually Freemok. I feel like he's gonna have much more difficult of a time on Shiv to keep out a Venator and an Infernus from fights due to the fact that Infernus does a lot of damage over time, which is one of the biggest banes to Shiv. But also Venator has true damage with the way that he's built in the EU. So you can itemize all you want, but it's not gonna prevent that holy damage from coming at you. So I just don't think Freemok is gonna be that same kind of player in this game, or at least have the same role that he had in game one.
For starters, he's also going up against a lane that causes physical pain when I'm looking at it. Going against Sinclair Apollo, good God, man. The amount of poke and oppression coming out of that lane is unbelievable. It's no surprise that you're already at tower. The level that you have to play safe against that lane is really, really high, Jason. I mean, if Freemok and Irizumi can get out of mid lane without multiple deaths, it's gonna be a miracle.
Interesting enough as well that Tass is going to be on the Kelvin and Saint's going to be on the Sinclair. Typically when you see Kelvin, we always, you know, pin that to be a Saint hero. But we'll see how this one's actually going to play out for them in particular. And again, we see it together over on the Abrams and that mid lane, as you're saying, constantly being shoved back into their own base, into their own Guardian. Maybe one upside is for them. The left-hand side is keeping them shoved back as well here. We hit the 2-minute mark. Take a look at the minimap. You can already see Tass looking up for some boxes on that right-hand side. I think even OC's doing the same here on the Warden. But, man, what kind of pains me with Leviathan is that you can see the comp that they're running. You can see who OC's going to be on. And you can almost kind of predict how this game is actually going to play out and whether they're going to have success or not. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Warden just doesn't have the escapability, the survivability that Amina will have. And I don't think Warden can carry as easily as like Amina can, especially at like certain soul thresholds. I think Amina, you know, 5k ahead is gonna do way more than a Warden 5k ahead, but then again, they get a hook on a tower and everything I just said just means nothing.
I mean, this is the most winnable lane, I think, of the lanes they're up against for Abrahams. Infernus, Abrams, you know, if you land a good hook, is pretty dealable with by Bebop Warden. And Warden himself is one of the better laners in the game. And, you know, if you have to have a lane do well, ideally, you want the OC's lane to be the one that's doing it. So this is the ray of hope lane overall, I feel like, for Leviathan. The mid lane, we'll see. I mean, Saint got a little bit low earlier on. Like, it's been better, I think, for Freemok and Side than, or rather, Freemok and Irizumi than I might have thought at the beginning, but that lane is still dangerous. Wait, is Freemok actually committing here? Are they going for the full let's enable OCs no matter what? It may be the case. It's a 3-man rotation, or rather 3-man allocation into the left side, but Freemok quickly backs away as Saint was waiting in the wings.
Yeah, good read by Saint there. And honestly, I really needed read too, because I think that is the game plan for Leviathan. Get OCs fed, let him carry games. But as Freemok does return towards the middle lane, we put out some harass here. That's him and Irizumi just looking for that control themselves. On the right-hand side, we haven't really touched on the right-hand side with the TAS and Saudi Sniper combo. Kelvin Venator, that's very deadly, man. That is like the fact that you can take away your stamina or like reduce your stamina regeneration, have him for Venator, get a knockback into the wall with a gut shot. I still think there's some really good kill potential in this lane, especially when you get ultimates online.
Honestly, it's a lane that feels pretty good to play as the Ven Kelvin lane, but off in the middle, a little bit more pressure onto Bobby, and you know, hook over and in. Overseas able to connect onto the hook. The cage is there. That's a dead together, and the Bebop Warden lane continuing to output some real value here on the left, and the mid lane is surviving, Jason, for what could have been an apocalyptic lane. I think Freemok and Irizumi have acquitted themselves pretty well.
Yeah, they're holding steady, and I think that's probably the best they can hope for in that lane. I just want to point out really quickly, Overseas bought a slow and hex. So it doesn't matter who you hook in, you slow and hex them, they can't dash or charge away, they're going to eat that binding word, and you're almost getting the kill as quickly as you get the hook back off cooldown. That's disgusting.
Buff's going to be split. Survival buff over to Sanya, and a little bit of pressure on the Overseas. More like a lot of bit of pressure. Abrams full commit here from Overseas onto the Bebop. 130 HP and a Dream. Last stand though out from OCs. Actually creates a good amount of counter pressure. Gets parried, eats some good damage. The fists keep on coming in for Overseas. Just quick melee after quick melee. No parry available for a moment. And what could have been cleanup for OCs ends up being a quick retreat from the fearsome fists of Together.
Gentlemen, can I ask a quick question? There was a question from the chat. Is there a hyper beam spike that the pros are trying to play around?
I think it's just earn, right? I think that's the only really like big value you have with hyper beam is like earn and objective control.
Yeah, hyper beam is really good for pushing and keeping control over earn. Every now and then, like you get someone in a bad spot, you can use it for a kill, but that's usually.
Because apparently it's going to be great for 10 minutes and then it's going to be useless. All right, Chatter 5.
I mean, it's not useless if you go for hyper beam build, but I don't think you see those kind of builds at this high level of play. You're more based around like utility or your gun damage, but hyper beam can do some serious work. And but right now, Sun Sniper has to do some serious work if he wants to escape this one. That's
look at that
coming on through, plus the survival buff.
4 people in the frozen shelter, just give you an idea of who was in there. Rayek, though, able to find the fish on the Sanya. That is so neat, Jason, that we have that ability to track that, courtesy of track.
Hit us with a replay then. Let's see it again. You know, I'm down to see it again, if even it takes a minute of time to make sure we have the clip, because I didn't fully catch it. I was more looking at Sonic Sniper if he can survive that battle. And the first guard in the game will be going down this left-hand side, even though Abrahams have been on the losing end of this lane.
All right. And Leviathan, in large part because of the left lane with OCs.
I saw that one.
Oh. But does leave Bobby pretty low, and you know, while you're evasive as Apollo, this is maybe a bridge too far. Into the underground you go, just a sliver of HP, but maybe there's not going to be a chase down here. At this point, you let that one go.
You know, even with the catch at Overseas, with him going down to the fisticuffs together, he's still got to kill into Arzo. And OC's, he's at 5.6. Like, he's off to a very strong start right now, which is obviously what you want to see happen. But I do wonder, is he going to be able to do so when he's left alone in that left-hand side, where he's very susceptible to being ganked?
Oh, Leviathan down 2K in the aggregate, and no big stories yet in terms of allocation side. You know, OC's being a little ahead on Warden, but nothing to write home about here just yet. Guardian presence though, Overseas able to get the Guardian down. off on the left. Good tidings here for Leviathan.
You know, picking Warden with an Infernus on the table, I still feel like it's such a risky thing to do. I mean, it's not as big of a deal anymore if you're not building like towards Spirit, or I guess more so hybrid. I believe OC's, I believe he goes mostly gun. One of the few like pure gun Wardens that we see. I could be wrong on this one. Feel free to correct me, ZP, if I am. And Freemock, he might be in for some pain here against Tass. I don't really see him escape this. He has rest to lock it, but only 4 charges isn't going to heal it that much.
However, you got Shiv movement. You got the reverse onto the high ground into Gone, and you don't end up giving up the kill, and the 400 unsecured, you're just holding. Just Shiv moment, as it were.
Oh.
But look in the mid, Abraham's.
New Sour Patch Kids Fruit Riot. Nature's candy just got candier.
Look at there, Ray was a little bit further back, but also not to the point of committing. So Abraham's like at Midgardian, they're able to back out. None worse for the wearer. But Jason, it's 30 seconds until next set of buffs and Urn, and to me that has my eyes glued to the left side of the map.
Oh, for sure. And before we get to that point, we're seeing that like Rake's being given farm in middle, Freemock's being gifted farm on the right hand side. Currently the second highest souls on his team at 7.6k. Well, about to be at 7.6. They're still committing 2 players to the right hand side. So are they actually going to give up the Urn initial take to get down a Guardian when it's only Sonya there to defend against it? And there is a world they could push this lane and actually get a walker out of this one. But they're pushing mid, they're pushing right hand side. They're definitely getting up the initial control of this Urn to be secured for Abrahams. Instead, they're going for objectives to kind of equalize the soul lead a little bit.
I mean, we'll see if this turns into a full-on push for a right walker, but yeah, Urn pickup should be relatively free for Abrahams. Well, if you're Rake, you love little gifts like that. Movement on Celeste. Just amplifying what's already top in class, but instead, it's going to be Urn pickup to Abrahams and a lane push onto Walker on the right, and Sanya goes down. So now with no one there to defend, this is going to be free damage on to the right Walker, you would think. You're going to get the rotation from Saint here to try and slow things down, and it's not a full commit in any case, as you had Sai lead off. So it's not the full 3 there. They just get Sanya back off, and now more focus on the simply contesting the Urn.
I mean, turning in this Urn, though, with the Vistus on the other side is going to be a bit difficult. You have Frozen Shelter. Well, I would say it's going to be difficult. Also with the Bebop there, but he gets the turn in either way. They still lose a guard on the mid lane. So they've lost all 3 Guardians in the last minute and a half, equalizing the souls at 51k apiece. This left-hand side might get some pressure onto the Walker. Ours is being forced to deal with it, as well as Sanya. It looks like the teams will just back away unless they're somehow going to skirmish here with a catch onto Arza.
Interestingly enough, I think leaving Overseas to contest Urn was kind of smart there. You either land the hook and thus prevent the turn in entirely, or in that case, I think Overseas got a really significant amount of denies there, which takes away some of the blunt of giving up Urn. I'd have to go back and look, but Bebop is one of the best characters in the game at just quickly hitting the orbs in that situation, and I think Overseas may have gotten at least half. So in terms of allocation, really not the worst from Leviathan in dealing with the Urn.
Yeah, so Bolt Life still picked up here. Probably going for a Vamp Burst at some point. Hollow Point coming up as well. Once he's at 12Ks. I mean, he's keeping even with Sanya, but for me, a Warden even with the other M1 carry isn't good enough, in my opinion. I feel like you need to still be ahead of them. And again, if he's not going glass cannon build, it's a little, you have a little bit more leeway with that.
Well, the one thing Wardens have been mixing in more often now, kind of blast from the past, you're seeing a lot more Wardens mix in Berserker as an extra damage add. And okay, speaking of Berserker, about to lose some health here for OCs. No Berserker to be had. Chased down from 3 members of Abrahams, but does OCs have enough movement to get out? Pretty nice, able to hit the ledge there. Domini brought on out, crossbow, first shot fired. Still 2 more in the tank. Another shot hits, but OCs has nearly gotten clearance here and gets the backup from Irizumi.
It does open up the ability for them to take some of the jungle if they wanted to. And OC surviving is definitely the most important part, but he is going to be missing quite a bit of farm in the left-hand lane because of this pressure, which is going to be picked up by Overseas. I mean, he's not going to complain, but I think OC's might. And Sonic's now at 13k. A lot of presence on his lane initially on that right-hand side as he was taken down near that walker before the Urn was picked up. He's being gifted to the left-hand side. And Freemok, well, we talked about not really having the ability to do as much in this game as he did in the past. In our last matchup, we've already seen him get punished. A nice little pickup. I mean, there's just nowhere for him to go with the slow and with the shoulder charge together. He's definitely gonna have a tough time this game.
Well, the pick goes the way of Abrahams. Leviathan, meanwhile, pulling over 3 people to the left. Actually 4. You count Celeste, who's playing a little bit of interference with Sanya. But none of the situation is such that Leviathan can actually stay and do meaningful damage to the walkers. So, gonna be a bit of a reset back to neutral. Both teams back up to full strength. Let me just take a look at Rake grabbing his own side centers.
Yeah, can we maybe get a check-in with like player damage done so far in the game? I'm curious about where it's mostly stacked up on. And obviously, did not expect Irizumi to be at 8.1. He was the highest for his team as Freemok hits a good slice and dice here.
As it turns out, Splatter does a lot of damage. Like at the end game damage stats, anytime Irizumi's been on Viscous, like you do the deeper breakdown and like 40%, if not 50% of the total damage is a combination of Splatter and Tank Buster. You wouldn't think Splatter does that much damage, but weirdly enough, it does. Also, there's the weird interaction here, Jason, where if you're tasked, you really don't want to put Irizumi into a frozen dome because then you just get ultra splattered within the confines of the dome.
Are you surprised to see ZXC though? He's only at 4k on the Apollo so far. I think he's lowest in the game at the moment.
Not too surprising. I don't actually think Bobby has been in that many fights other than the mid lane, but we got a hook here from Overseas. Buffs spawning, immediately getting grabbed by Together and OCs respectively. OCs getting a little bit scammed. Casting buff as Warden, probably the least prio at this point in the game. Long removed from the Spirit Warden days, and yeah, Wardens, you know, Jason, Wardens don't even put points in the last stand now until the very end. But we gotta look at OCs. Swap is out here on the right.
There's a fight on right and there's a fight on left. The Urn is gonna be on this right hand side to be picked up. Currently, no one holding it just yet. And we'll have the pickup coming out of Rayek. Well, there's like a 3-on-2 happening on the left-hand side trying to protect the actual turn-in, but with these kills coming on through, the kill behind the walker, I think there was out of Freemok there onto Together with the serrated blades coming on through. And they have opened up an opportunity to get this Urn turned in. The problem is Rayek's been just put into the closet here with 2 players right outside of it trying to survive for his life. There's no frozen shelter. And the backup's finally going to be here. Freemok joins in the party. The Urn is going to reset. And while this is happening, we're seeing Arzo actually push onto the walker, so his teammates are trying to buy him some time here for some free walker damage.
Rayek is still alive, by the way, as Bobby nearly gets put into a blender, and Freemok lands the last little bit of damage. Also may have had a knife on him, didn't quite see. But Urn is going to be controlled by Leviathan. However, Abraham's able to get a walker for their troubles, so they may have given up some kills, and they may about to be giving up Urn. They got walker, and a little bit of back and forth between Arzo and Bobby. I think if that turns into a bigger fight, rather Arzo and Rayek.
Bro, you just helped him with that charge. You just got him to the turn-in. Together. Wrong team, wrong team. You get the turn-in for free here, Leviathan. I mean, I guess free is technically relative since they did lose a walker on the right-hand side of the map, but that was interesting.
And, you know, as the dust settles from all that, Jason, still 85k to 85k. Abraham's at a notable edge, though. Still in control of all of their walkers. The sole difference on the map, though, is kind of interesting. Where Abraham's, you know, multiple moments in this game where they're pretty significantly ahead, as now it's back to even.
Yeah, I'm looking at that graph. I'm like, wow, they have a huge lead. And then I look at the actual points of souls. It's like 5k, which I you know, to be fair, 17 minutes 5k is pretty substantial. But with the Urn turned in, with the walker advantage for Abrahams, I don't know where I see this next fight happening. We need to start seeing for Leviathan the 2 pick heroes being utilized, and maybe have the paradoxical swap come in. Maybe the body words all they need as Dixie goes down once against that 4k damage we talked about before, just being locked down quite a bit. A stolen paradoxical swap not going to connect. And Leviathan, they're starting to pick up some steam here. I feel like the momentum is definitely swaying towards them here now.
If they could get Ven, it would be huge. The big rotation from Leviathan into the left side. They're stuck in the chapel. The frozen shelter is out. Here comes Sanya, trying to make the most of this in the dome. The dome is gone. One more shot in the can. Nearly enough to take down Fremok. Ends up dodging the swap. How much longer can Sanya survive right now? Out of cooldowns just about on Ven. Still got the gut shot. Drops it towards the end. Enough for Saint to come in and kill Fremok. Sanya still alive. Pops a Dispel Magic. Low HP. Last little bit of damage here coming out of Overseas. Enough to finally take down Sanya. But Abraham's getting a little bit extra in turn. They lose together though as they rotate back in. So Leviathan's still able to kind of warp this to their advantage. And they might be about to get Saint.
That's a small cube coming on through. And we talked about momentum switch for Leviathan. We're seeing it right here, right now, with 4 big kills already had come through. They take a walker on top of this, and now they're sporting an 11k lead just about that. Tiny Wonder coming on through, a Tiny Lasan as well. I think that's going to connect onto OCs, but he's still relatively healthy for now. And he also has support of Rake off to his side. He might just possibly be able to escape this one. He's actually being pressured down by Tass. Please tell me someone's going to kill him. Surely.
Wait, that was a huge amount of HP restored. I think it was just a locket coming on in. OC's still with HP. The Apollo chase down. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. The power of the extra HP. And that was all Dispel Magic, actually. No locket required.
You know, OC's showing us that Warden's a lot more nimble. The Fat Man is a lot faster around the map than we expected. Doesn't have to be on Mina for some good movement. There's the Berserker you talked about before being picked up too. And honestly, this big swing, it's only netted down to about 5k now, but they still could turn this into another kill with Bobby getting caught out another time. Inside's just backed away. Periscope swap no longer yet to be used. But Tass still falls. I think Overseas hit a hook there on towards him. And Leviathan just maintained this one-man advantage.
Leviathan with so many people in mid that arguably it could have been another opportunity, but looking at the chase down on left, is Bobby caught here? Bobby's at half HP. No, Bobby's able to get onto the zip. It's fine for now. So it's an edge for Leviathan, but not one where they can immediately slam mid-boss in turn. Still, it gives them an easy earn pickup, and for Abrahams, you don't really have trades on the table here. Your lane health is miserable for Abrahams. You are fully pushed up in every lane. Even contesting earn comes at a bit of a penalty here. Is Arzo just getting jumped? I think Arzo's just getting jumped on left.
Yes, he is. He's down. There's no objective to take over there, though. There's no walker to take in middle either. So it's not like they're going to accomplish too much off of this. I think it's all about take this earn away from them if we can. Push before they can reinforce. And you can see Tass trying to do so, trying to dislodge it out of the hands. I think that's Sai, who eventually does drop it down. And they have the men here surrounded, but they've lost it on Tass. They're actually at a man disadvantage now because everyone in Leviathan are going to be here for this earn turn-in.
Another interruption onto the earn. And the team lockout. Okay, so the lockout buys Abrahams a bit of time, but I don't think it's time they can do anything for. I think this is just annoying to Leviathan, makes a potential mid-boss pivot less likely. But yeah, Abrahams gives it on up. And, you know, for everything said about the draft at the beginning, Abrahams, they've really been caught out in a lot of these scrappy engagements here, Jason. I think part of it is, you know, some of the pressure that you're getting from what's effectively a double pick comp.
I mean, Overseas, I think we said is the best Bebop player at EU. It was always a battle between like him, Tass, and D-Mob, and then Hoot was mixed in there a bit too. But honestly, Overseas always came out on top when it came to my rankings. And I think he's showing why, man. These hooks he's hitting are pretty damn spot on, especially when it came to laning phase with him paired up with OCs.
Also, Jason, all the cast, we didn't even like talk about it, but also mid walker for Abrahams is gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, that's just, you know, the lane pressure that has come in here from Leviathan. Off these picks, like small skirmishes have gone in their favor, has put Abrahams in a very ugly spot. Now, Abraham's late game is still pretty good here, but now they have to deal with realities that ideally you wouldn't have to deal with, like a Warden being ahead of the game. Well, now you have to deal with that, among other things.
Wait, but because of Sinclair, though, I'll say, at least they have the deterrent. As long as Saint doesn't die, I don't think you can realistically expect Leviathan to go for a mid-boss take. I think Leviathan have to respect it, like what we saw with Obi Kim up against Loki W in our Challenger match. So at least you take away like one objective for them. But if Saint gets caught on dying, then the real opportunity is going to be there. But we're already seeing Fremont go up against Arzo, and the damage is quite real here. 600 already taking from the burn. But Oasis is here, and he's ready to fight, and he wants a kill. Oh no, it's stolen last stand. So anyways, that didn't do much. Can we actually check it with Oasis to see what he's maxed? Is it going to be Cage?
It would have to be. I mean, the standard Warden build, you get everything. You don't max shield right away. You get Flask max first into Cage max.
Good.
2 points in shield. And okay, this is a little bit different. Like, he's leveled up more the ult than expected here. Usually some of that goes to the shield first, but
he's got Bobby power. He's got his like spirit investment at least. Oh, last stand out of a rabbit.
Bear in mind, last stand still a partially cosmetic ult at times, so it doesn't really matter if it ends up getting lost. We'll see. This is turned into any form pick. Bobby was able to get away, and now Arzo coming back the other end, off the dash, concussive combustion. Maybe Abraham's time to look for a pick here. Hook onto Arzo. Arzo just getting everything thrown at him. It's pandemonium in a small room. And Arzo getting saved by the frozen shelter. I love that UI change. The fact that we can see that. Sanya takes on Arizumi post frozen shelter. And now, clean pick for Abraham's. New opportunity. Arzo may be wounded, but you're the team with Sinclair, Jason, and this means you're way more willing to go mid-boss off just one pick.
Yeah, but you're going to lose another walker. You got to make up for 2 walkers with this rejuve if you can take it cleanly. Hyperion coming in from the side of Overseas does at least pull together away, and also the hook helps pull him away even further. Turn Fire being used as well to dispel to get rid of the bomb to drop it on that ground. And Rake's here ready to party. He's ready to have some fun here, and fun he will have. As Bobby's going to go down right away, continue to charge straight forward into them, making this mid-boss turnaround.
Oh, but they've delved a little bit too deep. Fremont getting burned alive by the dash. They lose together. Oasis on the Saint, and wait, Arzo's just doing so much work right now. It was up over the top. I think there was just tons of dash damage in these areas where if you're underneath Infernus, you can't really get away. I mean, it's a very advantageous spot to fight with Infernus, so it ends up being a 2 for 2. Something I think if you're Leviathan, you're happy with, because that easily could turn the mid-boss versus Sinclair. Wait, Arzo just taking the fight here versus Oasis. You got a Kelvin nearby, but you know, a little bit risky to square up.
I mean, I still think, even though Leviathan lost 2, they stopped the mid-boss take, and they got 3 kills. They technically still came out ahead in that, and they prevent the mid-boss from being taken. I think they should be very happy with that. Obviously, if they didn't lose those 2 players, that could have been a mid-boss take themselves. It could have been a lot more taken from this, but they prevent Abrahams from getting the clean take. They continue to power up OCs and Rake even further. Rake at 30,000 souls. And obviously, Arzo is a bit of a problem, but the thing is, you only have 1 Dispel Magic. There's a lot of things you need to cleanse off here. He's got to be very, very careful. I think Arzo honestly has the toughest job out of anyone at Abraham's, because he needs to use that Dispel Magic at the perfect moments if he ever wants to escape and survive these fights.
I think if you're Abraham's, you go for a pick here and you don't even worry about Urn. Like, if you can get a pick and go to mid-boss, you're okay giving up Urn. Although...
How do they get the pick, though?
The way it's looking at the moment, I think you just run its own... Wait, they're just mid-boss. They're actually just full in mid while this is going on, going, you can have the Urn. We know one person isn't here. The Rejuve's coming on down. The Hyper Beam off on the outside. Tass already gone. Concussive Combustion in. Arzo gets 1 Rejuve. All 3 charges go the way of Abraham's. Let's see how the rest of the fight goes. Together, off into the staircase. Up close in action here with Abrams. Followed up by the Sinclair. All 3 Rejuves still up here for Abraham's. Even as Sanya gets hooked. Sanya got hooked off from Overseas. Burns 1 Rejuve charge, but you still got to deal with the vendor right on after.
And the fight is not done just yet. Dixie going back in to take on Fremont. Together he's going to be hooked in. That's going to be another Rejuve now gone. Only 1 remaining left to go here. And they may actually turn this into a kill onto Together. He gets back in, gets back towards base, and it looks like they will survive, but only 1 Rejuve remaining. Was it really a win for them?
I gotta say, shout out to Tracklock for giving us the UI benefit here, because I don't think we would have seen on our screen that Overseas got the hook on the Sanya that caused the kill. Like, we saw Sanya go down, but I just saw the hook icon on Sanya off screen into Sanya dying. It's like, yeah, Overseas did that. And Overseas also got the hook that took down another Rejuve right after. So part of why it's from 3 crystals down to 1, you gotta look to Overseas. Oh, the sneakiest of hooks, but it's on Sinclair, so it doesn't matter.
I think he popped his Spectral Assistant before the Stone Hex hit him. Now that was a big change that people were hoping for, that Sinclair could still use his assistant even while slowed and silenced, I believe. But yeah, some big hooks again. Overseas, I would still say he's the best Bebop in EU for sure. He just doesn't play the same kind of Bebop we see in NA with, you know, the likes of John or Erebus. He's not really like a carry in the sense of doing damage. He's a carry in terms of, I'll get you hooks that'll win his games.
Abraham's in the weird spot that you don't get all that often where, guys, we got Rejuve, but also we're down 20k. Oh, and another hook connects, this time not on someone with as easy as an escape on the Abrams, but also someone who might not care about getting hooked in. Pops a return fire and says, let's rumble. Walks on forward, but you know what wasn't engaged, turning to a quicker retreat into Paradox Carbine. Swap together. You're not out of here just yet. Bear in mind too, together doesn't get Rejuve. He already used his charge if he dies.
They have Frozen Shelter though, and he's sticking close towards Tass. And he might need to pop it here actually to survive, and that's going to be actually Psy going down, the Sonya Sniper. Arzo used up the last Rejuve, and Fremok's going to be stuck inside the dome with the Bash Brothers of Abrams and Kelvin. He's really not taking too much damage, to be perfectly fair. Radiant Regeneration provided him a lot of extra healing here. He doesn't have the ability to really escape Sonya anymore, I'd say.
Bobby takes down Arizumi while you're watching the dome, and then down at 1,000 HP, eating all sorts of damage from afar. Not backing up whatsoever. Drops a consecrating grenade from afar, and oh my word, if that had hit from overseas. Still fishing even towards the end of the fight.
Wait, Together and Saint aren't out yet. They're still near the Walker. Tass is there too. They're not like stopping the rod here. They're not stopping the push, and they might come at the life here of Together. He's gonna fall, but they just take the Walker. It's only one remaining now for Leviathan. Overseas is still looking for a hook here. Certainly he's not gonna hit one. I'm just watching. Oh, he hit it. He hit it on Saint. But it's still a Sinclair.
It's still Sinclair. Honestly, the biggest hype killer here, where I mean, it's like, haha, a hook. Yeah, but Sinclair. Now, if he didn't have Spectral Assistant down beforehand, it'd be a little bit more exciting, but.
He's still being chased, though. He's enemy territory.
Wait, that's ridiculous. If Overseas actually completes the chase down onto the most evasive character, where, you know, is a Spectral Assistant in reserve, that'd be something. But he is deep in the enemy territory. Like, incredibly deep.
You can hear the robot coming.
We've actually turned in the Dead by Daylight Deadlock edition.
DBD.
It got the decay. Oh no! Irizumi with the unintentional get down, Mr. President. Wait, that decay has ticked him down so much.
Okay. Eventually he'll get out. But the Urn's still being ran. ZXC goes down. The Urn's going to be turned in for Leviathan. And they're still applying pressure on Asanya in towards middle. They're actually going to kill into him. He's most certainly going to fall. And while we're watching this amazing chase happen, Leviathan actually take a lot around the map.
Arzo has just become, what is your purpose? I solo attack walkers. Except this time, probably dies before the walker dies. It's last walker, it has more HP, and there's a lot of people ready at this point.
8k for Rig. I mean, the sustain at Arzo was quite crazy there with the infuser. Healed up quite a bit under that walker. But Rig at 8k, almost 9. OC's at 38,000. It's actually becoming quite troubling. Now, honestly, I think we still both agree that like Abraham's had the better composition, but Overseas has been just doing God's work. These hooks. Well, I wish we had a stat of how many hooks he's landed so far.
Okay, so we did have the small disclaimer on the draft of going, if you had a Bebop that pulled the Erebus, who knows? Like, Bebop does have that X factor of, well, the other team can have the stronger comp, but we have a Bebop. And it puts a lot of pressure on the Bebop to perform. However, you take a look at the results here so far, and I mean, clearly Overseas has lived up to that standard and then some.
Can't believe you're putting Overseas and Erebus in the same sentence.
Yeah, I know you're going for the angles like Erebus isn't nearly that good.
No, it's just that Overseas is like the original OG with Bebop. At least for sure in EU. We have we have some great Bebops in NA, but they're just different types. They're carry, like damage carry Bebops. They're not hook enabler pick Bebops. Even has a inhibitor picked up now. Hunter Zora weighted shots. Escalating is gonna be quite nice here if he hits any of these serrated blades onto anyone. Oh my god. I saw a world where that hook hits, but Saint just preemptively gets out.
Also 40k Warden, but still actually counterbalanced by a 39k Sanya. Like relative to the team farm, Sanya's farm total more wild.
Allergies can trigger asthma exacerbations and sinus disease, so conquer them head on with the help of a board.
Abraham's has been getting, so Arzo's farm also pretty solid. Like, even though the gap between these two teams is roughly, what is that, like 30k right now? 50, or is that 40k? I think that's 40k. A little bit under.
Before a hook happens, and then you're having to fight 5v6. It's proven to be very difficult against Leviathan because Izumi obviously gives you a lot of mobility and a lot of safety with these cubes. I think Abraham's like together, he's not going towards a Phantom Strike, if I remember correctly, the items he had. So what is their engage? It's Saint hitting a Rabbit Hex? Is that really it? Is it Tash trying to get a dome, but you can't really do that?
I mean, part of the engage maybe just waiting for Leviathan to mess up, but I think it's telling the level of impact Sinclair has on a game that normally, I think with this big of an advantage, you can make the case to simply go mid-boss, even with everyone up. You can't do that when Sinclair's on the other side. So the fact that Sinclair basically stops Leviathan from completing what would otherwise be a game-winning advantage is, you know, it has to be a little bit frustrating. But okay, Arzo getting chased down. Rayake looking for the Infernus. Shining Wonder already out. Down the half HP is Arzo. Arzo still taking the fight. Flame Dash gonna be dropped, and wait, here comes the Cavalry looking for the punish now on the Rake. The Rake go a little bit too deep. You're Celestial mobile, but you got the rest of Abraham's all over you. Get hit with the Slowing Hex, 50 HP and gone. The left hook from together mid-air. And is it gonna be clean? Can Leviathan get anything else towards the end here? You got multiple people set up in the Veil just waiting for the hook that never comes.
Well,
I
you
don't
said it
know about the
perfectly, right?
bebop.
Go on.
Well,
Is that a soundboard? Was that a soundboard or Puckett? You said it though perfectly, ZP. You gotta wait for the Leviathan to mess up, and it was Raid going for the deep chase on Arzo, and now it might be OCs getting caught by Rabbit Hex.
this would be game over. If OCs gets caught here, Jason, I don't know if there's recovery. You got three members there, and okay, they leave. But now they're looking at the Freemok. Freemok at a sea of enemies. But it's also Freemok. Has good mobility, has unstoppable, and actually the enemy's running away from Freemok.
Yeah, they're going mid-boss?
They're going mid-boss, but
Oh, I don't know about this. There's a lot of damage that Leviathan could do here.
this is very, very risky. Even with Rayake not here, even with a 6-on-5 and a Sinclair, Abraham's betting the game on this mid-boss. And Sanya's dead already! Sanya dead before the rejuve is able to be hit. All three rejuves, though, go the way of Abraham's. However, they're likely to go away as soon as they've gotten. Frozen Shelter comes out. It's a pretty big one. Hits multiple people. But two rejuves already gone from Abraham's. And Leviathan, more than willing to try and clean up some of the scraps. Hook just hitting Arzo. So look here. Flame Dash, though, I think Flame Dash is doing all sorts of damage. It just doesn't seem to be enough. Together, Taz both got fall. And Abraham's, the good news here is, Jason, you got the mid-boss. The bad news, you've gotten team wiped.
Yeah, that does sound like bad news to me, ZP. That sounds like horrible news. Dixie might be able to escape away from this one. But a big turnaround. I mean, you just saw the damage coming through. Honestly, I wasn't really 100% sure that Leviathan were going to be able to secure that one because Arzo was alive with Infuser and Flame Dash. That's a lot of damage. You're putting down a lot of sustainability. But man, you cannot underestimate how much AoE damage Leviathan have with like Hyper Beams, with Last Stand, with Splatter, the Puddle Punch, not to mention the Gooball running around, killing Sonny before the fight even began with the Gooball, running him over to his death. Completely open up the opportunity for Leviathan now to take this first map in the series.
Leviathan in an absolutely awesome position to finish this off, a 50,000 soul lead. You don't have any Rejuvenator hits, so you can't stay for the finish. But for Abraham's, you are so far in the hole souls-wise. I don't know if you get another gift like we just saw with Rayake being hit. Also, we just look at the soul difference, which has clearly gone out of hand. Can we look at the golden statue difference? Because Leviathan's had way more control of the map for a much longer period of time, and
jeez, 55 to 34 between the two M1s. I mean, you're seeing 440 HP, 39% damage, 17% fire rate. But to hold off on that though, because ours is going in combustion, looking for the 1v1 against Overseas. And honestly, I think there's a world that Arzo actually should be able to win on that 1v1. But will his teammates be alive after he's done with it? Probably not. And that's Sonic going down once again. OC is just proving that Warden can be strong. Crippling headshot chimed in on. They pick up 2 more kills, and this base, it has to be a stage 1 patron for sure.
No, stage 1 patron is already hit. It's stage 2. This is end of game. Together is gone. Another hook towards the end. Is the assistant there? Maybe not this time. Saint has been the great escape artist this entire game, about to go down along with the Archmother. The HP dwindling away, and Leviathan off the back of some incredible hooks and pressure. They take game 1 from Abrahams.
Is Overseas the EU Erebus? We're about to find out. The Bebop finds first blood. Leviathan takes down Abrahams, our returning champions, on the back foot. It's getting spicy, Kaplan. This game, 50K difference towards the end. It was not always that big of a difference throughout the middle portion. Walk me through the key victories. Where did Leviathan start to pull away?
I want to say it was some bit of the macro play. The thing is, they got, what was it, 2 walkers, the left and the mid lane walker for relatively free, with no one really to contest them, even though Arzo got the right hand side on them. But the fact that like Overseas was hitting these hooks, I think opened up the opportunities for them to actually turn this one around. ZP, I think I would say if they didn't have Bebop being played this game, I don't think Leviathan actually would have won this match because of how impactful his hooks were.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to this idea that you can have a better draft on paper and the other team can have a Bebop, and the Bebop team can still win. What more can you say? Overseas had so many impactful picks, and Leviathan was able to play the double pick comp well enough to keep Abrahams off their tempo for most of the game. So even with Abrahams having, on paper, a far superior composition, it doesn't account for Overseas just being a continual menace with great pick after great pick. And as far as the rest of the team goes, OC's was very reliable on the Warden. I'd also say for Abrahams, in terms of people that were underperforming, wasn't a good game for Bobby. Probably one of the weaker Apollo showings we've seen on multiple avenues.
Cowboy, I wanted to ask you, how much of this was the fact that Fremont is the best Shiv in the game?
I think a good portion. I think there's definitely room to talk about him for sure. Because there was a couple opportunities or a couple of moments where ZP points out he's entirely behind enemy lines with like 3-4 players around him, and he still manages to escape, still manages to survive. I still feel like he did create some space quite a bit. I wouldn't say he was as impactful as he was in game 1 because there was just no way he could zone out a Sonya Sniper or an Arzo on their 2 respective heroes. But he still was a nuisance, and I think Fremont had probably some of the lowest deaths on his team as well. I think obviously OC should be number 1, I would guess here, but he stayed alive. He was still a nuisance. He still did some damage, and it brought opportunities for Overseas to hit these hooks. I think he very well did his job, but just in a bit of a different style this time.
Chad and I agree. We think it's Together's turn next game. Let's give the Shiv to the other side and see what's happened. So far, Shiv is perfect on the night shift for episode 35, and OCs continues to lead the way on the Rainbow Party. We've got total souls 53K, 9 kills, 69,000 player damage, though, ZP. You look on the right side of the screen, that's about 3 other players combined.
Yeah, it's a big ol' bunch of damage there. The Rainbow being assembled. Also, this has kind of been brought up before. I think it was being even talked about in the watch party this week, and we were watching, Death Slam Invitational. But I gotta say, when it comes to Abrahams, I would kind of prefer if they banned the Sinclair, because I don't think, relative to what some of the other teams have gotten in Sinclair, that they get as much as other teams. Like, Saint is just this ultimate utility Sinclair, but does not really generate damage on that character almost ever. And I think the Sinclairs that are really impactful, like you'll see Psy have a much bigger contribution to the team. So for Abrahams, I think it's a little bit of a liability if they have to invest early picks in the Sinclair because he's so good for all the other reasons of the game. Because I don't know if they actually get the combat value from Saint playing it that they would from Saint playing like almost any other hero.
Sinclair may be riding the struggle bus. I also think there's a losing streak now for Kelvin. We got to get back to our pick priority at the end of this show and review how the meta is changing. Hopefully your ranked games are looking a little similar to what's going on the left side of the screen with Irazumi. Very entertaining on the Viscus. Is that a character we expect to see more of, Kaplan? I know we're looking for sidekicks in this match.
I mean, the fact that he has 40,000 damage done is a good sign. A good indicator that you probably will see it again if it doesn't get banned away. He did more than Saint together did combined. That kind of shows. Also, his mid game, or not his mid game, his mid boss presence on the goo ball we saw in the last rejuve, taking on Sonny before he had a chance to actually get one for himself was super impactful. So the damage he was putting out was really good. He also had some great cubes. Yeah, did his job. Definitely a big threat.
When we saw those perma buffs for OCs, was that from all of the golden statues, or is that just
What up,
his
Papa? How you doing, dude?
and doing all the objectives throughout the game, ZP?
Sorry, I was dealing with something player-related background.
Golden
Rephrase the question.
statues, yeah, from the golden the Buddhas that we see on the map, all those golden statues plus the sinners picking up, really stacking his golden statue buffs overall. And the thing is, you see 53k souls, but realistically, he's probably upwards of like 60 to 65k because the amount of impact he gets from those buffs.
50k soul difference, 20 kill difference. ZP, final thoughts on this one? Sorry.
Final thoughts for me is that I think Abrams came in with a pretty good plan. I think things that fell apart was I'm not convinced about Bobby on the Apollo. Didn't seem to be one of his
Locked
better
in my
characters.
first
I think Saint
type
historically
Souls
gets a
type
little
of
bit
game.
less out of
What's it
Sinclair than
called?
Other Sinclairs.
Yeah.
And overseas on Bebop was a menace. The Bebop X Factor remains alive and well here in the night shift. And
That
for
must be different for you, though.
I'm curious if they either prioritize it or ban it.
I don't think I've ever played a Souls game either.
Aside from that, generally
Lords of the
speaking,
Fallen.
they've looked way better than Leviathan
Huh.
over the last week.
During the break,
Let's take a
we'll be
peek. Let's see
bribing
what
to
this
make sure
gameplay is
goes
all
to a game
about.
free.
ZP, of course.
Put it in the chat. We'll be back. More of the night shift after this.
They're on a break anyway. Let's see.
Information
Let's
matters.
see.
Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The track
The
log app
sequel?
changes that, offering in
Let's go to Twitch. Got hit with pre-rolls. This guy doesn't know the secrets. No shot, he's AFK after I spent 30 seconds waiting through his ads. No shot. Alright, he's moving. Walk around with a lantern and reveals another realm while you're in the current realm. Dark fantasy action RPG and a reboot of the 2014 game. That was the first Lord. See what is categorized on Steam as. So you having fun with it? How long have you played it for so far? Oh, it's on Epic Games.
Onwards you march, eh? I hope it's not for any kind of glory, because you won't find a sniff of that in Mondstadt. And certainly I hope it's not in the name of the hallowed Sentinels, because take my word for it, they're no better than the Rogar. I've got many a scar
Co-op,
to prove it.
cross-platform, online multiplayer, action RPG. Okay. We're on PlayStation, so I got it on there, but you can have up to 4 people. Oh, okay. I would get so bored with this. Doesn't look like my kind of game. Those are a bunch of skulls on a stick. Crazy. Been locked in on Deadlock? Yeah, I went from Predecessor to Deadlock. Just because it was, Pred was getting really stale. Yeah, I just been grinding that. Been thinking of going back to playing chess a little bit too. When I get sick of Deadlock, because my game pool is slowly shrinking. My PC's getting really old, so I can't even stream Overwatch anymore. Or Rivals. I would really like this game to go hit console, but they might just keep it PC exclusive, which kind of sucks. Spellcasters, is it any good? I played Spellcasters for like, I don't know, maybe a half an hour to an hour when it was during the testing phase. It seemed okay, but I think it needed a lot of work. There was something off about Spellcasters to me. I think it was like maybe like the movement mechanics with the shooting or something. It just like didn't feel smooth. But I have been playing a lot of Deadlock, so whatever game I go to try, if it doesn't feel like as polished, I'm like, I don't really want to waste my time with it. Which is kind of unfair because Valve has a bajillion dollars to throw at anything they want to make.
John69 just found his diamond in the chat. Nice. Welcome back, everybody. It's the night shift. It's episode 35. ZP just got done banning people, timing them out, putting the chat in order, telling them to calm down. We're going to a game.
Sick of Pred low-key, they're fucking the game up. Yeah, I think so too. I agree. Once a bunch of the people started leaving the company to go work for like Apex and Rivals and just these devs constantly leaving, I was like, yeah, okay, something's kind of wrong here.
Also, I think you have other things to look at here, like not letting OCs get Mina.
I think until Predecessor either changes the map, adds another objective, adds maybe another item into each player. They got rid of Nitro, yeah, which is dumb. But before they even got rid of Nitro, they made it so that towers could like take damage over time. Like they've been making wrong decision after wrong decision, I feel, for 2 patches now. And I'm not gonna come back. Like a new hero is not gonna make me come back. They need to do more than just a new hero for me to come back. Because I'm not gonna grind for the Amber to unlock them for 10k Amber or whatever. See Daybreak? Yeah, I did. I mean, the map's okay, but like, you need more than that. They have to do more than that. I know they don't have a lot of money, but it's just not enough to keep people. And their player base, they can't afford to lose players. They just can't. They probably have, what, 10,000 maximum players?
Is there a hero? I mean, look, I think for me, I think Arzo was still doing God's work in that last game as
they're just not doing enough, unfortunately, in the space.
There was one mid-fight where I think half of Leviathan essentially burned the Flame Dash. And I think that's one thing you look to maintain here if you're Abrahams. Get the Infernus earlier in the draft if you can. I mean, Arzo's performance on the hero over the last 2 weeks has been absolutely unreal.
Right now.
So that's one of the things you look
they
at.
banned Viper.
We don't change this part of our draft.
Whatever, you're smiling.
Cool with that, banning Shiv. They're gonna ban Somebody's gonna ban
I
Viscous.
know. I think I saw what you saw. I saw you smiling, and I went to look at what you're smiling about. I'm like, that's probably it.
I just love my chats. I listen to you guys like 30%. The other 70%, I'm just reading what the
Ban
people are
Viscous.
saying, trying to figure out which ones
But it's
I
such
can
a
say on
beautiful
there without
game.
getting fired.
I like
Guys,
everything
we're having a
about
great time.
Deadlock
Sketchy
over
JJ,
predecessor
everyone's just relaxing.
except
We're enjoying
two
the draft.
things.
Don't do it again.
The
We got
designated
Inferno
jungler
wearing
role
his red hat, but
is
not to
so
this
cool
party.
in
He's on
Pred,
the sideline,
and
which
having
means who's in
strictly
first, Ben?
melee heroes.
Maybe Mina.
Prioritizing Mina.
Like having strictly melee heroes
Wait,
in
okay, so
Deadlock would be dope, and
I
having a
don't know about this 'cause
strict
OCs,
jungler
I don't know.
role would be awesome.
Yeah, you just gave up Mina.
Everything
Ven,
else,
and you
though,
can
I
pick
could
both of them.
trade.
Like OCs doesn't have to be
And
the
I would
one
be
to
happy.
play the Ven.
What
You
does
can offload
overseas
it.
play if he goes Mina? What does overseas run?
I would play Pred more, but it's
I mean,
just
Overseas can
so
still
buggy.
Debuff
Like I
is
can't even
still
run
available,
90
like,
frames smooth.
see, but
It just
Mina gets
pisses me
locked
off
in.
every time I get
I'm
into a
just curious
game
for Leviathan.
on Pred. I'm like, all right, I'll play a
If
few
they
games
double up
today.
here and
I
go
get
for the
on,
Ven.
start
There's plenty of
stuttering like
reasonable
crazy
costs
at
to
90
pick both
frames.
the
I'm like,
heroes
yeah, I'm
on your
good.
team. It is not
Just
an
good.
exclusive like, oh, we have OCs on Mina, therefore we can't pick Ven. I think tactically it make the wait.
Mirage. We forgot how good Mirage was, guys. 2 weeks ago, he was a first pick.
He's good, but Ven.
You don't pry on Mirage. You don't need to right now.
Yeah,
Jason.
but then pairs with Silver better. You want to make this as hard as possible so we go to a game 3. And they go Ivy instead.
What are
I think
these
Ivy was
picks
gonna
right
be
now?
contested so early
Yeah, they weren't going
in
to
the
contest
game.
that.
However, seeing Mirage, I think you want to have the little presence. So you take Ivy to kind of match it somewhat. I think that makes sense. But then also does leave open a lot of other things to be taken, like the fact that you have. Okay, I didn't expect Lash to be picked top 3. I was looking more towards like Bebop denial.
Oh, they're
somehow.
going fun this game.
Are Leviathan going to go Bebop here? Or are they
Time
gonna
for
risk
that
it being banned
upgrade,
on the
eh?
third, or do they not even play
I'm still
anymore
running on a
because they have Mirage?
3060 Ti that I bought like,
What's going
I don't know,
on?
2018,
It's just,
2019,
like,
something
okay,
like
for
that.
Abraham's, you high prio
I'll
Ivy
eventually
Lash.
upgrade, I think. I'll be forced
Now,
to.
Say they're playing
Sinclair
Fearless.
was still available. Like you could have went Ven Sinclair, but I mean, bear in mind.
Just
what
trying
I
to
mentioned where like I don't think Saint like,
squeeze
really
out
loves playing Sinclair. I can
every
see why they
penny
wouldn't
out of my
prioritize it, but
system.
if you're Leviathan, surely you just ban Ven at mid-stage bans.
I'm biding my time.
The Ivy Lash over pick is kind of blowing my mind right now.
This
Well, I get the Ivy,
draft
the
is
Lash I
not
don't
very
understand.
good.
The Lash I'm more confused about, honestly. I think it's maybe a response to Mina somehow, but again, Mina's
Drive it off the wheel.
one
Yep,
of the
that's
easiest
exactly
times to save,
right.
especially when we know OCs likes to go early E shift.
Buy a used
They do
car.
take away the bebops. They at least
Just
prevent
drive
it
it till
being
the
played, but I don't
wheels
think
fall
bebop is
off.
necessarily gonna be played when
You
have
don't
a
care about
Sinclair.
resale
But
value.
again, it does pair well with the hook. Like Rabbit Hex into hook is, or hook into Rabbit Hex is
Cosmetical
also really
tried to run the Lash against Leviathan earlier, and he got obliterated. Some of his worst stats that I've seen. Leviathan.
What other
There's no
PlayStation
shift.
exclusive
So
games
what
are there
was
that
the
are
big
pretty good? I
threat
know
to the Lash, because that's who's punishing him last
there
time.
was the Kratos
Well,
game,
in
God of
terms
War.
Leviathan, think
That was
about
pretty
what
good.
Fremont is likely to pick here.
Sure, there's some more though too.
Probably, I mean, some
That
like
incentivizes
Abrams
people
could
on
be the way to. I
PS
think Abraham's maybe you just
over
pick it here.
Xbox.
Instead they go Yamato. Honestly, this Abraham's draft, I never like. This draft is breaking my brain a little. We saw nothing like this weekend. We've seen nothing
Bebop
in terms
ban,
of the priors
okay.
we're seeing here in the last week. I don't know anymore, Jason. What about you?
There's a Viscous pick. They
we're
pick
gonna
Find out, guys.
I don't know, but I'm looking
Fourth,
back really quickly at
fifth.
the last time they played
Viscous
on Sunday,
fifth.
and ZXC did play Yamato 2 games in a row. He played Celeste 2, Yamato 2, so maybe giving him more towards a comfort hero. Though I'm waiting to see what would Together be on at this point. Probably the Silver.
Ratchet
I
and
would
Clank.
assume.
Oh, somebody said there's a
But I
character in
don't
this game
fully
looks
know
like
if we
one
could
of
be
those
seeing
people,
Arzo.
either Ratchet or
guess
Clank.
Arzo's gonna be on the
I
Lash?
looked him up too.
That's possible.
Colossus
Arzo,
coming. Drifter time.
No. We don't need to see Drifter.
Because I was like, what the hell are they talking
yeah, I mean,
about?
Arzo does have in his hero pool.
Yeah.
Leviathan, they fish off Paradox, so they still want to have a pick option.
Astrobot is a big
available,
one.
even without Bebop being there. It's not double pick, but you still got Paradox to help out with it. Abrahams, will see what they finish out here. I mean,
3D action
what everyone is
platformer.
it Warden, Geist. Yeah, it's Warden, Geist.
It's a wraith. It's a wraith. Can Wraith?
What is
get the
Ratchet and
first
Clank?
win?
Is this
It'll
like
belong to
the
someone
newer
other than
fucking
Zergy. He's tried to run it twice, and he has been beat down in EU.
kids animated
Abrahams,
video game?
I wanted to see a game 3, guys. What happened?
Like Spyro?
That's
The
what we said
newer
about the Leviathan
Spyro?
draft, by the way. We shit on the Leviathan draft. We thought Bebop was over prioritized. We were confused. So if Ivy is not a hero, she's less than Bebop. That's all.
I mean, I think Ivy was picked strictly to deal with Mirage, so they both have global presence. I mean, Ivy technically not true global presence, but the fact that you can fly around and get to where Mirage is going.
Yeah, the Ivy rotation makes that character
impactful.
super fun.
I mean, Silver Yamato is a lot of damage. I just don't know how effective like Lash is going to be in this competition.
First game was in 2002. Okay, so yeah, that's right around
the best
then.
you have is like Stone Form out of Ivy.
I'll be honest, I haven't been this broken at a draft in a long time.
Good luck going after our fans.
We have a Huntrix meal at McDonald's.
You mean the Saja Boys breakfast meal?
Oh, well, we're going to YouTube.
Shaker fries. Ours has hash browns.
We ain't sitting through that.
Did
3
not see
minutes
this
of
coming. Like, the
ads.
silver
And
first
no
pick
thanks.
makes total sense. The ultra high prio, the Ivy after, I mean, even if you go for the like, okay, Mirage is global, now Ivy is global, sure, but not grabbing Ven when you had the chance, giving up Sinclair. I mean, again, it makes a little bit of sense for Abraham's game they're weaker at, but I don't know. This is a weird draft from Abraham's, man.
To quote Neptunix, Leviathan's draft seems a lot better. Kaplan, we agree. It's time for game number 2, and these players are ready. In the meantime, we got to give a shout out to our sponsor.
You can only
Shopify
play
is
the
on
Spider-Man
board.
games.
We want
Oh
you
yeah,
to
you're
keep
right,
doing
Papa.
what
That
you
was
do
big
great,
too
man.
because people really
Shopify
love
has
the
an awesome
Spider-Man games
sidekick,
on
our AI
PlayStation.
tool
That's a
to
good
help you
one.
get the job done. We also have Shopify helping present the second half of the show, which is North America. And Kaplan, I got to think we're going to see a little different lineups. What is standing out about EU this week?
I have a way of telling you that. Now, Solomon, do you have the power to show us pick priority in EU with these picks locked in? Because if so, then we have an idea. I think Sinclair, but that's not necessarily new if you looked at the weekend with DSI, but I think it's new in general within Night Shift. I think the meta has kind of adapted into Sinclair. It's brought Mina back. It's brought Abrams back. I not with these ones we can't look at, I'm hearing. But yeah, I don't know what's really stood out meta-wise. Honestly, I think I'm just more surprised to see Bebop be such a mainstay in EU at the moment. Then again, if you exclude what happened over the weekend. Oh. Someone worked their magic.
Wizards are
Because Sony owns all the rights to
This is why we
Spider-Man's.
got the
Yeah,
best
it's true.
production
But
crew in the
didn't they
business, and we hired them from around the
didn't they
planet, and
come
we
to
pay them
terms
peanuts
with
thanks
Tom
to your
Hall
primes. Be
Tom
like
Holland?
Gingerbot
Is that
53,
his name?
use
Tom
your
Holland?
Amazon Prime to keep
And
us in business. In the meantime, give a shout out to Mina.
another
She's been
company
busy
so they
with
could make the
Silver
Spider-Man
and
movie,
Ven
the
constantly.
crossover,
Then you
Marvel
see
and
a
Sony
Sinclair
type deal
appearance, but I
for
think
the
he's 0 for
movies.
3, is that right?
It doesn't translate to the games.
I don't know if I'm trying to think.
Obi-Kim went with them game 1.
Yeah, I mean, if Obi-Kim went with him game 1, then he lost there.
Yeah, he lost. So
yeah,
he's a big ol' loser.
Also, I had to like pivot and just ask Lightbringer what in the world was the stake here. His view is that, like, in his words, he's saying Abrahams is thinking about the draft in the sense of not about like they're not drafting for meta, they're thinking more so how we're gonna play this draft versus them, and as a result, for them, they've kind of approached the draft in a different way than raw meta power. Now, generally speaking, when people have described
That doesn't
things in this
work.
way,
Does
one or
not
two things
work.
is gonna happen. Either Abrahams is actually like secret 500 IQ, and this is gonna work way better than expected, or they're gonna get run down by Leviathan.
they're just
and
gonna
you're
get run
go,
down.
What in the world was that draft? Which a little bit of extra hindsight added in, but I think that those are the only two ways that this
They tried
goes
to
down
play
So
too
there
cute
is a
with the
possibility
draft.
of them
Now I
at 3,
think they're
but
gonna get rolled.
For me, I'm probably still a little bit more on the maybe too much power.
I only know Toby Maguire. Me too, dog. Me too. Toby. For me, it's like Toby, then Tom, and then Andrew Garfield third. And Toby's always gonna be the best for me, just because that's the generation when I grew up. Those movies were dope.
Here we go. Is this the final game in EU?
I'm sure if you polled the worldwide, people are gonna say Tom Holland over Toby just for longevity and the quality of the movies, plus all the extra Marvel movies.
Kind of. As soon as you see like this thing open up,
Because
and you see the
during
first
Toby's
apple start
time,
to
they didn't
move a
have
little
that.
bit, then you know we're officially
We make
unpaused for
multiple
the third
origin
time,
movies and then we
but they're
blend them
probably gonna
together
pause
and
it
have a massive
fourth or
superhero movie. Like there was
time.
no
Here we
such
go,
thing back then.
King. It's gorgeous.
So Tom will probably get the vote, but I'm always
Jason,
gonna
one thing
choose
I have to
Toby.
give credit to Leviathan for in the draft. I think I was already talking up Arzo beforehand, going, it's like, hey, don't change Arzo on Infernus. Leviathan made that decision for Abrahams on the pick ban.
Yeah, you know what? If you want to play Infernus, we're not gonna let you. And the thing is, he also was
Andrew is more than Holland. You think so?
pretty annoying presence,
OG,
I would say,
yeah. I mean,
in the
he's
first game, but
his
obviously there's a
movies
lot more
kind of
than
got
just one
cooked
individual
though.
player to carry a match, unless you're
I would say the quality of
obviously
Andrew's
overseas
movies were worse
paired
than
together.
all the other ones,
But we do
especially
see,
the second
again,
one.
OC's of course going to be on the
I think,
Mino,
yeah, he
gonna
got
be in the
2,
right
right?
hand
And he
lane
didn't
with
get, and it was
Paradox
the
and
second one was so
Sai.
bad he didn't get a
And
trilogy.
Fremont's, well, we got the answer going to be over on the Mirage instead of the Shiv from the last games. And on the other side, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like Saint. I don't think. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if
I
can
want
agree with
Abrahams
Saint
to
Nostic who had
lose.
that, like, viscous
Those
pairs well
motherfuckers
with
cheated
Saint.
last
He's a
week.
very good Kelvin player, but he also likes to
I want
play very
Leviathan to
aggressive
beat
on
these
Kelvin.
dudes.
So that kind of can fit his style, though I don't know if I rate Saint as like a super highly mobile player, where that can be something like Viscous excels at.
Also, it's been a while since I've seen Freemock on anything M1 related. I'm pretty sure. Like, it's a little bit out of his wheelhouse in recent times. Also, though, as far as mid pressure goes, wait, is this actually a full gank?
Yeah, half gank.
There's no
He went
boxes
back.
up, so there's no other reason why
That
you'd
was a
be
wasted
doing this.
rotation.
It's not 2 minutes.
I mean,
Freemock
he did,
just
he did
looking
this
for
last game, right?
opportunities.
He did it with Shiv, but not this early. So it's kind of like reminiscent of what he was doing. Kind of thing is,
He's
actually,
just
to be
getting
fair,
vision,
say
I
that
think.
he's also not leaning on the OC's lane, which is on the right hand side. They've actually given OC's the more difficult lane of the two to actually win on. And I wonder why they actually did go that switch up, because I would normally think you'd want to put OC's in that easy lane. And well, he's dead.
Yeah,
They're gonna get a double kill over here.
Roll over to the left.
Maybe not. They have to go parry tower.
First blood, courtesy of Together.
Go parry tower, bro. Get that kill.
So the overload to the left
Now they
ends up
have.
happening. Abrahams
They can't do it. They lost
able
their
to create a
opportunity.
little bit of space.
All right, Papa. Good to see you, homie.
I will say the mid lane on paper is horrifying. They have to deal with Mirage Sinclair. That's also one of the deadlier lanes you can concoct at the moment.
You know, why has Wraith, in your opinion, come into the meta so heavily, or like seen just a complete turnaround in her picks? Obviously, we initially saw it with the rework of her cards, the fact that they like kind of do different things now. But I still don't rate her as the games just don't really typically last long enough to get to the point where Wraith can excel, which is why we saw, you know, things like Geist and Warden and even Gunvistas come into the mix, because they could hit their power levels a lot, or power spikes a lot earlier in the game.
I mean, in general, it's because like other heroes who put in that role are unavailable. I think the part of why you're seeing Wraith get picked a little bit more, though, is that Geist has actually dropped a little bit in priority. Remember, Geist did get hit with a fairly substantial nerf. Like, you really do feel her gun fall-off changes as, hold on, overseas. Bring Bobby on a little bit of a ride. Where, I'll say this in terms of watching, Bobby has strong heroes and weak heroes, and this weekend, Yamato was very, very hit or miss. Like, there was one game in particular I remember where, like, Bobby was struggling on the Yamato, so we'll see how this one pans out. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, he did that Apollo game. Now, like, is this going to be bad on Yamato? But I'm saying this for different reasons. Like, actual evidence on the ground on Apollo as Sanya gets a better of Sai on the Wraith.
Yes, Abraham's already off to some very early kills. Yet again, I mean, it's been pretty much on this right-hand side. Sanya able to clean up 2 now. One on OCs and one onto Sai. So if we're talking about Wraith having, you know, like a weak early game and take a little bit to, you know, get online, he's already been able to curve a bit of that at 3.3. And Bobby just kind of, I mean, running a bit of a distraction here. The charge had come in. They connect onto Saint, but it's not going to convert into a kill. And I don't feel like there's also not a lot of kill potential on this left-hand side either for either team, honestly, because of the cube effect out of Saint, and then again the mobility out of Rayek and Overseas on their 2 heroes.
Cube is there, and I mean, Celeste is still pretty explosive with Abrams. Like, the burst potential in this lane is high. It's not quite as dangerous as the lane was before Light Eater got its, you know, 50% duration nerf in the early game, but it can still be a little bit scary, the amount of damage going to be brought out here. Like, if you're down at half HP, one misstep and Abrams Celeste will probably punish you in lane. And even with Cube, you still might be in a position that's unrecoverable. But buffs about to be up, both teams fighting for it. Dust Devil from Freemock, who's finding himself all sorts of low. Buff could be grabbed here by Rayek, who may just be quickly losing it. As we see Bobby in on the assault, casting buff gone to the wind.
Yeah, that's Stalker doing some good work, helping to track Rayek around the corner. Even Fremont got extremely low, forced back into mid lane where he still technically could be dove extremely easily as the charge comes through on Abobi. Pops the Shard Transformation to survive. Crimson Slash on top of the heal up. Decides the impact will connect, doing some decent damage once again as ZXC is continuing on the chase, but I don't know if he win this battle, especially with Rayek here. And he will go down, so Overseas is able to get that kill with a slight misplay.
Was that the first time someone on Abrahams has died in this game? I think a lot of the kills were going in favor of Abrahams. I think that may be the first one to go down. I have to double check, but it felt like a very Abrahams favored early game, and that's the first sign of life so far for Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit different so far compared to the last game. But the pressure that OCs and Overseas had with the Bebop and the Warden combo was insurmountable. And Abrahams died quite a few times too with the Slowing Hex into Binding Word. They don't really have that pressure this time, and actually they're the ones to lose in this right-hand side so far. I think a lot of it for me is gonna be looking at like Together and ZXC and the tempo they have off of the strong early game they've already been able to rise up to. If they can maintain that in the mid game as well and keep that pressure on. Good Q comes through.
Wait, the punch didn't hit. The punch just somehow doesn't hit Overseas there. And take a look at Rayek. And next thing that happened here on Celeste. Some damage in turn. Also, off on mid. Abraham's getting way more done against this Mirage Sinclair lane than I would have thought from the beginning, as far as Guardian statuses.
Wait for that Shin's Mark to pop. Yeah, I mean, they're still also, I think, a bit behind in souls in mid. I guess it's technically not true because Tass at 4.9. Zarzo did go for a gank. Ooh, Death Slam's ready to go. Death Devil's not up anymore. Gets a catch onto none. Because that's actually going to be a stolen Arian's participation. Death Slam himself. And Ivy let him go. Let the man get out of here. Arso just being griefed by his own teammate there.
He should have taken damage for that. That could not have been painful for Ivy to just like pull you against the side. And still somehow Bobi, okay, rotates into mid, cleans up what was a bit of a disaster, but honestly, from Irizumi, a very heads-up clone Death Slam, you know, to make that even reasonable for Leviathan. Still ends up in a situation where off the rotation, Abrahams get the mid Guardian.
A pretty big lead, 4K approaching. At least there's a response here of Overseas to take the Guardian to the left-hand side. Narza will be joining in that fight to help out Saint. They're just keeping the pressure on here. The thing is, Sinners are up as well. Like, there's a real world they could steal quite a few of these Sinners on this left-hand side because of that Guardian going down right when it did. And of course, the Flying Strike doesn't go quite through the entirety of buildings, but still able to close that distance and forcing ZXC back right away here with Nox Nostra.
Least advantageous Flying Strikes. However, Senya in on the Wraith off the telekinesis, trying to put OCs in a bad situation. Card up over, not quite able to get the curve, and instead, oh, we got Fremont coming on over here for Leviathan. Once more looking for Senya, turned into a bunny, and this damage gonna be enough. It is.
You know, it's a stolen airdrop out of Irizumi to get on towards this lane, and then finally the real airdrop comes on through out of Tass. And even Tass might be in a fight up against Fremont here in a second. The scares have landed, but you can see how healthy Tass is going to be here. And honestly, it doesn't look like Fremont really has the damage to combat against this one. As another Guardian had gone down, Saint taking him down the right-hand side, leaving Abrams up with 2-2. It's been a weird early game, it feels like, ZP.
Yeah, a little bit not entirely as expected, although I will say, I'm thinking back on Bobi's engage there, the Flying Strike onto the Mina midair. The OC just had the response of like, you serious, bro? As he pulls out the Nox Nostra, and just an instant retreat for Bobi, and perhaps a tinge of regret.
We've seen some actually like pretty crazy movement with Flying Strikes. I think it was like last week or maybe the week before, using it for the momentum that you can get, just like you do see the shoulder charge into like a dash or a slide for Abrams. Okay, well, another death on Asani. That's 2 in a row, and that's actually quite painful for him. He's only at 6.9 thousand souls up against 9.8 from OCs.
Jason, I know math isn't one of our specialties, but who has the least amount of farm for Abrahams? I get it's only 10 minutes, but, you know, simple question. Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 deaths, man. Like, this was 2 deaths back to back. It's really painful early on because you lose the ability to farm up and then you lose that farm around the map. Oh, a little bit of a parry action. I think that was even a rebuttal. I thought I heard. Arzo down to half HP. So if we talked about, Abraham's having a strong start ZP, it hasn't really translated to this point in the game because the players we thought would have a lot of the farm are actually the ones who are behind.
Also, Overseas able to get control of the urn from the skirmish as Saint real low right now, getting chased down. Rayek easily able to finish it off. However, Bobby decides, okay, a little bit of contesting on the urn, goes for it mid-shadow transformation. At half HP though, so maybe not the most ideal time. Forced off the urn, Overseas gonna get the pickup once more. Transformation here as Rick should be down to this flying strike in a cinematic fashion, but maybe a small price to pay for the urn turn-in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at him. Overseas isn't quite going for the turn-in yet. I mean, honestly, there's an opportunity. If Irazumi and Ray don't lose their lives there, Fremont was going to have so much pressure on that left-hand walker on this Mirage that he would have been able to travel on over when they decided to go for the turn-in, which they're still hesitant to actually secure.
Macro-wise, you do have some options here for Leviathan. I mean, you can have Fremont just push left, keep Urn on the right, and then eventually when you go for Urn Dunk, just have Fremont use Traveler off to the right. Like, although in this case, Fremont has a buddy and Sai on the left. It's not a full commit for the Urn. It's kind of a stalling out where Leviathan's babysitting the Urn, but so far it hasn't. It's been a bit of a macro stalemate, for lack of a better term.
Oh, well, Sai's joined the fight towards middle for ZXC. Looks like he will die from this one. So with that kill coming on through, that does put the pressure on now where they legitimately could turn on the Urn, but they can continue to use this to macro with. And Fremont, he's equal with Sonya at 10k apiece. And it's leaving open the mid lane. Walker did get damage done. If you're not gonna get the left lane, you're gonna get middle here for free. Rayek making a smart macro play. As long as they just keep this Urn in their own territory, Abraham's going to get nothing off of this.
Also, Saint was in and around multiple members of Abraham's there, but never quite the one in attack. Also, Midwalker is just getting pummeled. This is part of the power of Celeste. You can use Celeste to force macro advantages off her movement. She can do stuff like this and get out safely, or in this case, just commit. Midwalker can be the first walker to go down against Abraham's, and what a prize for Leviathan, where they still, by the way, could get this first Urn that is nowhere near its original value. It's about to be a bit of a dated Urn, but hey.
Wait, is Ray going to continue to shove middle here too? They're trying to transition as the Traveler came in out of Fremont to join this right-hand side, but the fight is technically still going on, and they actually might lose a walker themselves. Sonic Sniper's being left alone here on this left-hand lane. Arzo's going to fall, though, over towards the actual turn-in, but the Urn is still on the ground right now. Rake's actually pushing base Guardians, and OC's retreated back towards his own walker on the left-hand side to try to keep it alive.
And if you're OCs, you want to prevent the Wraith from getting solo walker souls here, and you might be able to do it. Sanya's down to half HP. Is the walker? No, walker is gone. So Sanya gets a solo walker HP, ends up getting the solo kill to OCs in turn. Urn still out here being fought for. Now gonna be picked up by Bobby. Might just be looking for the dunk, but you got Overseas still playing Guardian right behind Urn. Gonna get dropped here. One
was fell. The minions were pushing the right lane walker down to half HP. By the way, OC's had a 12k E shift. He was able to use that up against Sonya in the 1v1. Leviathan are still losing multiple players there, and the Urn, it still has yet to be turned. By the way, OC's had a 12k E shift. He was able to use that up against Sonya in the 1v1. Leviathan are still losing multiple players there, and the Urn, it still has yet to be turned in here. This is the first Urn, but it feels like it's been lasting forever.
Death Slam coming in from Arzo, low HP as he does it. I don't even think he could fall through. Yeah, no ground strike after, just a Death Slam and get away. And maybe mercifully, the Urn's about to be turned in. Maybe. No, it's not. In fact, Jason, if this Urn gets held through the 15-minute mark, you're not going to get the new Urn.
It's on the ground now. If they can keep him off, it would be kind of big, I think, for Leviathan here to just dislodge the threat of it being turned in, so they don't have to keep so many players on this right-hand side. 3 seconds left to go.
Do they let reset? It reset.
You remember when we had a double Urn in one of the fight nights way back then?
Yeah, the game had a few more bugs there. Sometimes you go, you like the urn. What about 2 urns?
I like how confused we were. 'Cause we're like, wait, there's only 1 urn, but then we're like, but there's 2. At least this time, only 1 urn. Arizumi picks it up, and again, it can be ferried across the map towards the left-hand side. But both walkers are still below half HP for Abrahams here. This is actually very troublesome. And something you have to keep in mind that they have to keep people here. They cannot afford to let another walker go down just for an urn.
Leviathan got way bigger of a game state advantage off that urn fighting, especially given the fact that they were able to get mid walker. They got the other 2 walkers down the half. It's way better of a spot to be in Leviathan. The only prize that Abraham's got is that Sanya got the solo walker farm, which is why Sanya is at 16. You know, getting solo walkers M1 is legitimately a pretty big event. Okay, is this just going to be OC's getting walker? Telekinesis comes in. Already has E-shift here, Jason. Solo walker for OC's. Huge soul spike, and even better if OC's is able to get away.
Yeah, that 12k investment into E-shift working wonders, because he was able to take the 1v1 against Sonic before, able to take the walker and escape from here. Urn has been dropped. I don't know if you can defend this much task. You're gonna have some teammates come in and momentarily. Arzo, he has Death Slam ready to go, but OC's is here. He's teleported on over for this fight. I don't think they're gonna expect him to come in. However, Leviathan might be giving up a free walker to Sanya once again.
Yeah, Sanya, look at the feast. Gonna get contested by Irizumi at the walker, but we're looking at the urn fight right now. Death Slam comes in. Wait, somehow it's Rayek. I don't know how the line of sight was working there at all. Rayek, though, has other concerns this time. Chasing down Tass. Tass, low HP. The Circus Baton right behind. Eats a little bit of light to take down Tass towards the end as Overseas finding himself the urn once more. Another solo walker, though. The Sanya. Irizumi wasn't able to prevent it, and even if Sanya goes down right now, the farm is considerable on the Wraith.
Bro, just turn the urn, please. The urn in the hands of Overseas. There's like no one there. This is almost, it feels like a free turn in. Zixie's here once again, and Rayek is just looking to take this 1v1 or maybe even a 1v2 here to help secure this one. Oh my god, the urn gets dropped again as you put it out, but Zixie's gonna go down. Now Arzo's trying to defend against this. Here comes Saint with the Viscous to help dislodge another time. This fight is just never ending. Is an urn ever gonna get turned in this game?
Right now, finally, mercifully, it's turned in by Leviathan. Side gets the turn in, and what has been the longest, I think, urn fight in Night Shift history. If you combine both urns, Dust Devil from Fremont trying to get away from the aftermath. Abraham's getting some cleanup, even if they didn't get the urn. It still leads us to a situation where Leviathan is up a little under 10k. Both teams down 2 walkers, but the biggest difference here, Jason, is if you had to have 1 walker at full HP. At, of course, the, walkers gain more HP as other walkers die. Having a fully healthy mid walker feels really, really good in this situation.
Oh, for sure. And I think Leviathan are going to be happy about that. I think they're going to be a little bit frustrated because obviously committing so much for that urn, you gave up 2 walkers to Sanya, and that's obviously not the ideal person you want to have all those souls go on to, but you also don't want to be losing those walkers so you can prevent it. But for 7.5 minutes, it was constant like tug and pull with the entire urn of trying to keep Abraham's there, trying to allow split pushes to happen, trying to turn it in, and eventually Leviathan do get the better of this one. And honestly, Rayek, we talked about him before. We talked obviously a lot about OCs, we talked a lot about Overseas before, but him on Celeste is just disgusting. He has great movement, he knows the limits, he's able to get like free macro play time and time again.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. The best prize Abraham's got, the 2 walkers they were able to get and all that were both eaten by Sanya. You cannot overstate what a big deal that is to be able to funnel 2 solo walker hits into your Wraith. As a result, Sanya's at 23k. However, you got OC's at 24, Rayek at 23. It's not as if Sanya can bully the entire game. Still where you want in terms of soul allocation for your team, but it's not the prize that would be in other game states.
If it was like a Warden as well at like 23k here, it would be much different than a Wraith who's still not going to hit a spike until like way later on or have the potential to 1v1 easily. I think Sonya's really dependent on the rest of his team to keep things, positive for them to continue to power up here and maybe look for those 1v1s. The thing is, he can't kill OCs anymore because of E-shift. I feel like E-shift's just a big shutdown to Sanya. And then, of course, some ability that OC is going to have.
Uh-oh. Jason, it's already earned time once again.
Oh, please. Not again.
Also, off the buffs, movement buff for Together, Rayek. Again, a taste of survival, as if Celeste wasn't hard enough to hunt down. Tass with the pickup into the immediate drop. Nox Nostra from OCs, engaging the fight, just nearly rips off Ivy at the beginning. Tass super low HP after just a half taste of Nox Nostra. Earn though, in progress, and you got it to Celeste. Rayek using movement to bring it across the map, and Abraham's, I don't know if, like, okay, maybe Bobby's able to get line of sight for Flying Strike. That's your best case for an interrupt. On the Celeste, the Flying Strike comes in and canceled.
I think you let him have it. You go take mid Walker or try to take mid Walker. I don't think
It's gonna be hard though. Final Walker, that's a lot of HP on the Walker. It is not like taking, you know, a side Walker when all three are still up. Oh, you walked away too early, right?
I think the thing is, like, I look at mid and the urn, and I look at left lane and the urn, and you're really, you have the ability to take a free Walker where they can't really take one as easy against you. And yeah, Rayek will get the turn in. They'll lose a couple of the orbs over, but they're still sporting an almost 10k lead right now. ZXC trying to escape. No strike transformation. Dust Devil comes on in to knock him on up, but he gets knocked back down by Psy. It's a man advantage for Leviathan. They also have a Sinclair. Is there a world they go for mid, boss?
Yep. Is going to be the answer, because in terms of picks, Yamato's one of the most important picks for securing mid boss. You don't have to worry about Shadow Transformation coming in and being immune to CC and potentially getting Rejuve picks and ruining some of the advantage of a Sinclair. That was the most important pick to get for Leviathan if you wanted an easy mid boss. And we'll see. They're getting pressured by Together. They don't really much seem to care. Rejuvenator dropping on down. Irizumi ready to interrupt. Together's able to get a piece of the pie. Together gets two! Together with two Rejuve hits here, Jason. And Abrahams, we'll see what more they can do. They lose both Rejuves just as quickly as they get them. All teams, both teams rather, Rejuve-less at this point. Now it's just about who can get the better fight towards the end. Leviathan looking way better positioned here so far. Saint run right down in the corridor. E-Shift gonna be forced out here by Mina. Bobby into the fight, but it's 3 down from Abrahams.
I'm so confused though. What happened with Irizumi there? Did he not, like, he didn't Rabbit Hex at all? I didn't see a single Rabbit Hex go off at the Rejuve.
Well, it's either that or can we get a look at Together's items? I didn't look closely. I don't know if Together, surely it wasn't an unstoppable rush or something
I don't
like
think
those
so.
lines.
I just didn't see any Rabbit Hex. I mean, maybe we can get a replay of that in a moment or two here, because right now Leviathan, even though they lost the Rejuves, they're still winning the fight. It's only Together and Arzo left, and now they're sporting a 20k lead. This last Walker, it's gonna go down soon. Maybe not right now, but it will go down eventually once Leviathan do group up and look for a push on the left-hand side.
Killing Rayek, easier said than done. Like, you're chasing down a little bit of silver, but it's still a Celeste that's pretty ahead of the game, using just very top tier movement, and you know the HP bar for Rayek just not really moving at all.
No one saw that. Don't worry. It was
It never happened. Oh wait, okay, no one saw that either. The swap just size swap just a little bit off to the right on Arzo that was just mid mantle, effectively. But yeah, I'd like to look at Together's items just to make sure I'm not missing. I think you're right that, you know, Hex may not have just gone off there. Like maybe Irizumi was getting pressured by something else.
That's something I could think of, is that he was being pressured. Okay, so we can see here. Irizumi has Rabbit Hex up. He's off to the side. He just didn't cast Rabbit Hex and instead went for a Stolen Dust Slam. Okay.
Yeah, so
Well, we got our answer.
I think they just thought they'd be able to steal the Death Slam earlier, but you probably should have just thrown down the rabbit. Like,
yeah, now I feel bad because I wasn't intending to like use that replay to really show a misplay.
Exposed.
But yeah, I got exposed. I'm sorry, Arizumi. It wasn't my intention.
you know, that also, there was also another Sinclair moment too, where the Sinclair just did not operate well over the weekend. So, you know, a lot of pressure on Sinclair in those situations. Not the first time we've seen a bit of a fumble.
How many pigeons do you think die in magic tricks every year?
More than should.
We're talking like the prestige level.
That's what I was thinking.
Quite a
Continue,
few,
Lash.
But hopefully none. Man, no, this Walker, they're just leaving it for Ray. They're not even gonna push together for this one. They're gonna let him just use his movement to his best ability. Takes another Walker. That's 2 for him in the game. And ZXC, Yeah, you know, this has definitely been one of the roughest series, I'd say, for ZXC so far. You talked about the Yamato being a little bit hit or miss, and it's kind of in between right now, but there's definitely been some like specific moments been caught that kind of caused momentum for Abrahams.
Clone Death Slam coming up. Barzo gonna taste his own medicine. Rescue Beam, though, one way out of the fire, but not enough to save Saint. Where's Saint's Rescue Beam? Of course, no one else has one. Either way, now with the lead that's being opened up here, Jason, the win conditions for Abrahams have just narrowed considerably, and we're on the verge of a new champion.
I mean, it was Leviathan to originally dethrone Abrahams, right? And then they had a win streak against them for, I think it was like 5 weeks. For them to do it once again would be serendipitous. Okay.
Turn in, courtesy of Overseas, just able to walk it on over as once more we see Ray coming in from the distance has just turned into run you down Celeste mode. Every time we've looked at Ray for this point, Jason, it's just been Celeste able to do whatever she wants. You know, OCs and Ray essentially being the Bash brothers here for Leviathan, and Abrahams very little options to deal with it at this point. Together trying to go in, Lycan Curse popped, but it's usually been a Lycan Curse used to run the last few fights here because Leviathan has just outgunned Abrahams on the heroes that need it most.
Bro, like, if you're Saint, Together, Arzo, TAS, or ZXC, how do you stand up to a 36k Mina and a 36k Celeste? You just can't. You were 15k behind. The stat check is too strong. They don't have a front line anymore. That's what I'm saying. They just do not have a front line that exists because it's not possible with how far they are.
Yeah, and even if you were to say, okay, Wraith's at 35k, Wraith is online, Sanya's not going to do much if Rayek just locks on and goes directly for Sanya or OCs. And the problem is, farm-wise, there's not really, as you say, you know, there's not much of a frontline or way that interfere to protect Sanya from just getting dove on here. So your 35k Wraith is not going to have the impact on the game that it would if you had the otherwise good supporting cast, as TAS just gets caught again. I mean, Leviathan, they're just pushing boundaries, walking up in lane, and catching people, Jason. It is that simple.
And these E-shifts, so good for the carries for Leviathan. Destem had come on through. And actually does nothing to kill on the side, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Another Destem coming on through. And the charge pulls him out of the hex? What is happening? I guess it's not going to matter. You can have mistakes like that happen because OCs comes in with 2 kills. The Abrahams are following one by one. Cheeky little disarm, though, with the tail whip coming on through. Forces OCs back. But with mid-boss in 30 seconds, I think you have to be careful about losing any players at this point.
Don't want to throw any extra players away, but Jason, we are on the verge of seeing a new champion where Leviathan, they've learned from their mistakes in the Death Slam Invitational just this weekend. They lost to Abrahams 3-1, but they are about to 2-0 Abrahams here tonight in the night shift. And what a turnaround it's been.
You know, I think the most impressive part about it, though, ZP, is that Leviathan didn't need to lean on Mina to win. I mean, okay, game 2 is helping, but OC's showing you can play like Warden pretty well, right? Like, they're able to win with other heroes and not like a one-trick pony. Obviously, the last game wasn't all OCs. A lot of it was overseas for sure. I think that's like the impressive point of them, is that they've been able to bounce back with some different heroes and be able to show that they can win in different ways.
Well, you fake middle, leave middle, catch together, kill together. Now you got a fresh +1 advantage. You don't have to worry about the silver. You got the Sinclair in your team. So yeah, you probably go mid-boss, look to finish it, and end this game and secure your championship. Abrahams, you probably do need the contest, but the odds of this contest being good here, Jason, they're quite long indeed.
Whoa.
Well, okay.
Still telekinesis, but on this HP, I'm not sure you want to be there. Oh no, here's Rake again. The Shark's on the hunt. And the Shark will feast.
Shining Wonder, when people are grouped up, the bounces coming in fast and furious. You get a cube to mitigate a little bit of it, but look at Sanya just getting run down, just like we were describing a little bit earlier. And I'll tell you, Jason, Leviathan hasn't felt threatened for the last 10 minutes of this game.
And look at those death timers, though, too. Talk about, like, threaten OC's on 70 seconds. I mean, at least when you down the other side, you're down for like 40 to 60. I guess that's not that big of a difference, to be honest. But with him down, I mean, those chance transformation, because ZXC's dead, it's going to come down to, I guess, Stone Form is the only real way. And he doesn't have a chance. Gets Phantom Strike away. Stone Form is going to be too late. And all three Rechus being picked up by Leviathan.
He had to go for the Stone Form attempt, but Overseas was ready for it. Look, you play enough Deadlock, you kind of know to deal with an Ivy in these sorts of situations. Overseas shutting it down, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. And we are on the verge of a new champion here in EU, Leviathan. Lessons well learned from the weekend.
Are Leviathan gonna... I mean, I guess they're gonna play this one proper, shove out the lanes, get the Urn turn in. Not looking for shrines just yet. But it should be their game. It should be over. I'm saying should, because we've had some wild comebacks. But it should be over. I don't know what to
if
say.
you lose
I'm
at this
just looking
point, match-fixing allegations will occur.
Yeah, I actually, with Puck, this one, if you lose this one, this is where the 322s become a very actively spammed thing in chat. But something tells me we're not going down that path. Arzo getting just a swarm of bats in his face. It's not much of a race.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. There's no one there to defend. Okay, they will head back because of the speed boost of the base guards being down, but they're still going to lose both their shrines and the stage 1 patron.
You know, you think
with 2 Rechus, right?
You think Sanya's talking to Saint, going, it's like, why are we going back here? And Saint just like, to die. 2 Rechus left, still 2 members dead. You force the issue, you claim your crown. If you're Leviathan. Only a little bit left to go. Abrahams will see what, if anything, they can do on the defense. They forced out a knee shift at the beginning. They still need to do a whole lot more. Arzo, 2 seconds away. Could be the biggest death slam of his life. Out, ready to death slam. They lose Tass, they lose Sanya. Ring the gong. You got 1 more left here for Arzo. We'll see who you can throw into the fountain, if that, but the odds are pretty long. You get Nox Nostra, you don't even get a chance to go for the death slam. You go up, and OCs has the immediate answer. Now you go up, death slam, 4 green circles. You drop them down, you look for the damage. Maybe you'll kill Paradox, but instead, what about a counter death slam? Curse of Sinclair into the Dust Devil. It's a lash getting thrown around as the Archmother writhes in pain. It's Leviathan here, Jason. They are your new champions here in Night Shift EU.
Dun, dun, dun. Back on top, Leviathan taking out their arch nemesis. At least that's what it looks like the last 6 weeks. 3-way battle at the top, and it's been this team more often than not. Talk to me about the squad. It wasn't just Overseas in the final game. Who else made you smile? Kaplan.
You did, Puckett. You always make me smile. But if we're talking about people who are playing this game, it's gotta be Rayek. I mean, I don't think there's any other way around it. The flawless play out of the Celeste, getting 2 walkers in the game by himself, the constant movement being just harassing and being annoying, like little 5 buzzing around your room, or in my case, mosquitoes, because they love it here in Italy. I think he deserves a lot of credit. But the thing is, we knew that about Rayek. We knew how strong he is on Celeste. There's a reason the Celeste Prio went up in this best of 5 when they met over in DSI on Sunday. He's just a phenomenal player. Movement is king in this game, and he showed time and time again that you really have to respect the heroes he's playing.
ZP, best moments in this game for you as we're taking a look. This was at the 50K mark. The Yamato with some highlights. Chat saying, hey, Abrahams, if you need a better one, I'm your guy. Bobby didn't play that Scottish, did he?
I mean, did Bobby have the best game on Yamato? No, but were there other problems here, including the draft? Yes. Also, I think you really have to go back and slow-mo VOD review some of this, because we had the most eternal urn fight taking place over 2 urns. The very first urn got reset, but is being fought for the entire time. So a lot of the game kind of was decided by those urn back and forths. But things that hurt Abrahams pretty badly is that they gave up mid-walker to Rayek just being able to pressure mid in the middle. It was the first walker they gave up. Not something you want to have happen while you're contesting for urn. And the prizes they got in turn, yeah, they got Sanya some farm, but wasn't quite enough. And I do wonder how much different this game is if, you know, the draft is a bit different and you have a Venator that ends up getting the solo farm for Abrahams instead of a Wraith. Probably would have felt a little bit better, especially for the mid part of the game where there's a wide berth of difference between a 23k Wraith and a 23k Venator when you're a bit ahead of the game.
Lot to think about before you go again next week. We expect them to be back stronger than ever. A crushing 2-0 defeat. Wasn't even close. Another 20 kill difference in this game, Kaplan. Who shined this time around as we take a look at the numbers? The rainbow is spread across.
I don't think there's any. I mean, it's got to be Rake and OCs. I don't think we can say anyone else. Like, not that Irazumi didn't do much, not that Fremont overseas side didn't do much, but it was just purely always them. Always Rake, always OCs. On the other side of things, I can't really think of one player who really stood out my eyes. I don't know if you can, ZP. Obviously, Sonya had like a decent early game, able to get ahead, getting some early kills on the OCs and a Sai, but no one had a standout performance, Abrahams. And I mean, when you lose by 70k, it's kind of hard to be a standout player.
Yeah, I mean, I think about also in comp wise, when Tass has looked good on the Ivy, Tass has usually been comboed with things like an Abrams, where Tass was dropping Abrams bombs. You didn't really have the same level of airdrop pressure with the comp that Abrahams was running. So even things like Tass on the Ivy didn't really have the natural pressure that the others would. I mean, I guess maybe there's a world where you could have done it with Together effectively, but you know, Together fell behind early. And all in all, Abrahams, you know, they really were trying something unique comp-wise. But as we said at the beginning, when you go down these paths and you draft very unconventional drafts in terms of power, you're either going to look like a genius or you're going to look a bit foolish. And unfortunately for Abrahams, I think this one ended up as the latter.
We got a raid in from Metro. Metro, I have a challenge for one of your future videos. We'll call it Console Player Tries Deadlock Halo 1 Pro. And you just try and review my footage and make me cry without as many mistakes. I'm choking on my own cough. Anyway, we got to jump into the highlights and, of course, talk about our sidekicks because, Kaplan, that's what we get paid for by Shopify because they have an awesome AI sidekick that you can use to step up your game. It's all on Shopify.com. We'll tell you more about it later. In the meantime, though, who'd you put in the little chat so that our observers could start clipping out the best highlights? And then
yeah, I don't know if it's ready yet.
Together.
I think it was kind of difficult because the player I had in my mind was overseas. Because in game one, you can't understate how important his Bebop was. In game two, he played Abrams, which was quite different. He wasn't really getting picks. I think he still did some good things to facilitate kills. Like, for instance, when he Phantom Striked up onto Tass on Ivy from mid-boss and charged him away so he couldn't stone form for a potential steal, maybe that was deserving. But I think just the game one performance alone for me, ZP, is the reason why I chose him as a sidekick of the match, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. Overseas, again, I think when you look at Leviathan, it's pretty easy to look at, you know, OCs by comparison, be like, OCs is the guy. And OCs is pretty good. But you talk to players behind the scenes and they will not stop singing the praises of the plays that Overseas makes, the presence he has. And also, I think if you're talking about sidekick of the match and supporting your team, the gigantic Urn fight in game two was largely being run and disrupted by Overseas. I mean, Overseas was all over that Urn for about 7 straight minutes, Jason. And
good call.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'd look to.
I just like the Bebop. I just want more of these hooks. That one was ridiculous. You, of course, see one to close out the game. Overseas continues to impress. OC's, of course, showcasing what he can do on the M1. Rayek, though, got a chance to shine today, and Fremont shows that he could be one of the better shifts in the game. What stood out, though, about our sidekick in your eyes, Kaplan, as we close this baby out? EU is done dusted for episode 35.
I'd say it's more personal for me. What it kind of showed me is that they're more than just skin deep, I would say, for Leviathan. I think it's been hard to see that and say that in the last weeks. The fact that we have OCs always be like a staple, an anchor in their team, but to see like Rayek step up, Overseas step up when they needed it, obviously some other players on the team too, depending on the situations, it shows they're kind of like well-rounded. It's just not a one-man squad.
For those who are asking about my hat, yes, my daughter said, "You look like Uncle John, take that hat off," and then gave me this one instead. You do what your 4-year-old tells you, and I tell you all, we're going to break. When we come back, we've got NA. Before we go, quick teaser. Why should the people be excited? ZP, you've been talking, you've been watching, a lot of parties been popping off on the weekend. Who's about to be on your main stage?
I mean, look, you got to be excited for Melee Creeps, where they were on the verge of disaster. They played a qualifier match that was going on Monday because we have so many good teams in NA that we need another round of competition. And they lose map 1 to Bird with Clock. It was looking like Melee Creeps was about to just be gone for 2 weeks on the night shift, but they pull it together in the BO3. They earn their right back into the qualifier match. And now we'll see if this is the start of Melee Creeps reclaiming the throne here tonight. If they do it off the back of the qualifier, it's a great story indeed.
Bird with Clock, I miss you. Don't stop trying. In the meantime, it's the Cats with Suits on the other side of the break. We'll see you then.
Luck is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
Hey all, ZP here to bring you this week's Shopify build of the shift. This time around, we're going to be taking a deeper dive into Rokane's Lady Geist build that propelled FPS Lounge to victory back in Shift 34. Starting things off with the early game, 4 minutes in, or a little bit before, we have the standard Geist opening. Rejuvenating Shot, extra regen, and Mystic Regeneration. Nothing surprising here if you've played Geist before, but because Geist burns more HP than the average from Essence Bomb and Malice, itemization goes a little harder on regeneration than the norm, especially when Mystic Regen upgrades into Radiant Regeneration a little bit later into the game. Also of note, Rokane ended up maxing Bomb first here, only putting Life Drain to level 2 at the beginning. Moving along to 10 minutes, we have a few extra additions. Mystic Regeneration has been upgraded into Radiant Regeneration as it's the most core item on Geist, no matter what your build. And Rokane has additionally added in both Bullet Resist Shredder and Monster Rounds for easier jungle clear. Moving along to 14 minutes and a little bit delayed for most Geist builds, we see Rokane pick up Berserker and Kinetic Dash. Berserker, of course, being a mainstay on Geist, as she can maintain Berserker at 10 stacks way more readily in base kit than any other hero in the game, not requiring something like Blood Tribute to keep it going. And Kinetic Dash just makes a lot of sense with her gun, which is a little bit ammo hungry, and also, I mean, attack speed works really well with her later itemization. At 19 minutes, we see more of a prioritization on utility and defense, with Rokane picking up both Dispel Magic and Warpstone. Dispel Magic being a near automatic buy in a game against a Mirage or a Warden, and Warpstone giving Geist way more flexibility on how to set up a soul exchange in the middle of battle. Also, Enchanter's Emblem is a cheaper option for a little bit of Spirit Resist rather than full investing into Spirit Resilience. Combining with Dispel Magic basically brings you up to the same level of resistance anyways. At 23 minutes, we're going to see some of the late game buys come into play. Bullet Lifesteal for extra sustain, now that Geist's late game gun damage is more significant, Weakening Headshot for more bullet shred, and of course, Spell Slinger Bullets, which Geist is able to stack up very quickly via Malice usage in teamfights. At the end of the game, the final touches on the build lean even more into survivability, with Bullet Lifesteal being upgraded into Leech, Enduring Speed being picked up, and Healing Booster to amplify the already considerable healing coming in. All of which combined make Geist a true terror to actually take down at this point in the game, even if the gap between teams wasn't over 40,000 souls at this point. And that brings us to the end of this week's Shopify build of the shift. Of course, if you want to try the build, all you have to do is use the build ID below, or simply search for Deadlock Night Shift on the in-game build browser.
You may have noticed I've been less reckless lately. That's because we're sponsored by Shopify. Welcome in, everybody. We got DK and the CFO, Jake, making sure we're staying employed. Jake, let's continue on this path of destruction here for Night Shift 35 EU. Fast and Furious. We've got Leviathan back at the top of that throne. What's been going down, though, in NA?
NA has been about as competitive as I think it's ever been. There really is kind of a big three at the top. And Melee Creeps taking on Floormen is going to be a hell of a challenger match, right? These are teams that have won titles many times before. To have one of them going out here in the BL1 is a crazy place to be, but that's just NA deadlock right now.
DDK, which cabin are you hiding in today? Is that a coffee shop behind you?
Yeah, man. I wanted to be like you, have these cool backgrounds. I was going to do like a deadlock one, so stay tuned for an actual deadlock one in the future. But this is some generic coffee shop that anyone who has an Elgato project camera has access to. So
you
there you go.
Could be in there with our friends Elgato. Look at this. It's almost as good as our dual biscuits.
I can't believe on cue actually died.
Yeah. Elgato, by the way, thank you so much for hooking us up with a lot of free gear. As a broadcaster, it goes a long way. We'll be talking about that in coming weeks as we continue to ink incredible contracts. DDK, don't you worry about your camera. We'll just get a still of your face and turn you bright red. There, that's perfect.
There you go. Oh my God, what's happening?
That was wild.
Back in the coffee shop, guys. It wants a latte.
Jake, have you ever been banned because your toddler fell asleep and then projectile vomited in their sleep and then like throw up was in their face and their hair, and so you had to leave the Deadlock game because your wife was screaming, and you went upstairs and you came back and it said you cannot play until the same day but 11:49 ET. Well, that was me, and I thought it was the same day, but it was past midnight, and I had to wait almost a whole new day. And so I had a lot of time in the hideout, and I was just thinking, what if we played a hide and go seek in the hideout with people from chat? Do you think they'd know that place as well as I do after 12
months? I bet you've got all the nooks and crannies mapped after a nice ban. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of toddlers in my life, honestly, Puckett, so I can't say it's happened to me. But Godspeed, brother. I think you did the right thing. I think we can all say, I think you did the right thing.
Octomom is single, I'm told. She's out there on the market, Jake. You could have a whole bunch of tiny Jakes with perfect hair. Think about it. In the meantime, let's take a look at our NA bracket before we get fired. It is Melee Creeps wearing cat suits and Floorman. The Doorman, is he back in action today? We'll have to find out. The Capybara means that hydration is waiting for you in the NA finals, and that was a surprise because they've been struggling until last week. Here we go, though. Smoldering DDK. Let's talk about our teams. North America's finest. The Melee Creeps used to be the best of the best. Are they right now? Where do you have them? John's in the chat. Be nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a very cool scenario we have in North America right now, because Melee Creeps for ages, they were the best, indisputably so, and now they've got the fire in them because they've lost that spot. So these are the situations which drive teams as good as Melee Creeps to have to reinvent themselves a little bit, and I think honestly it's an exciting thing for them. I mean, it kind of gets boring if you're on the top for so long. So now they have to reclaim it. They've got to re-earn it. And obviously, it's a really stunning team. And one thing I think that's a key detail that we had over the weekend is that we actually had the NA teams playing in Europe, and Melee Creeps are one of those teams. And so they got exposed to some of the European style of play as well. So there's definitely a lot to innovate upon in this NA region as things move forward. And I think Melee Creeps, they're always forever dangerous. You can never count them out. And I believe they qualified of a BWC to get into this spot. And it's actually kind of a tight game. So, respect to BWC. But Melee Creeps still looking pretty good.
Bird with Clock still down there, and the Challengers ready to get onto the show next week. In the meantime, I got eyes on Ido. He was shut down last week, Jake. Was that a character issue? Was that just a game plan problem? Ido is a superstar, right?
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps to take an L like that is a pretty brutal spot for them to be as a team. But I think what we've heard is that, hey, they weren't really scrimming that much last week. There's a team with a lot of real life commitments, other, real jobs and things like that. So, for this squad, I think you could look at that performance last week and say, oh, have they fallen off? Are they not as big of a threat anymore? But, given the experience and strength of all the players on this team, I really would be surprised if they don't get back on the horse in a major way. This is a team that consistently has taken some tough losses and yet come back stronger time and time again. And I'm never going to count them out until the fat lady sings, frankly, because this team goes the stretch. I really want to see what they can do. Maybe in a BO3 there in that money match. Always great to see Melee Creeps back and competing for those top slots.
Chat, do the fat lady still sing? They all got skinny. Think about it. Let me know. In the meantime, we take a look at our second roster, the four men: AVG, Rocker League, DMB, Xeno, and Dimov. Why is this a story? Well, Dimov is European. The Bulgarian has come over to the NA side, and he was expecting instant success. I think they found it, but then some slip-ups. So what's going on with the squad, GDK? Where are they at right now?
Yeah, I think they're still in this spot where, it's still a young team with Dimov coming onto the roster, and he's given them so many more opportunities because Dimov has one of the best hero pools at the top level, I think, across both regions. So it gives them a lot of options, and so I think it's just really, they had that kind of initial bump where things all clicked super well. 2 weeks in, starting to really get integrated into the roster. Sometimes you can have shakeups because you're trying to create what is going to be the more stable look for the future in terms of the hero pools and everything else. So I think it's just still a case of just figuring out the roster a little bit around Dimov. And that's my interpretation. I would expect Floormen to still be looking really, really good here, and to be honest, a lot better than last week.
We'll have to find out. Xeno, we have eyes on you. DMB, a local legend. Of course, League has been known for his play on specific heroes. Jake, when it comes to the meta, we have seen some switch-ups, some priority around Sinclair that has not gone the way that people thought. The Lady Geist effect seems to be affecting that character. Anything that you expect to change, though, from EU to NA as we switch things over?
I think there's always a pretty healthy dose of change between the regions. I mean, even though they're both are playing Deadlock on a super high level, they end up with pretty different styles, different approaches, different strategic theories of the game. So, it always does kind of feel like we're watching two different patches when it comes to what the NA pros do versus EU. So I'm not expecting anything to carry over too much one-to-one. Maybe some of your strongest heroes, your Mirage, your Celeste, or Silver, are still going to be pretty high priority. But where the actual draft shakes out is anyone's guess. I do expect to see a lot more Bebop, though. I think this has been a big winning character in the current patch, and one that I expect NA is going to use a lot of.
DDK, who do you have on your block or avoid list when it comes to heroes when you search matchmaking?
I
recently removed Rem from my games, and it makes things so much better.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I mean, to be honest, I've never used the feature. I just don't care what I'm up against. I'm not that kind of person that gets really annoyed and wants to ban something out.
You haven't had 24 hours in the hideout yet. Yeah, you did.
Fair enough. I don't know. What about you, Jake? I feel like maybe you have something.
Yeah, I kind of change it around. For a while I was banning Bebop, but now I'm an inveterate Bebop spanner. I played like 20 games in a row of Bebop. So it's hard to say. Sometimes I'll just ban whatever like the top flavor of the month hero is. Maybe I think Mirage might be the current ban I have, just because he's so dang good, and the macro pressure is great. But even when I play against him, I don't mind. I think they've just done so well with Deadlock. Like, I don't think there's even a single character in the game that I can really point to and say that's a problem, except Viper. Viper is a problem, and I might need to change my ban to her.
She's a little too slippery. She's actually in your lobbies. I don't find her down at the very bottom.
She's popular, I think, at high rank. Like, there's a build where you go into get armor-piercing rounds, you can bola somebody and then still shoot them while they're fully stunned in the stone. it's only really relevant at ultra high net worth, and honestly, that hero taking farm probably is not great. But that's pretty annoying. You just die from full, and the Viper just mows down an entire lane of heroes.
Chat, if you want to know where I'm at today, my Abrams was dead serious when he said, Vindicta, go punch build. And then he sent me a link. It is a flying punch build for Vindicta. If you are a Vindicta main and you have abused it in the past, please send me your YouTube videos. And if not, tell me how high can I climb? Only meleeing people. It's all about the rebuttal. Let's jump into this one. It is draft time. And before we get to our Mo 1v1 for North America, we got to give a shout out to the OGs of the Night Shift. These are our patrons, and you can join us over on patreon.com/deadlocknightshift. We've got special access to a lot of our pros, our staff, our favorite people behind the scenes, and upcoming talent on the scene. Deadlock's not even out yet, but these people heard about it before it was cool, and we appreciate your support here on the Night Shift. The crew continues to grow, and all of your donations continue to help the prize pool grow. If you guys want to add to the prize pool, use !donate in the chat. Enough reading. We did all the sponsor stuff. It's time for the fight. Let's get into it. It's AVG versus John John. Keep your eyes on the boy in blue.
Man, I don't know that I've seen John John come out here for the Mo 1v1. I feel like it's usually Saya for melee creeps. Both players getting low. I don't think any successful parries off yet. It's an absolute brawl, though.
Put him down, John. Put him down. Quick tip.
He's baiting the parry. He's baiting the parry. Finally gets
slam.
Sweet little slaps to the cheeks, and that's it.
Do you think that was the engineer brain that comes in? What really plays into a Mo and Krill player's brain and strategy, DDK? Because they seem quite huggable.
I don't know, man. I mean, when I'm playing Mo and Krill, I just want to combo people. I want to bring them in close and lock them down and slap them in the face. It's nice. It's actually one of the most satisfying things is like locking down like a pocket, for example. Some of the things they can get away is actually what I live for when I play Mo. So very satisfying.
When you catch like the most farmed guy on the other team, and your whole team just swarms them and destroys them in the combo. It is pretty funny.
The scumbag characters like Junkrat. Who's your go-to right now? Just Bebop?
I've been hard spamming Bebop actually. I think I have like 20 games straight on Bebop. Basically, maybe I played a couple other characters in the mix.
As a first ban, is this a throwaway or is this a respect ban to a certain player?
I mean, honestly, I think Apollo
Ido, right?
Yeah, it could be an attack on Ido. I mean, not that you're really going to limit Ido's options, but I think Apollo is just a really strong sort of snowballing spirit nuker hero. And sometimes if an Apollo just has an amazing lane, they almost take over the game for the first 20 minutes. And for Floormat, I think they just want to make sure that that does not happen. What they grab in this first pick, though, I think is going to be pretty interesting. Silver's maybe the most straightforward, and they do go with her.
And one thing that's really interesting too that we found out over the course of the EU tournaments with the NA teams last weekend that just passed. I was asking Lightbringer about where he thinks the NA teams are against Europe right now, and he's like, oh, they're about like a week or two behind, and he's like, they're like all about spamming Dynamo right now, and there we go, there's Dynamo right.
Speaking of the first pick, Dynamo is crazy,
and he's not factoring Dynamo in. They're like past that point in the meta now because they pick Sinclair, which is like a good way to block it. And Sinclair also is very legit in his own right with the Rabbit Hex and so on. So yeah, there's a Dynamo. I mean, it has been winning for the NA teams in the NA matchups.
Yeah, it's been paying off.
Well.
Melee Creeps is, I think, one of the earliest adopters of the Dynamo too, and you get the Venator for John John. So this is, I think a really strong top two for Melee Creeps. It's very much in their wheelhouse, in their comfort zone, and on the NA meta. Floorman, this is the opportunity to pick Sinclair. That's for sure what the EU teams would do is grab Sinclair. They go with the Shiv first, see if that is going to be followed up
for the Venator
by the Magician.
If everyone's pulled together by Dynamo, does it hit multiple players? If
Wait,
they're all
which
grouped
ult?
up, or only the first one? Venator. You're a domain.
I think it does pierce, actually. I'm not sure. I mean,
yeah, it does.
Yes,
it's a little.
it pierces. It absolutely cleaves everything. You can even hit multi-headshots at the same time. It is the greatest thing ever.
The commissioner is above Oracle level, chat. He just proved it. Suck on that. In the meantime, Mina's in the game, and OC's just showed us how dangerous she can be. Infernus has not been used as efficiently, but NA seems to prioritize. Who would be playing it for the melee creeps? Jake, do you have a specific player you think would build out the Infernus?
For this team, actually, I'm not 100% sure who's going to run it. Is it
better things to do than getting shot at?
They're going to party.
Yeah, I mean, I do think
Abrams
it's a really
outside.
strong top three. I think you have like, and for Venator is the top carrier right now. I think that's like pretty decisive, honestly, in terms of like being true number one. And then I think Dynamo and Infernus are some of the strongest team fighters in the game. Floorman, they've gotten a draft that I think is more of their comfort, as they ban the Viper as well. So they don't want to deal with these like, you know, tempo aggro heroes. However, I'm worried about the team fight being put together right now for the melee creeps. Floorman, I think they need to find some sort of answers to this. You know, maybe like a Lash could look pretty good here for the Floorman, but melee creeps even snag that away. So the team fight is looking like devious. I think at this point for Floorman, you can no longer win a team fight draft. You just have to play like a tempo split the map kind of a draft. And Mina, Silver, these are some of the best heroes at it, of just like staying split on the map, putting pressure on all over the place. So you never really give up that team fight. And they throw in a build there, which actually could be disruptor.
Can I bring a Bebop to party with my Shiv and Billy, or is that a terrible idea?
I wouldn't mind a Bebop this game. I'm not sure if they will or not, but I do think it kind of plays to that strength of maybe, you know, trying to be a little cheeky, look for picks all around the map at once. But they go with the guys just prioritizing locking in a top tier carry, and one that, hey, if you fail to kill on something like a Singularity or initiation from Lash, you know, that swap can really turn things around for guys. So I do like her here. You know, as a sort of somebody just leave in the side lane, let her push walkers down, let Mina take the other side of the map. Melee creeps grab the Bebop as well, though, which is going to make it harder to try and split and play all on your own, trying to put pressure on. Bebop can really punish it.
It's interesting, like, I don't know where NA values Celeste at the moment. We saw Celeste drop in value since the nerfs, but we've seen time and again that she can be like a 6th pick that goes really crazy still and can carry a game. So we just saw in the EU too. EU is still valuing Celeste quite a lot. So the pocket is going to come in, and I mean, you know, that could be preempting a Kelvin potentially. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what the final pick is here. Floorman, is Ivy available? Okay, they get Rem instead. Okay, cool.
I do like Rem when you're going to play these like split pushing drafts. I mean, split pushing is, I would say maybe it's like always a thing in Deadlock, but I think for Floorman, like, look at the team fight you're up against. This is disgusting. Like, 4 of the 6 heroes on melee creeps have top tier team fighting ultimates that are really hard to deal with. The other heroes are Venator, who is just a monster on carry, and then Bebop, who's going to hook you and pull you into those unfavorable team fight scenarios. So I think, like, it's super scary to be thinking about taking 6-on-6 engagements on Urns and on mid boss. So for the Floorman, I mean, having somebody like Rem, you know, camp in the side lane, maybe steal some of that econ away. You know, I think for Floorman, they really do need to generate that macro advantage and not allow melee creeps to like get those big, you know, full team engagements if they want to win this one.
Well, there's only 2 characters on Floorman I respect, and that's Mina and Silver. The rest of the team, garbage. I got melee creeps getting this one done. They're moving on to the NA Grand Finals. Venator on Ido is putting up 26 kills in a 48-minute game. DDK, that's my Puckett prediction. What is your breakdown of what we're about to witness?
Yeah, I feel like melee creeps coming out pretty strong in this draft. I think the Venator and Infernus threat is so dangerous when you get into the late game. And I think there's obviously a lot of, you know, other very disruptive, difficult things to deal with in terms of like the capacity for melee creeps to also provide some tempo and have like a decent early to mid game. So I feel like melee creeps, you know, you're just a ticking time bomb for Floorman. They're going to have to, you know, find early momentum and some snowball early. And I'm not sure how successful that's going to be. But with that said, it feels like they kind of dropped a little bit more comfort over maybe some more of the meta here for Floorman. So
yeah, we just watched that not work at all in the EU final, right, Jake?
Yeah, I see you're saying. I mean, I think for Floorman, I think they're wise to like sort of not try to match the team fight. You know, once the enemy gets Dynamo and Infernus and Lash, now even Pocket, like, you just aren't going to succeed trying to force those big engagements into like that kind of a comp. But, you know, I can really see a sort of a weird game plan here for Floorman where Shiv with like the knife build is running people down on lane. Silver's finding, you know, pickoffs here and there. Like, the individuals on melee creeps aren't really the best at these 1v1 or 2v2 kind of engagements. And I think Floorman are going to look a lot stronger, maybe off the lanes and maybe into that early mid game. The question is, can they actually get enough off of that, you know, and even getting like those pickoffs in the later stages of the game to where melee creeps just never gets to force the fight on their own terms. But I always think these kinds of matches are particularly exciting to watch because it's sort of 2 different teams with almost completely different takes on the meta. Like, they're not trying to do the same thing really at all with these drafts. And it's always, for me, interesting to see, you know, who comes out on top in a battle like that.
I'd imagine we see for Venator, that would probably be John, I imagine, right? And
I was going to say, chat baited me with the Venator, and then I was thinking, Ido played Lash last week, and they got obliterated. Is it true if Ido plays Lash, they get obliterated again this week, DDK?
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, I just got a good Lash. I think I would imagine he'd probably be on Pocket. I would imagine. I mean, that's the Ido classic.
Yeah, that's the OG. I think since they brought Do on, I think it's more often where Do plays Pocket, but then
that's true.
Do also plays often the sort of like secondary carry, which is kind of in Furnace right now for in this draft. So I actually think this is like sort of hard to nail down. I do expect to see, well, I guess between the Bebop and the Dynamos is also interesting, right? It's like maybe it's going to be a Saya Dynamo this game so that Scout can play Bebop, which is something that we've seen Scout. It's been a while, right? But I think Scout has looked super good historically on the Bebop here in Night Shift. I think he looks really good anytime he's playing these like early game roaming heroes that kind of pop up everywhere and make plays. And if Bebop does that kind of a game where he's off to a hot start, shutting down some of these side laners, building an early advantage, that game could get pretty awkward pretty quick for the Floormen. You know, if they sort of find themselves, hey, Earn is being forced, you got to come respond and take a team fight, you know, facing down Death Slam, Affliction, Concussive Combustion, and Singularity it's not going to feel so good when there's an objective that you can't really back off from.
Sounds like a rough time. I just had a quick question for the chat. If it's hailing outside, does that mean a tornado is nearby? Because I see it in the movies and stuff, and like we've got like this big. My daughter just brought a whole bunch downstairs. I was like, that's dirty ice, honey. Where's it from? Outside. Cool. So it's hailing in Ohio. Best of luck to wherever you guys are watching Deadlock from around the world. This is your North American Challenger matchup. We have an NA final, and if I just disappear because of the internet, it's because I got attacked by a tornado. I'm in the basement, but hopefully my family's all right.
You know, back in the day, I had a tornado warning when I was like playing competitive Overwatch, and it was like, I was like, come on, guys, it's fine. Like I was looking out the window, I'm like, guys, it's just a little windy. Like, let's just play.
Come on,
let's just play. They're like, come to the basement. I'm like, no, come on, guys, I got a match. I gotta lock in. I gotta play.
Priorities. Like if it takes
kind of regret
while
that,
gaming, I went the way I wanted to. Yeah. What, like, Jake, you were just playing the odds. Like, how many people do you know in your life that have actually been taken by a tornado, right?
Yeah, like getting sucked out the window and flown up into the sky. Probably not gonna happen. Like, it's probably fine. Let's just play the match. Let's play the match. If the window shatters, I'll leave. All right, that's the deal I made.
Once again, Ido is having his nervous poos before we get ready. I assume production let me know what's going on. Who's the NA delayed today? I'm taking away $5 from the prize pool for every 3 minutes we wait. Chat, we don't put up with it here on the Night Shift. Why? Because we have children demanding to go to bed and wanting to show us hail on camera. There's a big bunny throwing down my stairs. I gotta go, production. Put these two on the big camera and it'll be wonderful, and then I'll be back when I can.
Pluggin's got to take care of some family, but I mean, Dan, looking at these two drafts, I'm curious, like what you think about the lanes for the Floormen. Like for this Rem, I feel like the Rem has like a bunch of different heroes who could look kind of good getting pocketed, and I'm wondering who do you think is going to get that sort of boost of resources? Who's going to get that kind of support?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you could cut it a bunch of different ways. I mean, you could put it with the Geist. You know, if Rem's going to be roaming pretty heavily, then you know that's super easy. You know, you make sure Geist is really safe on lane, and obviously then Rem can do all the roam. Billy, obviously, you know, you can have a pretty powerful lane with the support on Billy. Billy can be really oppressive. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can see the argument across the board. I guess it comes down to what they've worked on in scrims, or how the positions normally are played out in scrims for them, and then what feels the best. But like, what was your intuition say on it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I look at this. I think I do like the Mina plus. I guess I could see either a Mina plus Shiv or Mina plus Silver lane. I really like when you pair a lot of like Spirit nuking with Silver. Silver can like lock people down for that 1 second, and that's all you need to like get your dash off on Shiv, put a knife in there, and kind of start a chase down that is just going to go really well for the Floormen. And so I think it might end up being Geist maybe on the side lane with Rem, but honestly, now that I think about it, it's quite a good Rem game because those little helpers, the spirit resist they provide, it's a pretty spirit heavy draft overall from melee creeps, right? It's really everybody except for Venator is pretty much hard spirit, and so hey, that spirit resil is going to be quite valuable. It's kind of a really nice stat to be able to have, especially when you're going to be playing Shiv and Silver, and like you need to be able to tank through that damage. Evading it isn't an option.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that's a lesser represented point, I think, with Rem in general, especially in the early game when Spirit's a lot more powerful. It can definitely make a really big difference. But it's going to be the Mina with the Shiv, which is also a really, really annoying lane to be up against. I'm trying to see who is on the other side. You've got Pocket and Lash, so a lot of Spirit nuking on that lane.
Yeah, so Rem actually going to be paired with the Billy on the lane. Also can be pretty scary as a lane that can just run at you. It's going to be Geist and Silver in the mid lane. So an interesting choice to put Geist as kind of the hard farmer typically, I would think, I guess, of this draft on the mid lane. But she can be a pretty strong laner in her own right. I think that's maybe why the Geist sees a bit more play than some of the other options, is that the ability to just hold down that mid lane, clear creeps, and let your lane partner just take boxes to their heart's content is pretty significant on Geist compared to others.
Yeah, one thing that's worth a call out, there's like so many things to talk about, but Dimov getting onto the Shiv, of course, you know, we talked about how good Dimov's hero pool is, which is funny because with Dimov, there's so many things that are absolutely terrifying that he could play, but his hero pool is so wide, it's like kind of hard to understand what that's going to be in the draft necessarily, but they did prioritize Shiv pretty early on to make sure that they could get it, and it was at a point where, you know, they gave up like an Infernus for that, you know, so they made some serious concessions to secure the Shiv for Dimov. So I would be expecting, you know, Dimov to be extremely important in terms of his impacts on Shiv in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Infernus, which is kind of the natural counter to Shiv, but of course, you're going to be building Dispel Magic in this game, right? You're going to be building those tools specifically to help you in some of those scarier matchups. I think Divine Barrier is going to be a crucial item for somebody like Xeno as well this game. You know, the ability to purge off the Affliction is going to be very, very important. But for the melee creeps, it's kind of all countered by, hey, if you just hit more people with your Spirit nukes, you know, you're not going to be able to purge it all off. It is going to be Ido, by the way, on the Pocket. So this is a bit of a fan favorite. You know, back in the day, right, this was the one trick for Ido. I mean, remember the old Hydronation squads would hard ban first Pocket. Just do not let Ido play Pocket was the name of the game. And it's been so long since we've thought of him as a player like that, where you're particularly thinking about the Pocket as opposed to, you know, any other sort of nuking movement carry. But I think it's always a great hero to see him on. I think he has a great understanding of the character and is able to build unconventionally if that's what's needed.
Yeah, it's great to see it be something to circle back to, because like you say, you know, he was kind of one trick and he had to diversify his hero pool. I think, to be honest, you know, Do and like a lot of other players have had that reputation to some extent. John also, right at the beginning, gets very, very well known for like being somewhat of a Warden one trick, and then you see that he actually can expand his pool. But you get to see it every so often, the classics.
Just like a nice counter parry there from ABG, not only to save League, but to put massive damage onto John and Saya, who aren't having the most impact, I think, on the mid lane. And that could have been a kill that kind of goes their way. Instead, they're going to take quite the beating, which is going to slow their roll. I mean, Venator Bebop, pretty scary lane, right? You can hook people into the traps. You can kind of pull them way deeper than they intend to go.
I'm really interested to see how this game is going to play out, because I do think that kind of obvious draft strength is in the camp of melee creeps to some extent, but it's, as we've highlighted, it's not to say that any of the picks here really are bad or anything from Floormen. We'll have to see how it all pans out. And so far, you know, things are looking pretty even. I was kind of concerned that the Infernus Dynamo lane would be very, very hard to deal with, because it can be a very annoying combo to be up against. The kinetic pulses, plus, you know, just the afterburn and so on, and the flame dash. It's just, and there's a lot of sustain, obviously, with the heal that Dynamo has as well. So it can be just very irritating to be against that lane. But, you know, Shiv, Mina, also, you know, a very nice lane, I think, performing pretty well so far. And I think, as we said, you know, those are two heroes that you need to have a good start on. These two heroes. They both can snowball and really control the game quite effectively for you. So you got to protect that. And so far, they're doing a good job against Ido on the Pocket, 50k here on the Lash as well.
And DMB's taking a lot of damage on Mina. I mean, one of the things that's been nerfed about Mina is that her sustain is a lot weaker. Tempted rundown here from Ido. Doesn't want to chase any deeper than this, and does get a couple knives in his back for his trouble. Dimov might actually be able to find this here. I guess the last tick of the knife, the cape away. Ido doesn't actually take the teleport, though, so he's taking a ton of pressure here. Does have that Resto Locket, so maybe try to bait just a little bit here. Dimov wisely, I think, reads that one, forces the Resto Lock, and gets out of the play. They do find this kill diving in onto the Infernus. That's a nice one to find for Rocker, but it is traded right back, so pretty limited in the impact on that one.
Still good wave priority though for Floormen here with Xeno on the Rem. And that does allow Rocket to come back onto lane. I gotta say, you know, Billy's interesting because Billy was really heavily prioritized in the drafts. I think across the board until somewhat recently, where we've seen a big return to Abrams, and it feels like EU doesn't prioritize Billy as much, but NA still values Billy quite heavily. So cool to see some of those differences.
Yeah, I do like that Billy, you know, with the unstoppable on the maxed ultimate. I think that's actually going to be a deceptively important timing this game. You can't really rush it, right? Because you're just kind of too weak the rest of the game if you do. But once we get a little bit later in the game, by the way, look at that new affliction UI on the HUD. Dimov has been afflicted. I love that. It's actually such an important thing to know how many people get afflicted in a fight. And, you know, the fact that it was always really hard to tell before was really annoying.
Yeah, it's gonna be way more hype now, where we're like not having to be like, let me just look at the health bars.
At least two
yeah, it was 4 people that got afflicted. Yeah. And we're eating good here.
In the side lane. And it's going to mean a lot of the souls here are going to go to Dimov, where, as I say that, looks like it was DMB's damage from beyond the grave. Maybe a tower shot got that kill. Ooh, one more knife. That's huge from Dimov. This might be enough to take out the Lash. It's going to be a little close, and the 5th knife absolutely seals his fate. Gets cut to pieces there. Dimov styles on Fishcake. Does not miss a knife.
Yeah, such a pleasure to see Dimov doing his thing. All right, there's the life swap coming through on mid, and that's going to force a bit more of passive play here on Melee Creeps' ends. Quite a few weakened players, and there's the Geist Bomb just chasing it down. League looking to have a really strong game here. I think he's going to have to be in that hyper carry position. You know, somewhat shortly, you know, you're going to see more roam from AVG, and then you'll likely see League just trying to farm, like just go super efficient on the farm. Speaking of which, you got John actually gets the connection on the gut shot there, and some harass here, some good damage trading from John, but nothing too worrisome.
Yeah, it's some big trades to find there for League, who is probably the most motivated of anyone on Floormen to have that nice start, get into some of those early farm items. Ido tangling with DMB, and man, that negative spirit resist base on Pocket just absolutely bites when you're trading with Amina.
Guys, update on the hail. The hail is now starting to melt. The sky is gray, not green. I think we're all right.
Okay, hopefully no tornadoes for Puckett's family. I would appreciate that.
AVG's coming to
by the way,
Jake.
Say that. Maybe a dive coming in here. You do have a Lash ult here, so you got to be kind of careful diving too deep, but maybe with this many players, they'll be able to overwhelm still. Mina's got to be careful. Execute, though, is good from Dimov, and Mina holding on to those bats. No way the Lash can really get that damage in.
Oh, Ido's coming straight back in with the affliction. We can see very clearly 2 players getting afflicted here. That gives a lot of momentum potentially in the fight to Melee Creeps, but Ido will get traded out instantly. And Dimov always able to escape with that excellent shotgun movement. And in the meantime, something that we missed was that there was a huge pressure on the mid lane from Melee Creeps to take down that Guardian. The League, I think, would have had so much benefit for his farm efficiency to just keep that to keep that up. And because that goes down, you know, some nice trade on the map there for Melee Creeps. But now, you know, the game changes a bit here, Jake, because the roam is really unlocked for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian's dropping like flies. There's really only one remaining. Geist is probably going to be just chilling here in the mid lane. Don't expect to see too much action there. I wonder if she will end up going to take over a side lane with that last remaining Guardian they have. And yeah, it looks like it will be the move. I mean, you can definitely get a lot more farm there out of the side lane on a character like Geist. Consideration of looking for this Infernus kill, but AVG just doesn't really have the cooldowns for it, and so is instead going to just focus on clearing down this last Guardian of Melee Creeps.
Yeah, the game's starting to get maybe dangerous for both of these teams. We're looking for the mid priority right now as well, and that's going to be Melee Creeps getting across to the left side bridge buff, have that high ground superiority. Definitely numbers here though for Floormen as we look to these buffs and the initial first turn contest. And I mean, like you're saying in the draft, you know, the team fight is quite scary from Melee Creeps' end, especially in these objective fights.
See what Sai can find on the Bebop. And, you know, with the Bebop in this meta, you're definitely going to be getting a little bit more farm onto this one. So excited to see what Sai can do. I mean, it's conventionally been on that low economy support sort of role for his team, but now with a bit more to show for it. Big Death Slam comes in, but I think it's mostly defensive. Fishcake just trying to get players away from his allies. Being run down, might end up ticking out Furnace on basically no HP, and yes, the knife is good enough. Silver starting to run down Dynamo. Scout does not have that singularity, and AVG is not scared of anything. Just eat Scout for breakfast. And with an earn control to show for it as well, Saya does find it. Looks like a hook and a trade there onto Xeno. Ido's getting battled down here, but maybe the overwhelming numbers here from Melee Creeps are going to be enough, and they do find the kill onto DMB.
Yeah, some pause there to get the earn to its mark on the right lane. League is, of course, looking after that lane at the moment. He's got John on the other end, the two M1 position 1 carries, whatever you want to call them. And will they be able to make their way across, though? Earn gets dropped for this team fight in mid, as Melee Creeps try to intercept, keeping that pressure on as much as they can towards Floorman's Walker in the mid lane. But now, once again, the movement does persist to the right lane. And that control is really important. Really good play from Melee Creeps to take down that Guardian. Looking to pressure League as well, further back on the lane. Looking to just win this priority so he can get that contest and make it successful on this turn-in. Good high ground usage coming in here from Floorman as well to try to get the upper hand in this fight. And now looking to drop in Unison onto this team fight as the dunk attempt comes on through. And it's looking like an absolute crazy battle. The Singularity gets just blown up completely. And right now, Floorman looking like they have all the momentum in this one. You've got the Lycan form slicing away here as they are forcing the remainder of Melee Creeps to fall back out of this one. There goes Fishcake as well, as more and more damage comes on through. And it really feels like Floorman are running this one.
Yeah, they get so much out of the fight. Looks like the lion's share of those earned souls. Even Sai gets run down in the trade. And I mean, you can see that AVG just running down the Dynamo. It's like, Scout, what is he supposed to do there? He even popped the Singularity, but ends up just bleeding out. But your choices are between solo Singularity on a very, very tanky Silver or just dying and doing nothing. So a really well-played fight. That's the type of fight that should, in theory, be really difficult for this Floorman comp, but they get it done. I do think as the game gets later, the ults get more points in them, more items come out, the team fight is going to get scarier for Melee Creeps, but I like that Floorman are willing to flex their strength here and now and, hey, get a few thousand souls lead out of it.
Yeah, and it's so fun to see how much teams have grown in terms of the coordination of how to attack these earn battles positionally. Just seeing, you know, the takedown of the Guardian, trying to claim that space, but then the counter high grounds coming in from Floorman, the timing on the drop down. Just a lot of advanced stuff coming in. As we get also another skirmish here in the mid lane, and Floorman are somewhat outnumbered. They might get picked off. The Death Slam connects as well, and there's nothing that Rocket can do to stop that. And now you've got a front down of Demov, who is extraordinarily hard to catch when he's on this Shiv, and once again, he'll be able to escape, as always is the case.
Look at that, Divine Barrier already queued up for Xeno. Love that he's prioritizing the item. That catch out of Rocker is nice, but it did expend the lash ult for it. So as they push forward to try and take down this mid lane Walker, this would be, by the way, a huge find. Getting the mid lane first is always quite nice, and beautiful hook by Saya does catch on a Demov. He's gonna be ticking from the blood right, but I guess that Resto Locket is enough to keep him alive. Counter Walker does go down on the right side of the map, and you know, Melee Creeps, or rather Floorman, are trying to get even more out of it. They're gonna look for the double Walker pickup here, but the defense is coming in.
Yeah, this is going to be very tight here. They would really want to get this. If they're going to die, you would at least want to get a second Walker online, and Rocker is trying to melee it as much as he can. That's good damage coming on through, and it looks like it should be enough here. There's the Rising Ram to finish it off, and okay, yeah, Rocker's going to die, but it was all worth it. Hang on, still actually battling away, but in comes John with the finishing shots, and it's going to be a wipeout. But again, we can't ignore what was gained for all of those deaths. 2 Walkers against the 1. Is it worth it, Jay?
Yeah, this is one that is sort of right on the line. I mean, I think the fact that DMB gets caught as well, it's probably just a little bit not worth it, especially because you get the mid Walker. So now, yes, there are still 2 Walkers remaining for the Floorman, but just inherently having 2 split objectives on the far sides of the map, it's just a matter of time, really, before you get a good split push that drops one of those side Walkers and then puts you back in the driver's seat. Silver ult is popped here, but she gets hit by that anti-heal grenade by the Venator, and chasing down a pocket seems pretty unlikely. AVG doesn't really want to commit on that.
Yeah, this is a horrible fight. Just getting kited by the abilities.
Wait,
and that's
Scout?
what people like can form out now, and a team fight will commence right afterwards. That does put Floorman behind ever so slightly, but with that said, Dimov is looking really strong in this one, able to come in the nick of time, and is under control now for Floorman, looking to win another objective, but Rocker's going to get interrupted, has to drop the urn just briefly there for the moment, and in the meantime, you have one of those side objectives getting absolutely burned to pieces. But Do here looking to work on this one. Is there going to be any response to this? Dimov is coming in to try to take him down on the flank. I mean, they need control of this lane one way or the other, and it is just a death for this Walker, and it will certainly be successful. The Flame Dash will absolutely make sure of that.
And that true solo Walker kill for one death, absolutely going to be worth it. It gets a lot of souls into the pocket of Do, who kind of needed him this game. I mean, it puts him, I think, right back up kind of where he wants to be, just behind John. Still pretty effective, but with that player dead, opportunity here for Floorman to punish it right back. If they get this urn dunk in, it's absolutely going to tilt back in their favor. Still, dead heat here on the Souls. Melee Creeps showing numbers. They looks like they do want to try and fight this, and they get the melee, knocking the urn out of Billy's hands.
Yeah, it's also getting a bit awkward now. Death Slam coming on through as well. This might be just the interrupt that's required, but no, Dimov looking to provide the harass around the urn itself to try to secure this turn-in, but still so much fighting left to be done here. Rocket does have that chain gang, but no HP to use it. League has a life swap as well, really performing very well in this fight as well. Good positioning coming in from Floorman is having them be in a spot to potentially win some ground, but looks like both teams are certainly in a very weak position. However, Melee Creeps are able to regroup and to try to find more position on that urn deposit. I didn't actually see who actually managed to turn it in the end.
It was Dimov, and I think he actually got most of the souls. So when they came into that fight, they were basically dead even. Now 2K solely, but I mean, this game has still been way too close to call. Like, they're really, I wouldn't say there is almost any advantage here, especially because, hey, in theory, I kind of like this Melee Creeps comp in the late game. So they're going to be sitting pretty, but just the same, Floorman are going to feel like, hey, we are taking these fights. They keep like just running at Scout and just basically trying to kill him off first with the silver, and it's getting a little scary because he's just not really able to look for those big singularities when he's being focused in that way. Later in the game, I guess I wonder how that'll play out when he's able to, especially once he maxes out that quantum, is going to make a big difference for being able to maybe just escape, slip away from some of these more threatening kills. But I mean, honestly, I think both teams playing this one safe, both know a lot rides on this. This is your chance to get to that money match and actually contend for the top of North America. A spot both these teams want to see themselves.
And Dimov looking to get the drop on Seafish Cake, just temporarily there. Roaming as a group of 4 Floormen, looking for these kills. And they are stealing some farm over there as well, on that right side of the map here. So trying to be very active to find these pickoffs. And again, with the mid-boss up now, these fights start to have a lot more on the line. And a couple minutes away from the next urn turn in, most of the farm on the map has been largely eaten up.
I see Infernus.
So roams continue here.
Yeah, nothing much to fight over for the next minute 30. So both teams just jungling. I think in theory that should be a little bit favored for Floorman because they do have the Ram who can, hit those tunnels boxes, which is a not insignificant amount of souls to be found on the map. On top of, hey, any sinners you're able to steal. But I mean, both teams fighting for their own jungle. Attempted go here on mid. They do catch the Dynamo. They're gonna follow up with the sleep as well. No quantum deployed just yet. And once again, Scout just annihilated first. Big death slam on a 2, but these are tanky heroes. Affliction onto 2 more. Maybe it'll be enough to keep this fight going, but Melee Creeps are taking a lot of damage in this trade.
Yeah, now the big players have come on into the fight as well. Dimov doing a lot of damage. The Affliction on Dimov, though, is going to tick him away. However, League doing so much work here to force everybody back here. Massive damage, fully HP'd up. And so this is an impressive force. Melee Creeps, 3 players down. They just did not have the start to this fight. I mean, in fact, it of course was Floorman taking the initiation. As you said, that unrelenting focus coming in onto Scout on that Dynamo. And I was expecting to see a quantum entanglement, but I don't know if it was on cooldown or what happened exactly, but it wasn't available. And there was no saving that.
There's got to be like some slowing hexes or something preventing him from using it there. There's no way he doesn't find that if he has the option to get it off. But I mean, the strategy from Floorman has been, hey, like, kill the Dynamo, right? It's simple. Now, a go here on Dimov. They do find the hook. They pull him in. He's getting absolutely swarmed and bursted. Does ult, jump away. Wrestle Locket heals him for a second. Lash is really desperate to find this finish.
Such a valuable kill to find. There's no way Demov gets away again. This is the second time, Dan, in
Has he
minutes
died?
that he has lived on less than 100 HP. I mean, he lived the last fight after the Affliction on a sliver of HP, which for most heroes is normal. For Shiv, it really requires you to know your limit perfectly.
Speaking of being low HP, John John's in trouble here, and I don't think he's got as good escape options. I mean, against Amina, I mean, how on earth do you get out of this one? The raid comes through, and that's an easy finish. Grab the bag, and it's a good spot here for Floormen as they look to go into the next team fight again. We've got the objectives up here. The urn has been collected by Scout. He's running it the long way around, but that means he's not in the team fight. Rocket in from the back here, looking for the chain gang. Mina as well, looking for the cutoffs, and here comes Nox Nostra over the top. Everybody isolated and getting absolutely destroyed here. Mina, though, is going to get eventually traded. DMB, someone exposed in the fight, but Floormen still here with a strong presence.
Oh, so interesting. DMB, he went for the superior stamina instead of the Dispel Magic, and so a simple slowing hex causes him to die there. He can't get out and loses a 1400 bag. So that kill on Saya is incredibly expensive. Likely not going to be feeling like that was worth it at all. Demov looking to maybe get an early contest, but holding onto the Walker could be strong with Singularity like this. Finding a couple players still. The swap is good from League. He's going to continue fighting forward here without much fear, but with the respawns coming in from melee creeps, Floormen think bit off more than they could chew into this one, and it's going to be a full commit. They really want to chase down League. Remember, no swap here for the Geist. This would be a really nice kill to find.
And especially because, again, the mid-boss is up here. This could be a massive pick-off. There we go. They finish it off. A lot more action to be had there in mid as the urn swaps hands. It is actually back in AVG's hands here, I believe, on the mini-map. He's going to be running it, but there's so many players chasing him. There's no way that he is going to get away with this one. He's still got it in hand somehow. What a run there from AVG. Drops it to try to escape this one, but I think he gets locked down by the slowing hex, and it's going to be an urn for melee creeps. And you know what? They could probably go mid-boss off this if they wanted.
They might. I mean, still 4 players alive and healthy for the Floormen, so I expect them to do what they can to kind of attack and punish this attempt. John is going to start hitting, though, putting in that damage, forcing a response. Floormen, 20 seconds for the spawn. They're going to need to fight this with a few players down. An attempt here to get off the mid-boss. Affliction onto 2. It's big onto Demov. That's the ideal target onto this one. And with Infernus assisting, running that one down, Demov just has to run for the hills. Slowly ticking out of this one. Does dodge that hook. Great movement there. The Affliction ends, but the Bloodletting still going to continue to tick. Any bit of damage you can find is good, but just again, Demov, the movement, too clean.
Yeah, with everybody coming back here for the mid-boss, it looks like it should be pretty safe here. I mean, I don't know what can be done here from Floormen. They're going to try to do something, but the Death Slam comes on through, and that's going to just lock them out. AVG goes in with an attempt for a steal, but every single crystal taken by the melee creeps. It's been a pretty rough game, but this could be a huge turning point. Big chain gang comes on through. That's going to deal with one of the Rejuve crystals. They need more than this. They've got to get a lot more than this here as they look to try to get every bit of value. Lose the Rejuve crystals, but then goes AVG trying to slash his way to victory, but eventually has to try to find his way back out of the fight. Rocker on the other end here as well, controlling that exit.
They're trying to heal up. They're trying to play on Scout. Everyone low on melee creeps. They want to get out of this with their Rejuve's intact, but Floormen don't have that much HP themselves, so they can't be overconfident in this one. Hook comes in from Saya trying to get a trade off of this one. The Rejuve does go down. Silver probably going to be happy to just get out of this. Melee creeps, only 1 Rejuve remaining. They're trying to save this last charge with the Quantum. Floormen playing really well despite not getting a single crystal in that fight. I mean, I think they do about as well as they can considering the circumstance.
Yeah, unbelievable, honestly. I mean, I felt there was a strong chance at a potential wipe. You'd imagine. I mean, they're pretty even on the soul economy. To fight with 3 Rejuve crystals and like more players in the pit, 4 melee creeps. It's very hard in these team fights. You know, in the future we're gonna have, I'm sure, like the ability to have all the fancy replays to really work out kind of what was the sequence of actions that gave Floormen the edge in some of those battles.
Oh, nice hook, slowing hex to catch. Nox Nostra, though, kind of turns this fight around. Puts a lot of damage onto Saya. Takes basically the entire duration of that ultimate. And Bebop, not much HP left for him as DMB wants to run this one down, get the finish. He's able to find it there, and with the Sanguine Retreat as well, shouldn't be in trouble. Even wants to, hey, maybe go a little bit more here. Saya's down for the count, had already lost his Rejuve. He would love to be able to take it off John John, and John John actually might be ticking out. The bleed. Oh, not quite good enough. So close.
Oh, man, the last tick.
I wonder if that was not saved by Scout or something. That was really down to the wire. An attempt from Ido, but Capes away. Just looking to be annoying harassment. Both teams, I think, are so aware of catching each other's Spirit Nucleus. Both Mina and Pocket on notice with all these slowing hexes.
Really, really entertaining game so far. Earn comes up here on this right side. And it does look like Melee Creeps have more players in position on this one. So they should be able to get the pick up. Now, lane prio is for Melee Creeps at the moment on the left lane as well. It looks like maybe a late attack here onto the position coming in from Floorman. However, they have conceded the pickup. That's going to be Scout on the Dynamo. He's going to take that one into safety. And for Floormen now, they'll have to work their way across the map. This is going through the base, so hard to intercept.
It's really defensive rotation, but with only a mid-walker standing, it's really hard to do much to punish for Floormen. Like, all-inning the mid-walker is not very realistic. You know, even if there's just 1 or 2 players defending, and that's going to be enough to stall you out and get you caught in an awkward team fight. Still, Regiu's what, 30, 40 seconds left? I mean, not a lot of time. Melee Creeps, they took the long route, the safe route on this dunk, but it means there's really not much margin for error from a time perspective. Spirit Burn also bought up by Mina. That's going to be very big for DMB, his ability to shut down some of the healing in these fights.
Yeah, and I like some of the mid threat there onto that mid-walker pressure from DMB on the Mina. Just trying to keep them honest in their rotations, Melee Creeps. They can't give up
Bebop
positioning.
I think Bebop's getting ganked here, AVG. You'd love to be able to catch him first. Does get hooked. They're going to attempt to earn dunk at the same time, so trying to split the focus, trying to punish Floorman 4, going for this kill onto Saya. And a full secured earn dunk is absolutely going to be worth it, even if you do lose the Bebop. And hold on. Okay, yeah, he does eventually go down, but I think this is just going to feel worth for Saya. It does get you a full earn turn in. That being said, the tick out the Spirit Burn Pocket on no HP at all. He does bleed out there. DMB assisted by DMob with the finish, assisted by the entirety of Floorman there.
2 players are down. It's going to get worse here. Another one. 3 players down. That mid-walker is absolutely going to fall here. Floormen in position for a full assault. However, the lanes are pushed on both sides. They might lose a lot of damage on their right side walker whilst this is going on, so they got to be careful about that. But the chase coming on through here to do. Very hard to catch the Infernus with all those flame dash charges. And Scout now is going to be in the mix. But John in for some help. Good isolation onto AVG, going a little deep, and they can't trade this. Floormen, they have to fall all the way back, and they again are losing that right side walker to minions at the moment. That is not what you want.
Yeah, they do get the mid-walker, but it costs a lot of kills. I love the way Melee Creeps fought that, right? Venator, Dynamo, and Infernus all together in a small room is not a room that you want to be in on the floor, man. I mean, that is a scary combo. They won't be able to get that walker with Creeps, but, I mean, they got 3 players dead. I think they can just do it the old-fashioned way. Bit of an attempt here onto League, who actually could find himself in a tough spot. The spawners are not going to be coming in anytime soon. League does still have that HP swap, but will he actually be able to leverage it in this fight? Does throw it out, but even with that heal, it's just not even close to enough. Infernus willing to tank it.
Yeah, this is a terrible fight. You got both DMOV and League getting caught 2 versus 4 here. Now a late rotation coming in from Floorman, but it is just too late.
I've seen him escape too many times to believe it until he actually hits the deck. But there's a special feeling into that chase down for Ido for sure.
And this has got to feel bad for Floorman. You know, just overcooking it a little bit in the mid lane, getting isolated. AVG really deep, 1v3, and then now that has turned into, I think, like 3 or 4 kills off the back of that. They lost a walker as well. They have no prio across any lane in the entire map. All the farm is up. This is backfired for Floorman.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be an expensive mistake. I will say, though, I think this is the biggest lead of the game so far, and we're looking at, what, about a 10% soul advantage here for the Melee Creeps. Maybe soon to grow as they're splitting. They're clearing a lot of jungle. Ido even stealing some of the enemy's camps right now is always a little bit of extra value here. But still, very much a playable game. That being said, I'm curious what are the next item buys for some of these key team fighters. Like, I'm especially looking at Scout. What can he find to be a little bit more effective on the Dynamo? Has really been focused in a lot of these team fights. And hey, some survivability tools might go a long way to getting off some better singularities.
Yeah, that's a great call out. The complexion of the team fights are going to change pretty soon due to some of those itemizations. And just a lull here. I mean, we haven't had too many in the last 10 minutes, but as you say, mid-boss is about to spawn. You got just to clean up across the map, try to extend that lead, buy up some items to be able to actually leverage the soul advantage into the next very pivotal team fights.
Interesting. 2 divine barriers are up for the Floormen. It's going to make it a lot harder for Ido to get more than just essentially forcing those skills out with a big affliction. I also feel like Bebop is kind of scaling into this point where he's going to become a very real threat in the team fights, right? You know, a couple more items come out, it's a little bit more damage, and a gun buff for Venator might actually be enough to kind of make you look for a fight. That being said, they have just enough souls to mean this is an advantage turn-in. I believe. Oh wait, no. Does it? Oh, it just equalizes right at the moment, and it comes down. That pretty painful.
Hey, they're gonna try to make the run. You know, you've got Floormen though looking for opportunities here, protecting the urn with a nice formation. And there's a Nox Nostra coming on through, and the position changing there for Mina, and that is, oh, it's so difficult there. Good heal coming on through. Good save. Is it going to be enough here for Mina? Able to escape this one. They're going to have to go through a few other players to get to DMB. In the meantime, the Singularity will come through, and it's uninterrupted. That catches AVG, taken out of the fight. Not a lot of impact here, unfortunately, for him, and everybody's getting isolated now. League trying to escape with the Warp Stone, coming back into the fight for the live swap, but there's so many players here, and League is not in a position to escape. Stuck in the tunnel, there's nowhere to go. Into the flame dash, into absolutely everything, and they're getting completely wiped out here. Floormen, they are struggling in this fight. They are split up, and they got to fall back.
They're thinking about trying to take down Dimov as well, but he's blasting away. Should be all right to retreat back to base. Xeno won't be so lucky. And the Singularity, I mean, just so much focus. I think it was Singularity, Death Slam, and Concussive all onto AVG Silver, and he's just deleted from the fight. You cannot play the game. And I think that some of that, the issue with that strategy of having Silver run down these team fight ults is being apparent. Is if you can win a fight after, you know, solo ulting the Silver with basically your full load as a team, then that's a pretty strong recipe for a victory here. An attempt for Dimov to go for some parries, but this one is just really desperate. Absolute 5v1 there, and Melee Creeps read the play, wait out the parries, and get all the crystals.
Yeah, it's really, really tough now. Now it truly feels like, you know, that was the tipping point. That last fight, and I gotta say, this is going to be, I think, a frustrating game to look back on if it is going to be Melee Creeps winning this one for Floormen, because I think they're going to look at that situation where they had that crazy contest in mid on the mid boss. They dealt with 2 of the Reju crystals, and then they had that advantage. They take the mid walker down, but then they just overextend slightly. And then that turns into that kind of counter push that just devastated them. And they've been behind ever since that moment.
Now it's looking pretty rough, man. You get the full triple rejuve. You're probably just going to be waiting, I guess, for Scout to have the Singularity. But maybe you're not. Maybe you just feel strong enough that you can continue to push this pace even without one of the key ultimates in the fight. And in fairness, you got a lot of other powerful tools. E-shift on the Mina. Death Slam overhead. But they're still going to be able to slam down on him, but with the Rem save, I think that's going to be enough. Get DMB out of trouble. So Death Slam basically thrown in for nothing. Still, I mean, Floormen, yeah, an ult wasted against you is nice, but you need to be able to find like some sort of huge base defense kind of a team fight if you want to stabilize this game whatsoever. And Melee Creeps, it is a BO1, so I think they're going to play this as conservatively as is reasonably possible. But Saya could be the way to do that. Hooking Shiv, catching him in. Rough spot here from DMB, and he is just deleted, burned down. Great catch there, Saya, just kind of baiting in the hallway, and ooh, even looking for more. The Bebop just gives you such a powerful tool to look for an end in the game. 4-man affliction, and end of the game might come sooner rather than later, Dan.
Yeah, it seems like this is the final lap for Melee Creeps around the base of their opponents, and I mean, this was a super tight game. It really was like neck and neck the entire time. Came down to these, just like a small mistake or two. And I mean, we'll get an attempt here. There's the sleep, the Rem nap time to try to get an opportunity, open up on some kills maybe, but there's 3 Rejuve crystals still to think about as everybody is just packing into that corridor leading into the towards the fountain. And there goes another shrine. So looks like
a little
Melee
base
Creeps.
dive from Do, the refresher affliction from Ido. This game, I don't even think you back. You've got pretty much half the Rejuve, a third of the Rejuve timer left, but all 3 crystals available. You still have a Death Slam to go in over the top of the pit. A hook on Mina. It's going to further speed things along, get some of those key defensive tools out of DMB. And John is pouring in damage from range. There goes DMB. And Melee Creeps going to be booking their ticket here to the money match. Big Singularity onto 3, I think the biggest one of the game, and a Death Slam to add insult to injury.
Yeah, the Singularities, we didn't have too much of an opportunity to shine in this game, but Melee Creeps as a team absolutely will. they will be on to the money match.
Yeah, really well played by the Melee Creeps. You know, they just kind of got through the early phases of the game. They never gave up too much of a lead. And then there's that one, I think a little bit, we said, an overcook from Floorman. They push down. They have 3 players on the enemy team dead, in fairness. So it really feels like they do want to force something and take a walker down. But I think Melee Creeps kind of baited them into a bad fight, playing in the rooms really well with Dynamo and Furnace, and of course, John's Venator. And that being able to hold like that, I think it's a 3-on-5 or a 3-on-6 where actually it's Melee Creeps coming away with the kills, turns the game on its head. And from there, it does kind of feel like, oh, they've gotten over the hump. The draft now is just like, once you start getting refreshers on every one of these ults, it's just too much to play around.
The cat suits win again. Chad, if I told you that cat had paws last week in the graphic, would you believe me? Let's take a look here at some of the best plays from this game. The Bebop had his moments. The silver came out for AVG. And then Chad said maybe AVG got a little too hungry on the Wolf. The punishments came through. Melee Creeps all popping off towards the end. And I got to ask, did you have the least amount of shots fired? Can I play in Furnace without shooting?
I mean, this build, actually, yes, kind of. Like, you still want to light people on fire, but once you ignite somebody, you're probably done shooting for the rest of the team fight. You just, flame dash around, hit an explosion on somebody, keep reigniting them with napalm. It's quite the powerful build in the meta right now. I think it's the definitive way to play in Furnace these days.
And what is the build called? It's Dash in Furnace? Or is it just... I'll Google it. It'll be fine. Tracklock.gg. We got you.
Yeah, and look at this fight. So they're down. I mean, they get 1 kill on the rim, but it was a 3v6 this whole engagement. AVG just goes in the room thinking, hey, we have the numbers advantage, but with Dynamo holding the door with Singularity, the rest of the team doesn't want to follow. And some of these hooks in from Saya just had so much impact. It felt like DMB was just running for his life more often than he was actually playing the game on Mia.
Jake, I know it's a Bebop main. You're going to give Saya your MVP. DDK, who caught your eye, though?
Well, I'm actually also a gun bob and Infernus main, basically. So this is my meta right now. So I'm as bad as asking Jake is asking me.
That's fantastic, actually. So I guess the harder question is, Dew finished on fire, and the Gubbop did not. So are you going with Dew on the Infernus, or are we feeling Saya here? What did we like, DDK? If you had to choose between 2 of the teammates, it doesn't have to be your sidekick.
I'm trying to think here. Like, who do I feel like had the most sidekick level impact in this game? Because I feel like this was an interesting and unconventional game in terms of kind of how it played out. It's super team oriented the whole time. I might go Fishcake. Actually, I felt like the last play was really, really good. I think he was able to get a lot of really important positional play off. I mean, that is, of course, what you need to be able to do as a Lash, to set your team up, to create the disruption, to get the key death slams. And especially because the singularities were next to impossible to get off, it actually ended up being one of the more important team ults, I feel like.
Jake, as we take a look at some of the numbers, what were some of your thoughts here as we break down the performance of both squads? 34 to 26 total kills.
I mean, just John does it again. Like, he's so ridiculously consistent. And by the way, shout out anything 2111. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Appreciate all the subs and support these days with the community. But I mean, John, he just has games like this. It feels like routinely where he's got more or less the full rainbow. He's involved in almost every kill. Very, very low deaths, top souls in the lobby, top damage in the lobby. Like, this is almost an average performance for John, but I just feel like we have to keep highlighting that this guy looks to be the best carry in NA, kind of by a bit of a margin right now, in terms of his consistency, his performances, the way the team plays around him. It's so insane. Speaking of that team around him, though, I got to give a lot of credit to Saya. I think some of these Bebop hooks is like look at Saya's player damage. He takes a lot of deaths this game. It's the nature of playing Bebop, right? Putting yourself out there to find those openers means, hey, you do get punished quite a bit for those kind of moves. But he still finds 40k player damage. He's right up there with Pocket, which is honestly kind of insane when you think about the amount of damage that Pocket does with a single affliction. For Saya to be keeping pace of that is super impressive. So for me, the Bebop earns my vote this game.
A 0.75 KD is good enough for you, DDK? Is that true in the Quake world?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
All right, I like it. It's a support role, getting the job done. 6 kills, 8 deaths. That's the Saya we know. I don't know if I did the math right. You guys are probably smarter than I am. In the meantime, we've got to keep the show moving because Melee Creeps are moving on. The 4 men are out. Is there a shocker there? How do the 4 men rebound, and what's next? Do they have to go through a team like Bird with Clock? I don't know how this works, Jake.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, who ends up qualifying. It's been these 3 teams, though, who I think have kind of distinguished themselves from the pack. It's been a while since we've seen Bird with Clock here making it to the stream in the main event. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. North America has gotten more and more competitive. I remember a time when we were like who is going to be the 3rd team in NA, man? We're struggling to find these like competitive top teams. No longer an issue now. Like, even the way this game goes, I feel like you can't, like I wouldn't even look at this as Floorman like that's some huge deal. It's like a couple team fights, go a different way. Maybe the draft, maybe you take like one of these team fighting tools away. Like, we could have had a very different game with just some small tweaks. So for the Floormen, I don't think they should go back to the drawing board. The Dimov Shiv always has my vote. I think if that snowball fight under the Walker goes a little differently, they could have won this game, like very, very easily. They could have maybe stayed in the lead, stayed in control, get a mid boss, and go on to win here. Maybe going on to win the money match itself. So I don't think Floormen should change too much or go back to the drawing board. This was a match between 2 incredibly even teams.
Shopify Sidekick. Who was it this time around? It's time to find out and reveal it officially with a fancy graphic. DDK, it's Saya, the Bebop. And as a Lisk Arc in the chat said, oh my God, almost 40k damage. Yeah, over 40k damage on the Bebop. It makes all of us gun bops happy.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about the Gunboat build as well is that it's kind of crazy how many gun items you can spam but still like get to like 3-4k health like pretty quickly. So you have a lot of staying power in the front lines. You have a lot of ways to heal. You have a lot of ways to just be someone that can just always be looking for the picks, and you get that consistent gun damage as well at all times. I think this is one of the reasons why it's kind of like an interesting meta in that respect right now, because you can just always be shooting the laser.
Yeah, and the fact that you do damage like this when in the end, really your job on Bebop is to like find these hooks and actually kind of initiate fights, kind of start things off on the right foot. That when you have damage like that, you know you're putting on a very, very dominant game. And it's part of being Bebop here that you also get to be the punching bag. And he does not build Dispel Magic, right? He does not build a lot of survivability tools that you might want in this game. He's all in on the damage with the Hunter's Aura. I mean, he does, but the Slowing Hex, right? He's all about finding those kills, punishing them. And it felt like it was really those hooks on the DMB where Floormen had the advantage. They were starting to push the tempo, starting to look for their own, kind of team fights that lead you to a victory, lead you to bigger objectives. And some of those hooks on the DMB meant he just couldn't participate in the fight. It leads the whole team fight to kind of go awry for the Floormen, where they're kind of missing the output of one of their main cores. And I think you got to give Saya a lot of credit. Like, 1 or 2 crucial hooks can absolutely swing the game.
Bebop's won all of his games today, I feel like, and he's probably going to get banned the rest of the night. Do you agree, DDK, or do you not have to prioritize him in the next process?
I honestly, I can see it being valuable to ban him. I think one of the things about Bebop that I could see getting nerfed, and I just don't even want to speak this into the ether because I want to keep abusing him, but when you rush the level 3 like uppercut, and that gives you that 17% heal. And that's the kind of thing, like the amount of times you can survive way longer than you should be be able to in a fight, and then you get off another hook, another bomb, another hook, the uppercut gets some cooldown, you just juke around the corners a little bit, and so there's like so many ways that Bebop can have insane sustain and be this kind of like heavy damage frontliner picker that I could see him getting banned. I think he is very good.
And before we go, ZP, are you still on the mic? Do you want to chime in with this Saya lore? Because you've been watching this guy for 60 plus weeks and you were telling me that he's done it all.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, the fact that Saya comes in and Melee Creeps realize, okay, we've been on a bad run for a while. We need to change things up. We're at the verge of getting taken out of a qualifier match. And Saya goes, I'm the pick hero again. Goes back to classic Saya, where he came up on heroes like Paradox and starts playing Paradox in the qualifier. Comes out and plays Bebop in the Challenger match here today. It's one of those changes that you just don't expect to see happen. And honestly, good on Melee Creeps for saying, hey, we're going to make the change and go from there. And no better one to do it than Saya.
Awesome stuff. Couldn't have said it better myself. That is ZP. He just crushed it on the EU cast, and we have the NA finals on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. It's the night shift.
Slug is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
You're not stabbing me.
It's the night shift. The party continues, and we just saw the four men get mopped. Well, some self-inflicted wounds removed them from the competition, but DDK, that means we get a treat, and that is more Ido time, and he's not having to play Lash. It seems like he's having more fun tonight.
Yeah, he got to play the classic Pocket, which is really cool to see. I think, he got some good afflictions off as well. We didn't get to see like Ido dominate the game, but we got to see him do his job. And I think Pocket Pocket's one of those heroes that has had like a lot of nerfs over time. Like, it's not the same Pocket as it was back in the day, but still, like, you get those afflictions, we get to see it on our new fancy UI. It makes a huge difference.
Jake, I heard out in California you've been working on pottery. So other than your Rem statue and lamp, what have you been working on?
I've just been spamming Bebop, honestly. Don't let any of the rumors fool you. I have been hard abusing Gunbop, so I'm excited to see, Psyop showing what the character can do here in the night shift. And I will say, it's great to see Ido in the Pocket. I do wonder if Pocket won't get some more changes. I just feel like Pocket's a weird hero right now where you're ultimately just an affliction bot. Like, realistically, in the late game, your purpose is to apply affliction on as many players as possible and like not be dead. And like,
you're like a damage store man?
Yeah, the ultimate is so strong, right? Turning off all healing is such a ridiculously powerful tool. If you do that on 4 or 5 players, it's almost like you can't fight anymore into that. And so you're like the enemy team's just playing whack-a-mole, trying to kill you, using every single skill to just stay alive and press an affliction on the enemy team. So I don't know. I kind of miss the old Pocket of like being able to blow people up with your other skills, but by the same token, maybe I don't miss just dying from a guy that can teleport.
For those who missed those days, what was the original lore of Pocket before he was this frog man with a suitcase?
No, he's just originally the affliction was just like, it didn't have the hard anti-heal effect, right? So it wasn't, I think, as crucial to the character, because affliction's going to do a lot of damage, but you can do damage with other skills too, and you can kind of build items, like you build the Spirit Burn and the Tank Buster and kind of go for more of that. But right now, with just turning off global healing is an incredibly powerful thing to do. Like, when the enemy carrier relies on lifesteal, when the Rem is a huge part of his kit is healing people and sustaining them, a lot of your strategy just essentially doesn't work if Pocket hits that huge affliction on you.
Are there any characters that are insta-bans this week? 2 weeks ago, Mirage did not see the light of day. He was the first ban from the start of the show to the end of the show. DDK, is there anything that you think will not make it through for NA tonight?
I do feel like Infernus is one of those for sure. I don't know that anything's so crazy right now that there's like high value stuff, but I don't know that anything's super crazy. I think Infernus, Mirage are the M1s that maybe come to mind, like you say, but I actually feel like you get maybe a little bit more value from understanding the other hero pool that you're up against and trying to like ban out certain players and try to make sure that John maybe he doesn't get the Vanessa, for example. Like maybe you should make sure that doesn't happen.
I think for all the unicorn princesses of the world, like my daughter behind me, she wants to know, is the sparkly lady going to be played? Because Celeste was banned out previously, wasn't even banned out the second half of last week's show, all of this show until the final, and then she's played in the EU final and she puts up record numbers on Raig. So is Celeste still a good character, or just in Raig's hands? Like, what's the situation?
EU made it look really strong, and she was, I believe, completely ignored in that last draft, like not banned, not picked. So pretty surprising for me, because Celeste was, after this new heroes dropped, was really one of the true like top tier. I remember the first few weeks she never got played because she was literally perma first ban. She's been nerfed a little bit since then, but Raig showing that you can have a big game like that, I certainly put some more questions in my mind as far as like why she was ignored. Maybe both teams felt like, hey, we can get that kind of spirit damage from other sources, whether it's the Pocket or the Shiv, and look for a different style of game overall. I would be surprised if she gets ignored completely through the day. Although now that I'm saying that, I wonder, is FPS Lounge going to be the team that wants to take a Celeste? What's the scenario where Celeste is going to be the perfect hero for you? Still, I'm not exactly sure on that. For FPS Lounge, though, this is going to be their first time defending as champion here in the night shift, holding on to a title they've only had for 1 week, but it's one that, a lot of the OG members of the squad have held for much longer back in that Hydration era.
And as we take a look at the roster, I know Hydration. He is one of the longest standing pro players in North America. Snakes, though, is a guy who was kind of off my radar, had a terrible first outing on the night shift, and then last week totally bounced back. So DDK, as you're looking through the rest of the roster, what do you think of when you see these names?
Yeah, I mean, one thing obviously that's got to be called out from how it performed last week is Erebus's Bebop. That was like the beginning of the reign of terror of Bebop. Erebus really put that to test, and in terms of like the other players on the roster, Lefa, someone that had played originally a lot with the original Hydra Nation roster and was like this insanely strong mechanical player, often credited to be the highest skilled mechanical player in the region. So very well suited to playing those M1 roles as well. And seeing Lefa on an Infernus, for example, used to be very, very just like a heinous crime if you ever let it happen. Snakes, you might see Snakes, playing like something like, is he playing Apollo for them? I know he plays Billy as well.
Yeah, I think he did play a game on Apollo. I mean, I just want to see him on something where he can push the pace and be like up in your face, aggroing you, going for kills constantly. I think that's where he looks at his strongest as a player. And also, I think that almost embodies the style for FPS Lounge, right? They all play aggressive. And when they're doing it simultaneously across the map, it can be oppressive. It can kind of dominate you, keep you permanently on the back foot. Melee Creeps, though, are certainly the veteran squad, and so I don't think that, I don't expect them to sort of fall flat under that kind of pressure. They have to know it's coming based on the way FPS Launch have been playing these last few weeks.
All eyes on Saya after his performance on the Bebop. The question is, who will get the Bebop between him and the man who put Bebop on the map last week? Erebus took home our MVP performance for the NA Finals this week. If it's a Melee Creep member, who do you think has the best odds? Do is looking pretty good on that Infernus. Let's go to DDK first. Sorry, that was an open-ended to two people off camera. That's tough.
I don't want to take it. Yeah, I think like who's getting the Infernus. Yeah, I think as we saw before, like the priority on this team, John gets the hyper carry roles, and Dude's going to be getting sort of like more of the off carry. And Infernus is really well suited to that. I think like you were talking about with regards to like the dash build, because you don't have to be as high economy and have like insane output. So I think that's one of the reasons why that's particularly scary. And I think I would really hate to see Venator get onto John and you give Infernus away or Mirage away to Melee Creeps. I think that would be a pretty bad situation to be in.
Yeah, I look at this team and I think, there's actually going to be some pretty contested heroes. I think Bebop and Infernus are kind of the two I'd call out first, where I think both teams are actually really going to want both heroes. The fact that Melee Creeps put up a great match in the Challenger match with Saya means they're going to probably think about contesting it. And Infernus has been going first three for the last few weeks here in North America. So whether it's Lefa or Do, I think both look super comfortable on the role. And I think it's kind of like the premier hero at the moment for that choice. So I wonder if, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Infernus going in like the first 3 picks of the draft.
He's going to be spicy. I think he's either getting banned out or, like Jake said, he is going to be prioritized. Do we see a player or a character like Mina, where OCs was just able to take over for EU if he gets his guy, gets his character? DDK, thoughts for either side in this fight?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think it's, for Ido, for example, or Melee Creeps, Ido can be an absolute terror on a Mina pick. So I don't think it's going to be foreign for either side. I'm curious for FPS Lounge if it's in their kind of approach as much. I think maybe a little bit less is what I want to say. But the opening silver ban coming out from FPS Lounge is how they want to start things off, and Mirage away from Melee Creeps. Okay, so you got Venator open. Will FPS Lounge take it away from Melee Creeps?
I expect actually, Dan, that they won't. They've honestly not generally prioritized Rokane's heroes. But in fairness, he looks great on the Warden, so I don't think you're that worried about Rokane getting necessarily the premier pick. As I say that, completely wrong. They do. They want to give Rokane the best carry of the patch, and maybe also taking it away from John.
Yeah, I agree.
It just looks too attractive.
Do you think that's just like hey, you banned out my Mirage, go screw yourself, I'm taking your Ven?
I think Venator, everybody wants Venator right now. Like every team, I think, is basically will always pick Venator if given the option. Understood. And so he really has felt like that pretty consistent first pick hero. Melee Creeps
Sinclair.
Hydration didn't get Dynamo, and honestly, I think that is FPS Lounge's greatest strength is hydration when he's on Dynamo specifically.
All right, he can't play Dynamo this game, but he could play Sinclair, and actually, I think this is a great time to pick Sinclair. I think both Apollo and Dynamo are insane ults to steal, and I think if you don't pick Sinclair now, I think it gets banned out in the mid stage. That being said, last game, I'm also really surprised we didn't see a Sinclair. So many good ults to take. Getting the Infernus though for Lefa, also ultra high prio. So you know, no complaints for me on FPS Lounge getting Lefa on his best.
Yeah, I'm super curious here. I agree, Sinclair. Like we saw this, right? The lessons were there on the weekend. We saw it NA versus EU, like playing against the different metas, and they just still don't value the Sinclair highly enough.
Well, Melee Creeps didn't ban it out last draft, so I feel like FPS Lounge also might be sort of gambling and greeding and saying, hey, maybe we can get it like really late in the draft, because for Melee Creeps, they really don't want to pick Sinclair. I think it would be super awkward. They pretty much just want to, maybe they want to ban it out here, but if they don't, I think FPS Lounge could grab it in the absolute 12th pick slot.
Solomon, I'm putting my life savings on the FPS Lounge here for the first game. I love you, Viper. You don't belong in this fight against a Venator and Furnace. Shiv, if you can, take me away. DDK and Jake, use your big brains to explain what Melee Creeps are trying to do.
The Viper
terrible draft.
Is really interesting to me because I have been seeing a lot more gun carry Viper in high rank, and I mean, I'm on the one hand, it's in the past it's sort of never worked in competitive play because you just get stunned and controlled, and you just can't get the slides going. This sort of just isn't quite realistic enough to make the foundational element of the hero work. But maybe this will be sort of like that semi-carry Viper style where the team isn't 100% relying on you to carry the game. You can still hit that ultra late game spike, but maybe with some more sort of room to side lane on it. Definitely an odd one now for Melee Creeps. Both Viper and Apollo were banned from them last game, though, and maybe we'll get to see why if that's been something that's worked really well for them in scrims.
It's a good point, and something else I wanted to mention is that Kelvin's not really received any attention so far, and I wonder if there's going to be the same story here as well. Shiv, Billy, and Furnace that, I mean, it is it's a strong front line, it's a strong carry game. They're maybe missing, like pick and support potentially. You could say, if you wanted to look at it in a basic way. So I'm curious if we'll get to Sinclair here, or if okay, so gonna get Paradox. So Sinclair is still possible in that last picking spot, but Paradox, a return to Paradox. We haven't seen Paradox really played in quite some time.
Gives you a nice way to punish the Bebop, right? When he goes up and he looks for his hooks, he is actually really vulnerable to getting initiated on at that moment when he's most exposed and most aggressive. Melee Creeps do grab the Geist for John. Certainly going to feel less prioritized. Bucket is ready to wrap this one. Once you get Geist in the draft,
27 minutes. Wrap it up.
Not a Geist enjoyer on Bucket. Yamato is going to be the finisher for Melee Creeps. An odd draft, frankly, Dan, for Melee Creeps. Like, a lot of spirit nuking, a lot of tempo. I kind of am with Bucket, though. I don't know that I fully see the vision of this draft the way I saw it in the last game, where it was like, okay, you have the team fight of all time, every dominating team fight and I kind of like the Kelvin, even with Dynamo being able to potentially pull people out with the Quantum. I could also just see people isolated in with an Infernus, a Shiv, a Venator ability. Like pretty much any of the four primary cores for FPS Lounge get locked in the Frozen Shelter with Melee Creeps, and whoever's in there for Melee Creeps is dead. Like, you cannot fight these heroes inside the Frozen Shelter.
Yeah. I love the cat suits, but DDK, the coach here, he's either got to be ahead of the meta or under the influence, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna find out like what if there's any method to the madness here, but yeah, I think like Jake said, there's a lot of just burst in this team, a lot of burst. Interesting catch as well, between the Bebop and Dynamo potentially as well. So I'm really curious how it's going to play out, because they're definitely good heroes, right? So it's the synergies that we're wondering about, the play style. If you would prefer FPS Lounge on the objective play, then you'd need to see Melee Creeps, winning more of the tempo roam split pushing type of game where they're not, they're getting the leverage point is when they're not grouped up in these big team fights. So that's gonna be one of the interesting things. But then with that said, a Dynamo in the right place at the right time can always be game changing. So
I like Bebop. I want him to win. I want Bebop to get the upset here, but I look at Venator, Infernus, Shiv, Billy as a start, and then you give them Kelvin with their 6th pick. I feel like mistakes were made along the way.
Yeah, this is a rare spot where I kind of feel like the other team actually got a better draft than Melee Creeps, which is rarely a place that I'll criticize Melee Creeps, because I think they're one of the best from a drafting perspective in the region. We'll see about how this Viper and Apollo. I think a lot of the draft really hinges on the success of those two picks in particular, right? They were both banned in the last game. I think maybe, that's something coming from scrims. Floormen were like, we're not going to give you those characters. And here's the opportunity to show why. If they can have those sort of crazy pop-off, take over the game style performances, you can absolutely just blow up a game and kind of snowball it out of control with those picks. However, a lot relies on you getting off to that kind of hot start. I don't think we're going to see that same style of game where you can slow things down and just get later and later into the game, and then, hey, enough items come online and you're going to be really strong. Honestly, I kind of like FPS Lounge the deeper we get down the stretch, and so for Melee Creeps, a little bit more pressure on them to show they can keep pace in an early game and put up some strong lanes.
Ranger is on something. It could be on a new scent, DDK. Did he sniff out the new meta? Is Viper the new game? Are the enjoyers going to be spamming my chat? I don't know. I'm excited to find out. I hope the players are excited to find out. Do you think we're any closer? Normally ZP is like sitting in Jake's spot and I can read his face. Like if he's panicked, I know I have to fill for like 3 to 7 more minutes. If he's like all smiley, it means like, hey, I want to chat because the game's about to kick off. It's like, all right. I bet we're nowhere close.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting the team set up. I mean, the stakes, I will say, for these last few weeks and the next few weeks as well are higher than they've ever been here. So we got, some of our biggest prize pools ever. And I mean, it's a great moment, of course, to talk about the reason why we can deliver the biggest historical prize pools here for Night Shift. It's because of our sponsor, Shopify. Shopify has done huge stuff here for allowing us to take things to the next level. They can also do that for you and your business. It's one of the best ways to build a business online. I mean, frankly, makes it as easy as it possibly can be, helping you, holding your hand every step of the way. They got Sidekick integrated in. If there's aspects of it that you don't understand, that's true for everybody. That's true for me, when you're building a business. Of course, they all have those tools inbuilt into the Shopify ecosystem ready to help you. So it's never been easier to build your business. You can do it with Shopify. Links in the chat, in panels below the stream, or you can just go to shopify.com/DL Night Shift. So a lot of love to Shopify for us, and of course the Sidekick product for you guys to be able to help you out build your business. Check out the link. Really helps us out, really helps Shopify out, and just see what they're about. I mean, no commitment required.
I am like getting blasted with pollen over here in a basement somehow. As we get this game kicked off, DDK, I am excited to see what we're going to find out from the Melee Creeps. If there is a star character on this lineup, are you building around the Bebop poles? Are you looking for some Yamato super plays? Like, who is supposed to be the star? Because I know Dynamo has a pretty nasty ult, but it takes a while for that to come online.
I mean, you can definitely have some really strong early lanes. Just put, like, whatever lane you want to be really good, just put Apollo in there with, like, I mean, Apollo is one of the best early laners because of the burst damage potential is insane. And so you stick that with a Yamato, that's pretty disgusting. With Geist, that's pretty great. Like Bebop as well. I mean, honestly, you can make a lot of really crazy lanes with Apollo. And there's lots of good setup here, I think, for Melee Crew. So I think they can have definitely good early lanes. And the thing I'm really curious about in this game is how impactful Paradox is going to be. I like your call out there, Jake. We haven't really seen as much Paradox, but I do kind of agree. Like, the catch potential, swapping through the wall and getting silenced and slowed. It's and especially with slowing bullets because of the nature of the gun as well. Like, you can like really lock somebody down with Paradox. And given that Viper, that was, like you said, we didn't see the gun Viper because it's too easy to lock Viper down. So I'm super curious to see what answers Melee Creeps will have to keep the Viper alive and effective in the fights.
Yeah, I also wonder sort of what's the vibe for the Melee Creeps in terms of looking at this matchup, because I believe that they didn't even match up, right? Or in the last time these two teams played, or at least it wasn't in the money match previously. And so for FPS Lounge, now they're the team waiting here defending as champ. Is this Melee Creeps kind of going for a little bit of a wilder draft, maybe feeling some of the pressure that, like, hey, we have to change something up to get this win? Or is this just full confidence, like they just really believe in the Viper Apollo strat? We'll have to see. I think how this game pans out is going to be a bit of a bellwether for it, for me as well. Also, I'm always getting excited to see someone like Ido on the Apollo. I mean, I think, again, this character really fits the mold for him of a lot of damage and carry potential, but always wrapped in that movement first package where you can you can be in and out all over the map, pulling attention to yourself, slipping away. Apollo, absolutely terrifying when it comes to a player like Ido's.
Can you put Apollo and Viper in a squirmy lane together? Is that a thing, or do you want them on opposite sides of the map causing chaos? Like, I've never had an Apollo and a Viper in my same game, so I'm just kind of wondering how this is supposed to happen.
I could see that lane being pretty sick because Apollo has so much Spirit Burst to like open up, put some big damage on you, and then Viper with that lethal poison does more damage the lower HP you are. So
I could see that lane actually being kind of terrifying. Like, imagine being bola shot into the Atali Lausanne, into like all the spell follow-up. Like, there's just insane spirit burst, and in the first 15 minutes of the game, you basically can't deal with that. Like, there's no items until you get like much later and much tankier where you can survive that kind of burst, getting saved by your allies. There's not, for me, much you're going to be able to do in the laning phase against those heroes other than just try to fight back and kill them first. But tall order against Apollo in particular.
All right, Solomon, real talk. It's been 15 minutes. He's been asking for an apple. I got to go upstairs. Can you take a 2-box or throw to a commercial break? I love the players, but you can't take this long. We got things to do, people to feed.
We've got small, we all have small children to feed, and I hope FPS Lounge is and Melee Creeps are feeling it. I hope they're getting ready, you know, soon moment. We've been hearing we're waiting just on one player. So there's, you know what, honestly, between these two teams, there is a legacy of some match delays. I feel like they've built, like, I'm not, between these two squads, I shouldn't be surprised.
Production, who is the player? Can we give a name to the player?
Can we out them publicly?
We're going
Public
that far.
shaming.
We're gonna call somebody out.
We have to get some public shaming. It's the only weapon we have, frankly, to try to mitigate
well, the name said by production was Lefa, so you can lay this at the feet of Lefa. It is not Ido, so it's part exculpatory for Ido. Instead, just directed towards Lefa, who actually, you go further enough into the past, Lefa was a notorious game delayer at one point.
Guys, we can only say so much about these drafts, so we absolutely will begin to publicly shame you when we run out of ideas of things to say about the draft.
Well, ZP,
you can also,
what do you think about the draft?
Well, I'll say I'm just going to go in Lightbringer direction and publicly shame NA. Lightbringer is losing his mind at the lack of Sinclair. Look at this draft from both sides. Is Sinclair banned? No. Is Sinclair picked? No. This is a hero that's been top pick in every EU draft for the last week, and NA just looks at Sinclair and is like, no, I don't think we will. I think Lightbringer is absolutely right to maul about, because I'm also mauling about the lack of Sinclair. The hero is really good right now. Get together, North America.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was referencing the tournament we had over the weekend, ZP, where I was like EU and NA literally playing in the same tournament. And so you think that there would be, you know, some, at least maybe they would run it in some of the scrims between then and now. Yeah, test it out. You know, why is EU picking, like, second picking Sinclair?
Yeah, I do think, especially when you could, in NA, you could easily be grabbing it in like the 12th slot. You're not going to have to pay a high prio pick to get it. Would make more sense. I mean, the last game, I agree. Frankly, criminal, there wasn't a Sinclair in that challenger match, because Melee Creeps gave like every single premier ult in the entire game is like on their team.
That's so true.
You pretty much can't get a steal on Sinclair that isn't going to be really good in that particular draft. And this game, though, I think it's, you know, I think it's actually more understandable. Not necessarily, I don't mind the Kelvin, basically, right? Like, it's either Kelvin or Sinclair. Ultimately, that's sort of the role you're choosing. And I don't completely hate the Kelvin. I think it's less about countering the other team. It's more like, hey, what is really good for my draft? And when you've got the Infernus, the Venator, they love to be able to get heals and sustain and slows on the enemy players. So I think this draft does come together really nicely in the end for FPS Launch. I think they have a little bit of everything. It's very well balanced. Melee Creeps go a little bit off the reservation. We're gonna have to see how it pans out, if they can play that kind of explosive tempo game that the draft is signaling they want to.
I totally agree. Kelvin is,
I gotta say,
a nice pickup.
Beautiful camera pan here, dropping down on the mid lane. Big fan of this one. Big fan of this one.
Yeah, especially as we swing past the Shopify banner there on the way down. And now we are in the action with a buy there, the restorative purchase from John. A Geist John carry. We haven't seen one of those in a while, but when John's playing basically anything, you know he's going to be the highest economy player on the server. So it's going to be very important mid lane for him to stay stable in, and to really, hopefully for him, keep that mid Guardian up. Because if you can do that, it really does have a massive impact on your farming efficiency going into that exiting the early lane. So see if he can do it. He's up against the Paradox and also the Venator. So kind of interesting lane matchup here, but I definitely favor, Jake, the Geist and the Bebop.
Yeah, it's interesting to see these competitive teams like putting their primary carries in mid lane. You know, in the past, I feel like you always sort of think of these heroes as side laners, and I kind of like this adjustment though, where hey, you start in the mid, you know, you can do some pretty strong creep clearing, and then at some point in the game, you'll eventually kind of path over to the side lane and farm it up. But
you can get a lot, maybe more farm, letting your lane partner roam and grab boxes and true soloing a wave in mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of those boxes, they are spawning at the 2-minute mark, so now we get the roam for those boxes. No aggressive stealing happening just yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
NA loves the boxes. That's been like certainly the story. Oh, hook on the creep. Wanted the Venator there. Would have been a nice little find on Rokain. This is the power of the Bebop, right? Is like you hit like one hook on uppercut under tower and you can just be dead on even like a pretty healthy core like Venator. Always has to put a lot of respect out whenever the lane is on the other side. However, I think Bebop is not necessarily the strongest at sieging a tower. And so if you are just going to roam on Paradox and let Venator solo clear waves, like it could be a pretty comfortable lane to play into.
Okay, well, we have to mention that the Viper was paired with the Apollo. So that's pretty impressive. Quite a disgusting combo. We'll see what Melee Creeps can do with it. Fishcake on the Viper, having that great Lash game just prior to this one. And Ido on the Apollo, like you guys mentioned. So definitely going to be a dangerous lane. And it will be Billy and Kelvin on the other end of it. So definitely, Billy, Kelvin, also a strong lane here. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one pans out.
Nice little reignite on the Yamato. A lot of damage going to be felt there. I will say, you put all that spare damage into a lane, and it's up against a Billy Kelvin lane. So pretty scary lane to ever commit into, and hard to really put that chip damage down when Hydration is just going to keep sustaining the Billy. Billy, whenever he gets those melees off, right, is going to heal so much out of that. Looks like going to be a quick restart from Rokain. Got a quick game bug. Of course, going to squash that one early. Looks like there's a little bit of action, though, shaping up here around the mid lane. I mean, Viper's in the neighborhood. Still, it looks like Erebus is going to scout that out on the Paradox, and I don't expect to see much continued aggression. Still, it's just 3 minutes into the game. Still a bit to go before we see those buffs spawn. So we're here at the Shopify Sidekick shop on Deadlock Night Shift.
Yeah, Rokain, it's looking like he's waiting for some ramen or something.
Yeah, seriously, he's waiting on his to-go order. It's taking forever.
That's a power stance. That's a guy who needs to air out.
He's steady. He's stable. Looks like we got the ready, and we're right into the action. Erebus scouts out that rotate from Fishcake. Nothing major going to occur just yet.
Oh, okay, connection.
Oof, big hits.
Flash.
Yeah, Lomane and Lefa get kind of smoked in that trade, and it looks like the creeps go to Dynamo and Yamato. So a nice little win for them on the lane. Yeah. That single trade, it really puts you on the back foot. Lefa and Lomane, I don't think they're players known for wanting to be in this posture, right? Where they're just trying to survive and sustain a lane. These guys want to be aggro. Fighting into a Yamato and a Dynamo, though, can be pretty challenging.
And it also, I think, tells us what is probably likely to happen around the buffs, because if they were able to get that lane priority on the weaker side there, it's definitely, I think, an omen that they'll probably be able to get lane priority again. Like it compounds that advantage. And by the time the buff is coming up, and this is that 430 wave, the wave that's coming down the rope right now. This is the wave that you want to try to clear as quickly as possible so that you can get that positioning. But quick flying strike there, not going to amount to much.
He has to cancel it out. An attempt from Lefa to find an ignite, but these players low. I think it's just like you said, right? Trying to force the wave is going to be pretty difficult. They're going to do their best. Flame Dash is available for Lefa if he wants to commit it to clear this wave out quick. He's thinking about it, doesn't want to commit it just yet. Man, those stomps from Dynamo really hurt on Infernus. Pretty hard to dodge that. Lomane is going to go to the buff, but it looks like Do is going to get there first, and it's going to mean Lomane just does not want to stick around. Infernus taking an absolute beating, and a movement buff is actually, I think, pretty nice for Yamato. Right, she has a lot of sustain in this early game. When she gets that stalker up, it's really going to let her push the pace. So Lefa absolutely on notice, super low HP in this lane, just getting every heal he can out of those regen orbs, but feels like it's hard for him to get healthy. Like one big stomp and power slash could be taking him down.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'm curious what Lefa will build, because we talk about the Flame Dash build, but I think for Lefa's skills, I don't think you even want to see him go for that kind of a build. But then we'll get some Hyper Beam coming in to try to finish off Erebus. Not going to catch him though.
Still good damage.
Like, what do you expect Lefa to build? Because he's not going to get as high economy or the priority that John John's going to get on the Geist. Are we going to see him try to get a bit more greedy? Maybe go for, you know, not a dash-oriented build, but more kind of catalyst build first, as opposed to maxing flame dash first?
Yeah, I do think you'll still max flame dash. The build we see a lot with this dash and furnace is a build that is super focused on getting your green spike up early. The Viper getting a big trade here. Would love to be able to find this kill. Doesn't want to commit melees here, scared of the parries. Gonna go double down with the chain. Even with the vitality buff though, Ido also feeling some of the pressure here. So great fight from Snake so far. Going deeper on this, pretty risky. The cold front. And that vitality buff, I think, makes a world of difference there. Snake's a little bit of an overextension. And John finds Rokane in mid as well. Early bloodbath here. So far coming up well for the melee creeps. The FPS Lounge want to turn it around to the side lane.
Sticking out to the knives. Takes down Dynamo there. And does low main. It's a good look here on this lane. Taking some control back after, you know, being really against the oppressive force of Dew on that Yamato and Scout on the Dynamo.
How many Resto Lockets are in the game right now? This is, I know people have been buying Resto Locket, but I feel like it's a little out of control. I think there might be like 7 or 8 in the game in the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, it is just so good.
For those who don't use it, can you explain the item?
So basically you get a charge when the enemy uses a skill in a radius around you. When you pop all the charges, you get a bunch of heal and you get some stamina back. So it's a good way to get a little burst heal and some extra stamina. And oh my god, I think there were like 10. This is crazy.
It's like 30 every charge. And I learned that if you're against an Apollo lane, like Apollo's lunge, like every lunge gives you a charge. So that ends up being 90 heal if he uses all 3 of the lunges. So it actually makes up a big difference. And another thing about the Resto Locket is that it can force the opponents to make mistakes because they won't necessarily know how much healing you can do, and you can kind of bait them into a fight and then heal up at the last moment. And here's a dive you're talking about. He's trying to make something happen here, but it's not looking like it's going to go his way. The Quantum Entanglement will get him out of dodge for now, but pretty low. When he's to get burnt here, there's that Resto Locket coming in, and his
portable
life is very different.
Yeah, basically good defensive movement from Scout, but that's your Shadow Transformation and your Singularity committed, and you actually don't get the kill. So you just getting out of that trade and having Leffa kind of be back to a healthy status is a pretty big deal, I think, for FPS Lounge. I think they're going to be quite happy with the way that one went down. Leffa doing everything he can to try to put some pressure on the side lane. Would love to be able to knock this tower down to secure himself a nice, comfortable place to farm. And Lomane still won't back down despite being on low HP. A lot of clear on the waves here from Leffa. Mato, though, looking for the easier target in the Shiv. Super low HP. The Resto Locket diving in. Extra stamina getting him around the tower. But eventually, the bloodletting is just going to be too much. Claims his life. Dew gets that kill.
How tanky actually Dew is at the moment. You know, the Resto Locket, you know, 1600. So you're getting a lot of investment on the vitality. I think that's another reason why it's kind of a nice item. And Dew looking to try to fight the Infernus here. I mean, this is not a bad fight for Dew. He is pretty well. Okay, Resto Locket is out of charges now at this point, and in comes Snakes for the help. And that's going to be a wipe out there. And I mean, where do you think the game is right now, Jake? And we've seen you know, the early laning phase is basically ending now.
Yeah, as we're getting these rotations in, I feel pretty good about FPS Lounge's position. As I say that, though, Erebus hooked in deep, wants to actually turn this fight around, potentially on Desaya, but with the bomb exploding, he's going to be happy to just run away, and he won't even be able to do that. John, very confident posture here, up right by the enemy mid-walker, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Life can only be bought with life.
Here come the buffs. And looks like Melee Creeps will get position on the left side. There is nobody here for FPS Lounge.
It's 3 Guardians to 0. That's kind of wild. I mean, there's a lot of souls locked up in those Guardians. It's eventually, you know, certainly some split pushes will knock some of them down, but nonetheless, that's kind of rare we see a game start in a true 3-for-0 when it comes to that Guardian count. And a laser from Saya is going to further assist the defense in the mid lane. Just overwhelming pressure from Erebus is going to be enough, and with that mistaken hook onto John, I don't think there's going to be much of a chase to be had either. Second Guardian goes down, so that 3-0 advantage pretty much gone. Even Leffa has already done some ample damage to that left side Guardian.
Yeah, and it you know, very important play to recognize for FPS Lounge. You're not even thinking about it, and if there's all those Guardians up, you can you can easily get the Guardians if they rotate to take the urn. So things beginning to equalize, and now we've got the story developing of the urn dunk approach from Scout, looking to try to get there. But a big fight at the secret shop here now between both sides, as the urn now has opportunity to get dunked in, and is trying to get in there still. But still holding on to that one is Scout for the time being. We've got a big Kelvin Dome coming on through, and that should be pretty nice, you'd imagine, but I don't think the numbers are actually here for FPS Lounge. They're getting really just destroyed here on this urn drop-off.
Yeah, they just get obliterated there. I mean, Melee Creeps find the kills in the secret shop before they even go for the urn dunk. Kelvin Dome from Hydration can only delay things, and not for long at that. So pretty significant gap now opens up in the game. That fight, multiple kills as well as a clean urn dunk. Extremely good opener for the Melee Creeps, and it is going to be a gun build Viper, so we're going to see Fishcake. Wonder when he'll build into that armor-piercing rounds. I mean, I will say there are some like consistency issues with Viper, but the theoretical DPS you output is just absolutely obscene in the late game. If you get an opportunity to just lay into somebody, they will be dead.
All right, looks like a very important kill looking to be one on to do. This dude's trying to escape it. There's 3 players though, and that's not going to happen. Viper actually making a way across into the mid lane here. There's a flank to be had here on the 2 players looking to escape in middle at the same time as we get this engagement here on the side lane. And I don't know about this one. Scout is really exposed. Quantum Entanglement there to dodge the concussive combustion, and the fight continues as the juking is actually not looking too bad.
I mean, he's juking, but he is burning down, and Leffa just will not back down, keeping that on essentially forever. I mean, Scout basically only from the efforts of Leffa gets down low. That low HP, they're gonna need reinforcements if they want to hold on to this Guardian. Leffa, though, wisely is not gonna overcommit into this. Reads that the rotations are coming in and plays it safe. Super tanky as well, by the way, on this Infernus. I mean, a lot of HP. Even though he takes a big power slash here, it's like, you just aren't bringing this guy down. He's still sitting on a half-full Resto Locket.
And Infernus, one of the very few characters, maybe the only, that can farm as he's trying to escape sudden death. And there's a lot of burst damage here from Melee Creeps. Maybe starting to see the vision come into full play there. Oh, that's such a nice execution there. Killing blow into the Singularity though. And has Scout done his job? Wow. You've got so much pain coming in from all of the Spirit Burst. The Lotani site is going to be very problematic.
Heals from Hydration were huge in that fight. Kept people alive, keep them stable despite tanking some big ults. Once again, the Singularity from Scout fails to find too much impact in this game. Nice recovery for FPS Lounge. Still, though, there's a pretty significant soul advantage here for the Melee Creeps. They're down a few key ultimates. I think FPS Lounge have an opportunity here to kind of make back some ground if they want to, but for now, they're pretty comfortable to farm this one up and to go, down the stretch to a later game. I mean, I think everyone on the FPS Lounge team is going to feel pretty good about going into a late game. However, for Melee Creeps, I do think Dynamo has some crazy late game. Once you get Refresher, Unstoppable, Cheat Death, like, all right, that's an unrealistic amount of items, but at some point, right, the Dynamo just becomes a bigger and bigger problem when it comes to team fights.
And speaking of team fights, we do have the urn in 45 seconds, and Dynamo looking to force a team fight there. Takes a lot of damage thanks to the Kinetic Carbine coming on through. Just wants to get these this tier 2 camp. Getting completely harassed away from that one. And now kind of moving in a pack again. 30 seconds out for the next buffs and urn. It's going to be an odd urn. And looks like Snake's able to find the initiation onto the Dynamo. Okay, looking like the entire team of FPS Lounge collapsing onto this one. This is a perfect fight to find before the bridge buffs and urn come into play. Scout goes down, and there's a great parry coming on through it. Does that make the difference at all here? As now into the dome. It's a great dome to find here from Hydration, and it should surely be the end of these players here from Melee Creeps. They are getting really low there. It goes to Ido was in the mix, has to get out there as well, and they're all getting chased down here. Snake's extremely low, goes down as well. FPS Lounge are starting to bleed a little bit, but they just have too many advantages.
And Leffa takes down a side Guardian, maybe looking for more. Fishcake trying to do what he can to hold on to this walker, does not want to back down and let Leffa grab a quick solo walker for free, but I think Shiv's coming in from behind, gets the flank on. That return fire, I believe, on Leffa makes it really awkward for Viper to commit for the kill. The dagger from Shiv, almost enough, hold on. He just hits a shield in time, but it's not enough. Concussive even popped from Leffa. Not gonna be enough to shut down this Yamato, who should be able to get that cleanup kill, but I think Leffa's work is done, right? Got that walker dropped, got some kills. on the trade. Soul count completely even. That's a massive dome from Hydration to turn the game around.
Yeah, huge find in that mid lane. And now looking to try to compound the advantage. Probably haven't had time to spend any of the souls that they've managed to gain, but it will be a pickup from melee creeps onto this urn. So we'll see if they're able to turn this one in. This is a really good moment for FPS Lounge because there's no ultimates up here for the urn at all. So no singularity to worry about.
Really love that call from FPS Lounge. They know that they just don't have the HP to contest that urn pickup. So instead, they back off, they heal, they regen, and they're off to the other side of the map, putting lane pressure on. There's no walker here either, so really awkward place to dunk. An attempt here on Shiv, who is actually maybe just turning it around right back into Saya. Billy Chain comes in. Remember, there's no ulti here available for Dewey. You pull him deep, he could be in a rough spot. And he is in exactly that. Hooks, rather the swap onto Bebop was looking for a hook, trying to get cheeky. It's actually Saya who finds himself in trouble. Good movement though, gets him back to that walker. It's a pretty scary place to fight. Hydration not being scared just yet though, still continuing to push that pace. Looks like a hook was onto Ido though, so unfortunately kind of mitigates the Apollo's ability to chase, so FPS Lounge get off scot-free.
Yeah, this mid pressure though from FPS Lounge has been quite effective, but yeah, looking a little scary at the moment. You've got Melee Creeps looking to collapse on this position, starting to chase him down. In the meantime, Urn still being held onto by Rokane, of all people, the M1 on that Venator. And he'll be ferrying the Urn across in a safe path. And at the same time, FPS Lounge have to hold on to this position. Great hook, though. Big trouble there for Lomain. Has to ult to try to get out of this one. The shotgun movement needs to come in, but there is Kelvin as well for support. Keep the Shiv alive. Lomain will survive to maybe be in that urn fight a little bit later. But they, oh my god, they're going for the mid-boss in the middle of the urn.
Shiv is low, and they have Yamato and Dynamo. They're just going to go gambling on this one, and they have the damage to back it up. I like this play from the melee creeps. Really ballsy move here around the mid-boss. I don't think FPS Lounge saw this one coming. Quick triple rejuve, and there's not a contest to be had. Maybe they're going to be looking to put some counter pressure on. Leffa would love to be able to at least take some of these rejuves away.
Oh my god, the damage there from the Flame Dash. And now catching at least the Dynamo in the Kelvin Dome, that's going to be a good pick, and they might be able to convert onto some more Rejuve Crystals here. So much damage to the Flame Dash. Leffa dealing monstrous amounts of spirit damage as now the fight continues in this corridor as he slides into the Singularity, into the Dynamo's arms, and this is an absolute bloodbath here on the stairs here in the mid-boss. And now here comes more damage from the Apollo. Ido just getting to run amok here and doing so much. The Sigil's ready to go again, and there's a complete cleanup.
Wow, just too many bodies. I mean, it was a really nice fight from Leffa, but in the end, with three rejuves rather to play with, you have the time to let players die inside of the dome, come out the other side up the rejuve, and actually still come back in the team fight. So I think that fight may still have been worth it for FPS Lounge to take at least two of the rejuves away. They would have certainly loved to find a third. And now getting the urn control as well is going to sort of add to the cost. FPS Lounge, though, they need to strike back. Honestly, I think they need to fight now. Like, there's no ultimates available. Do is going to struggle to really be in these engagements without the Shadow Transformation. FPS Lounge also postured aggressively on this map. They aren't going to be scared, even down a rejuve and a bit of cash.
And they're actually maybe looking to collapse around the mid-walker. This is kind of crazy, and we'll see what they can get from this one. You got the Snakes there in the back, ready to do what he can. And he's actually stolen the urn. That is crazy.
Goodbye, Erebus. Hooked under the walker stomp. Yeah, you're not walking that one off, buddy. And even a catch onto Snakes, trying to sneak out with the urn. Gets punished. Leffa's right into this one. We'll see if this Infernus can be killed. He's been doing so much in these team fights. It's the second player who's died after they already lost a Rejuve Crystal. So Melee Creep's still with the last Rejuve to play with. Still looking for more. Leffa looks to be the target, but ticking from that Holy Grenade and the Infernus burn at the same time makes you pretty reluctant to go for a chase.
Yeah, another grenade landing as well. Makes things a bit awkward. And Rokane coming in from the side there with the Venator, but doesn't have enough support. Not enough bodies in front of him. And it's just another freebie here for the Scout to pick that one up. An 18k deficit now from FPS Lounge to try to contend with. And they're getting chased down as well. The team fights where they should be, winning the battle here, but they just can't seem to find what they need. And there's still a Rejuve Crystal up. Even though they lost two earlier on, they managed to maintain one throughout that entire skirmish.
Yeah, both Scout and Fishcake died 2 times and died after losing their rejuves, but the middle 4 stayed alive through this entire battle since dropping the mid-boss. That's a pretty brutal team fight, but with an advantage urn turn in and the spawn timer is relatively short, FPS Lounge still going to have a new lease on life in this game. Things are starting to get pretty scary, though. I mean, Merc Mag is up for Viper with the gun buff as well. Do now, I think, has kind of reached that point where, hey, he might just be two-shotting people with the Power Slash into Shadow Transform into Power Slash.
Yeah, but team fight brewing here as well, because you've got FPS Lounge defending the comeback turn in, going for the deepest of hooks through the veil. Okay, drop onto Ido, Snakes. Very hard to lock down an Apollo, though.
A little bit of low stam here. Still, nice catch with the stomp. Billy, though, pretty tanky into this one. A swap comes in on the high ground. There's a lot of healthy players here for FPS Lounge. John uses the swap, but he's still low. Lomain's going to heal back up through a lot of that, and you do still have the Kelvin Dome yet to be deployed. FPS Lounge looking for the right moment in the fight. Itali Losan hits onto Leffa, but maybe the explosion has done its work already. Last Rejuve Crystal hits the deck. Melee Creeps haven't found any decisive kills into this fight, and they still have to be respecting that dome. Hydration, looking for the right moment to find that connection. Dynamo does get the Urn Dunk with the help of Do, but is it going to be enough for the team fight? The kills are what really matters at this moment in the game, and ultimately Yamato goes down without even popping Shadow Transform.
Oh, and Geist gets away with one. John is absolutely one. Going into mid actually might make himself vulnerable as this fight continues here by the drop-off spot. And the singularity. Oh my goodness, the catch there takes down both Rokane and Erebus. Well, Rokane actually think died slightly to the side, and it's so John did actually still fighting. He swear he was one, but looking like Snakes is on the run instead now.
Guess that solo heal creep again. It's a really hard fought fight from FPS Lounge, but the cost is going to be immense, like down to the wire on a lot of those kills. But the fact that it's Melee Creeps who get the clear, it's economically essentially the same thing as being completely routed and destroyed in a team fight.
It's an interesting game, Jake. You know, now we're at a point where it feels like at a point of no return potentially, but the path here has been kind of crazy because of all of the skirmishes. It was that just super fast mid boss call that completely caught FPS Lounge off guard. That's where things really started to go wrong for them.
Yeah, it was a big move. I mean, they just put Lomain to super low HP, and you try to stick around, be a little bit greedy, still show pressure on the map, and they realize, hey, you're not healed up. You cannot actually take this contest. And I mean, if we talk about like the late game team fight, it's not as devastating as last game, but hey, Shadow Transformation and Singularity are almost enough on their own, pretty much, to go for those flips, to be willing to take that risk. It's just the reality of Deadlock right now, right? You take a gamble when you go for the mid boss, but honestly, a lot of these teams recognize, hey, if we have a better than 50% chance, we will take that flip. It's not a secure play, but we don't necessarily need it to be. Maybe a catch onto Sai here, though. That last knife looks like it did connect. The bleed is going to go really down to the wire. I think he maybe is going to survive through it this time, though.
Yeah, I wonder if there's even the Dispel Magic available too. There's got to be a fair few, given that you're playing against a Shiv and an Infernus.
Yeah, almost a mandatory buy in this particular game. I mean, both Lomain and Leffa, like, you probably can't really tell their builds apart. They've more or less built the same items. But now, firmly on the back foot, FPS Lounge, not a comfortable spot for them. They like to be aggressive, right? They like to push the pace. We've sort of seen it in some of these fights, even when they're down souls. They're willing to take those team fights. Now, though, the advantage has kind of grown such that you kind of need to wait for your opponent to make a mistake, get some of these comeback souls, try and recover some of that mistake. Maybe it's already here. Hydration and Lomain, they're inside the dome, but it just doesn't matter. Fishcake finds the kill through it. Shadow Transform still available. Snakes, slivers of HP. Spell Magic straight into that Shadow Transform. Erebus looks to be getting absolutely obliterated here in this trade, and really good start to the fight for Melee Creeps. Leffa's still healthy, but now it's only him versus the world. Mid-boss just spawned. Pretty much a nightmare scenario.
So interesting too, because I feel like we haven't really seen Viper come into play. We've never been on the Viper POV really in any time when Vipers look particularly strong. I mean, obviously with this kind of a build too, Jake, I imagine you're already looking for a late game out of the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, I do think when you have Unstoppable, that's really a power peak, right? Where he has enough farm to have very, very significant damage, and he can still invest in the Unstoppable without sort of gimping his own damage by skipping another item. That's a really rough spot to be, because all of your plan of like disrupting the Viper, preventing her from sliding, preventing her from getting all that burst off, pretty much goes out the window. With Unstoppable, those options just don't exist. You could dome and hide from the Viper, but we just saw inside of the dome, a Shiv plus Kelvin combo getting eviscerated by the Snake. So certainly it's looking pretty rough. I mean, game one, frankly, it looks locked up right now. The triple rejuve, almost a 50k soul advantage. Doesn't look good to be FPS Lounge at this moment.
He was not under the influence. He was ahead of the meta, boys.
Yeah. I mean, it's very fair now to start doing the post-mortem on that, and add only a couple more fights maybe left in this one before utter destruction. Oh, okay, we got some parries here.
Oh, he's got Shadow Transform. He's gonna kill them all here. Oh god, they're trapped in here with him. Just continuing to push this pace. Snake's doing well to fight inside. Hold on, Leffa getting a lot of burn off. That's the last rejuve out, but in the end, FPS Lounge looks to be routed. Leffa doing his absolute best, but the power slashes in the closet there are just too much. The takeout from Leffa is going to kill Fishcake, which actually is a pretty crucial pickoff because at least you might have like a slightly longer amount of time to be able to like, or before the base drops, but realistically, this is a patron drop.
Very interesting game. I'm not even sure if this game is won or lost at all in any sense because of the drafts, you know, like I don't feel like the drafts mattered as much as just some of the team fighting, you know, just the moments to decide to engage, how the engagements went, the initiations and so on.
I feel like this is what happens when you have two teams as closely matched as these two squads, right? FPS Lounge, I mean, think about that one fight around, you know, the FPS Lounge side earn turn in. I mean, both teams were down to slivers of HP. By the way, player advantage here for FPS Lounge. They're absolutely going to look for this fight. Here comes the Dome. Isolates the Geist. But with losing Rokane in the trade, it's starting to get scary. Dew still holding the Shadow Transform. Certainly not the best sign. Leffa getting in the thick of it here with concussive combustion, but Melee Creep still wanted to fight it out. The prize for our team fight victory here is the end of game one. And with Hydration being run down, looking in a pretty desperate way here. Oof. Should be game one coming to a close. Even the Winions starting to clear out the base. Like, you have to not just win this fight on FPS Lounge, you have to win it now.
DDK, this game's over. Was the soul distribution purposefully this even? Because I don't feel like I've seen it within 3K of each other before.
Definitely not purposely. I think it's just a interesting game with the way that the lanes broke down, and they try to give a lot of solo farm to Fishcake because Fishcake, you know, wasn't really ahead. You know, it wasn't until that mid boss that I think gave the space for Fishcake to really start to kind of catch up and do well on Fishcake's farm. And I mean, John's always going to be a steady pair of hands there as well, but was prioritizing a lot of that mid position initially. So I don't know. I mean, you're never trying to guarantee anything except that you allocate as best as you can into the places where it matters most, which is usually, I guess in this case, it's going to be John and Fishcake. But yeah, sometimes it just works out like that.
I will say, I think in modern Deadlock, it's certainly viable to play a support, but it's not going to be required, right? Like, you can definitely play a draft where, yeah, there's going to be some variance in the farm, but everybody can be an effective fighting force. I don't think it's necessarily bad to play a Rem or a Kelvin and to be more focused on healing and supporting, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the Melee Creep style of having, hey, everybody can fight, everybody can heal and sustain one another, right? That's sort of Deadlock right now. You have the option to play creatively with your drafting. Bomb here on Leffa. You'd love to be able to find a pickoff around the mid-map, and Leffa a lot less tanky than he was earlier on in this game. Even has to pop the Infuser just to desperately try to heal up what he can if in case anyone were to chase him on that flame trail. But I mean, FPS Suns are fighting for scraps on the map right now. Like, clearly they have to just sort of back off at even the start of a trade. And I mean, a free buff and earn is going to be a pretty rough spot. I guess fighting the next earn is your sort of next and potentially final chance for FPS Lounge to mount a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's game one. It's game one. Some good discovery has been done.
Oh, wait, that's a big pick on Asaya. 90 seconds on the deck is a long time. The power splash, this is onto Erebus. Concussive combustion in. Billy Chain onto 4. There could be a fight to be had here, Dan.
And there's that dome as well. Okay, there's the health swap, but there should be enough players, enough sustain here. And okay, finally, Rokane's able to actually do something in these fights, but not getting targeted. Most players are actually outside of the singularity as well. It's just going to catch onto Snakes, so maybe still a chance for damage. Scout goes down 90 seconds on the deck as well for him. And I mean, the problem is Deuce come back into action. That damage with Ido as well is crazy. And they just clean everything up. Oh, it's horrible for the FPS Lounge.
I like that FPS Lounge goes for it there. I mean, you know, to go down on your feet rather than to take it lying down. Better way to end it. But ultimately, yeah, Fishcake just a little bit too farm. You spend all those resources, and in the end, you pick off arguably the least important characters in Bebop and Dynamo. The real damage from the rest of Melee Creeps comes pouring in. They open up the series here with a 1-0 lead. An unconventional draft, but it looks well practiced. I think we can see why their opponent in the Challenger match actually banned those two heroes away, because that Viper looked pretty scary.
All right, so when we thought a draft was shit, the team kind of got obliterated in Europe. Then we went to North America when we thought the draft was crap. It turns out to be fantastic. Turns into gold. Let's take a look at this nugget one clip at a time. DDK, pull out the microscope and walk me through the madness that the Melee Creeps brought to the table. You guys said it didn't matter about the draft, so what were the big plays that gave MLC the edge over FPS Lounge?
Honestly, it was the mid boss. That was the main decision. They made it very, very quickly. They recognized they had position. They understood their opponents were kind of trying to ferry the urn across the map and were just not able to respond in time. Because you have to think that the advantage should in theory be around those fights. If FPS Lounge were ready for them, it would be with FPS Lounge, because they've got a bunch of scary ultimates, especially in the Kelvin Dome, and to be able to be very strong in those mid-boss contests. But that ended up like having FPS Lounge chasing the rest of the game after that moment.
Choppy celebrates Melee Creep's first win, but it's a best of 3. Remember, it'll take 2 to earn them the cash this week and the title of best in North America. For now, you take a look back at the highlights. Some shifty Shiv couldn't get away from this one. The Yamato chasing it down. John was on fire for as long as I can remember anytime we looked at the game, guys.
Yeah, John being on fire, you better get used to it watching Melee Creeps play. You know, if they're winning games, you better believe John is doing incredibly well. This game, though, I think Fishcake really shined on the Viper, right? It was a quiet early game. It was pretty much just farming up in the side lanes, got a couple walkers down, and then showed up with the Merc Mag and just deleted heroes, right? Like, when your Shiv and Kelvin cannot tank inside the dome, you know you have a problem. Geist also looking really good this game. Geist has had some tough games recently on the night shift, and look at this. Ooh, oh my God. Getting caught inside of the closet against Viper. You think you're safe because he can't slide in there. Think again.
Nick's on a plane, baby. They're also in your closet. 1 kill at a time. Viper getting people excited in the chat. There's a lot of lookups, a lot of emote spamming, and 1 VIP member back here weekly. We've got Billy the Goat. I feel like towards the end of his meta. Is Billy done for, guys? When was the last time Billy won?
I still think Billy can be good in some of these games, but Yamato does look better and better. I think in EU, people have been like pushing the tempo that Yamato can bring and really looking effective. Also, you kind of give some credit to Apollo in this game. Not only has a strong start to the game in the lanes, but the spirit damage we get down the stretch. I'm really curious, actually, to see some of the damage breakdowns in the stats, because this game's like, honestly, it's really hard to call for the Melee Creeps, like who's got top damage. I really feel like it could have been any of those cores.
Boom. There we have it. I found my beanie. Daughter's asleep. It's time to get rowdy. I already talked to my friend Dole, who I haven't talked to in like 6 years. He just got the invite from Deadlock. He asked, are we playing? I said, yeah, as soon as NA wraps this shit up. So let's get it done, Melee Creeps. Let's get this 2-0. Let's get them rolling, or go to game 3 and play 48-minute games. I'm happy either way. I'm learning. DDK, did you learn anything new as we take a look at the numbers from this thing, other than we should probably buy this item because all the pros had it in the lobby at the same time?
Yeah, the Resto Lock is definitely a buy I'm going to consider a bit more heavily. I do think it's really good.
We may have reached peak Resto Locket with that game, though. Like, there's always a moment in which it peaks, and then maybe the nerf's coming or something.
There was like a shadow something, Shadow Realm. Anyway,
yeah, the old
everyone was buying it.
E-Shift used to be half as much money. So when E-Shift was a 3,200 item, that was Ethereal Shift was completely broken. Was like 12 buys a game, craziness. Old debuff remover was got to that point pretty well. And I mean, I will say Resto Locket, it's a pretty cheap item. It's only 1,600, giving you extra stam and a moment's notice, a burst to heal. It's that playmaking potential of the item that I think makes it so attractive to top players.
Voidwalker was the item I was thinking of, DDK. It's no longer cool. We take a look at all of the numbers here brought to our friends, and a big look at the number down low, guys. We're closing in on 1,000 Twitch subs. Thank you for all the Prime subs. It costs you nothing. It gives us money. Who's earning money for their team tonight? Well, I think you got to give some love to, of course, what you saw from the Yamato. Saya, though, has been quite the player to watch. John leading the lobby, gets the official MVP award. And as we mentioned, Ido looking way better on the Apollo. The movement's working.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting in terms of like the whole sidekick attribution. I'm really not sure because I feel like I could make an argument for Do. That'd be a play that would kind of stand out for me, because obviously you got John who's going to be the heavy hitter. You're expecting Fishcake as well to do a lot of damage, but for me, like, Do had obviously a great game on Yamato and was extremely disruptive in all the ways that a good Yamato player should be. And so for me, you know, you're going to start the fight, maybe finish it with John or Fishcake, but Do is going to be the one that's creating all the space, is like able to chase people down, and I think Do had a lot of really good moments in this game.
You guys ever like outkill your opponents by 25 kills? It feels really good, only in a 30-minute game. They got it done fast and furiously, and we've got at least one more to go. Ladies and gentlemen, stay locked. It's Night Shift episode 35. We've got Jake, we've got DDK, a whole bunch of highlights and more still to go. You're not missing anything. We'll be right back.
Log is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the TrackLock app today.
Welcome to your new YouTube addiction. It's called The Night Shift. I'm Chris Puckett alongside DDK and Jake. And if you don't know who we are, you haven't been watching esports for a while. At least we don't well, Jake doesn't forgive you. I do. Welcome to the show. Jake is an Overwatch pro. DDK is a Quake pro. I'm a Halo pro. So that takes you back to kind of the beginning of esports.
Different eras.
Different generations. We all, though, are apparently handsome, according to the chat, and I have to agree with them. Jake, we're also very knowledgeable, and we're getting smarter every day, and you're about to teach the people at home a certain special something that's going to make them better at home. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course, we got to show some love to some of our sponsors, right? Being able to deliver a bigger prize pool to the scene is an awesome thing for Deadlock. It's also an awesome thing to have more different options about how to learn the game. I know, Dan, you're really big on this about, learning, improving, iterating your gameplay. I think that's a huge thing at the heart of esports. And that's why we partnered with TrackLock, not only to have all these amazing in-game stats that we're able to show you guys through the live game, whether it's the souls difference tracker or all those UI little pips showing, the number of people with Affliction or Frozen Shelter. That's all coming from the TrackLock data feed. But of course, there's an app that everybody can download, guys. It's a desktop app. You download it, really easy, runs in the background on your computer, and it gives you a lot of really actionable intelligence that sort of improves the process of improving itself at Deadlock. So taking a quick look, showing off. So this is the scouting feature as we're using a replay from a game I played earlier today. And you're able to see basically people's recent performance and sort of the heroes that they play a lot. I think the thing I look at a lot is how much have people played this hero? Is this one that they specialize in, or is it one that they're just trying out for the first time? If my teammate is first timing their hero, I'm going to be a little bit more skeptical when it comes to their initiation. So that's always, I think, a nice bit of intel to start the game with. And then, of course, once you get into the game itself, there's timers, overlays on the game that help you, to keep track of things like, when the urn is spawning, when the buffs come up. I mean, I'm E6, so I played enough where honestly, the timers don't make a huge difference for me. But for a lot of players, I think this is the number one issue with their game is that, hey, they're just not at the right place in the right time. They're not ready for the next objective to come up. And I think these timers really will assist people who are trying to get better at that and get a feel for sort of where to be, what they're prioritizing in the early game.
If you want to feel smarter than all of your friends, just get that and you can be the in-game leader just like that. Jake, quick question. I saw it describing everyone's kind of play style, that your Shiv was aggressive. How did they describe you?
I think mine was pretty positive. I had a crazy loss streak the other day, but today I was in good mood, good damage, good CS. I'm oh yeah, man, I'm doing.
It said you were a common bully.
Crashing out, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Report him.
There was a lot of screaming going on in the early game in this voice chat. I'm really glad the replay does not include my teammates yelling at each other.
Sharon. This is awesome. I have not been able to use this on my own game. I've just been using their website for the builds, and this is a no-brainer. Definitely gonna download before we play tonight.
We've also got all the builds, the profile trackers. Taking a look at Dan's here. We're both inveterate B-bot spammers, so it would seem, but you're able to keep a track on things like your recent performance, what you're playing, and then also take a quick and easy look at some of the meta builds where the top heroes. And I respected Dan. Dan's been grinding.
I gotta play B-ball, man. If he's in right now, I gotta make the most of it.
Low2, are you able to look up Lint Liquor?
Is that you, Bucket?
It may or may not have been me earlier today. I think this is the new account after I got banned. I'm pretty sure we're at the bottom of the barrel because I was playing Shiv running straight lines. Yeah,
it's taking some tough ones.
It's a Lint Liquor, baby.
Everything. All right, the TrackLock app is for absolutely everybody.
That's a Wraith main. Big shout out to that guy. There's multiple Lint Liquors, and I didn't have a custom photo yet. You're never gonna find me. Shout out to all the same brain folks that apparently suck at Deadlock with my name. That's fantastic. DDK, I'm going to get better one day. I'm in no rush. I'm enjoying learning, playing all the different heroes. I feel like every time we watch EU, it's different from NA. Is there anything that is separating the pros from the rest of the pack, though?
Ooh, it's always fundamentals. Which is funny because you'd expect it to be something that's less fancy than that, but really that's like the difference. If you can master your fundamentals, then you can get to the top 1% like pretty easily, because that's like where the difference starts to get made. That's when you can really start playing the game, because you freed up all of your mental space to be able to have better game sense, because all your fundamentals are really good. You're doing all the basics right. You're not taking too much damage in the lane, not having bad trades. You understand how to play, like do counter itemization and how to play all these different spots, and that's all automatic. That's the point when you can really get into the nitty gritty of like the super mind games and the more complex stuff, I think. But you can get really far with good fundamentals.
I always
Jake,
think.
with that said, sorry to cut you off.
Ahead.
We're officially done with the track lock plug now, right? Like I can say whatever we want to say.
I will say it, but I think
Liquor, gotcha, bitch. Told you I'd call you out live on Wednesday. Sorry, nothing but losses for the Wraith kid that was chatting in my lobby. Keep it going.
Fucking using,
I'm
of
petty,
course.
bro. I'm 40 years old.
He's got to get petty. He's got to get petty. Got to, But I will say, I think it's a great question though. Like seriously, about what separates the pros, like what makes people, better, and what allows them to have these stronger performances. I think the biggest difference is like a process difference, right? Like the reason a pro player is sort of better at all these aspects of the game in almost an overwhelming way for a new player is that they have sort of piece by piece built up their game. They've learned all these things. Like you said, Dan, your fundamentals, you sort of build things brick by brick. You get better at all these aspects of the game. You learn one thing at a time. And then you look back, 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours later, and you actually have built this huge base of skills that now you can rely on. So I think that ultimately approaching the game that way and kind of breaking it down into actionable items, saying, okay, like what are my stats on this thing? Like how consistent am I in the early laning phase? What about the late game team fights? What about the itemization, right? Over the course of many months, many games, you kind of learn issue by issue. You put it all together, that's what makes a pro, of course, and it's kind of almost impossible to see at that point. But it's that process, it's that focus and learning on data, on study that not everyone I think wants to put in the game, which is totally okay. But I think if you really want to improve, that's the best way to do it, right? To really take the game seriously and build up your skills bit by bit. Study where you're weak, track where your issues are, and try and isolate those and improve on them.
Incredible stuff. And with that said, we have drawn it out long enough for the draft to begin. DDK, our players are in the lobby. They're ready, and we expect an early ban on...
not Viper. I mean, it's an interesting one.
I honestly think they might ban Viper and or Apollo.
Like annoying.
Oh, they banned the Dynamo. Okay, it was going in the first slots for the melee creeps, and they have been winning with it. I don't actually think this is a crazy ban, but what a beautiful world we are in that Dynamo is taking respect bans. I love a Dynamo meta. I hope this hero stays meta at the pro level. I think it's so much fun.
Eventually they'll start picking Sinclair, then it's over, Jake. That's
yeah, I do agree. People really should be picking Sinclair to the Dynamo. I think that it's an oversight to not do, but for FPS Lounge, maybe that's just sort of not what they practice, and maybe they just don't want to pull it out here on the big stage.
Totally, and the Mirage ban comes in, so I mean that leaves up Venator, leaves up Infernus. Yeah, as like the next two top like super high value picks. Silver as well, I guess is something also that often goes in the first spot. So these are the things we could expect, I suppose. I'm curious where Viper's gonna be found in this game right now, because I feel like Viper was fine in the last game, but I didn't feel like it. I felt like it could have been other stuff there, and it would have been fine too.
They do grab the silver. No big surprise there. I mean, I think pretty much every team considers her one of the top priority choices right now with the level of aggression she can output. Even without too crazy of a soul count, I feel like you always, pretty much in every phase of the game, need to respect silver. She's very tanky, does a lot of damage. And the Apollo alongside her is, again, really going to push the pace, right? Like in terms of early laning, aggression, and burst, you are going to be feeling it. FPS Lounge secure the Venator, so late game is going to feel good for them. But what are they going to do to mitigate some of these early game tempo advantages? For now, it's the Bebop.
More hookage, more success. He's been on fire tonight.
Yeah, I do like Bebop. Right? We're both hard. Me and Dan are both.
Yeah.
We are loving the Bop, baby.
Games of Bebop in the last week. Like me and Dan are like, yeah, you should always pick Bebop. Clearly, that's the
question. As a Bebop player, like my ADHD didn't let me wait for my gun to fire. Is there a way to speed that trigger up?
It is buffed. I don't know when did you play Bebop, Puckett? Because it actually just got buffed.
Right when Street Brawl came out, I played a lot of Bebop.
That exact thing is what got buffed. Is why people have been playing Bebop again. So there's still a wind up, but it's a lot shorter now.
Okay, all right. Because him and McGinnis were on my shit list. He's moving up. Got it.
So you might enjoy a little gun Bebop. Melee creeps.
Oh, it's happening tonight.
Melee Creeps tripled down, by the way, in terms of like aggressive, run at you, nuker type heroes. They've got 3 already. FPS Lounge, really solid late game with the Venator and the Infernus, but Bebop is going to have his hands full this game. I mean, you're not going to need to hook these characters to get them right on top of you. Like, you are going to be kind of feeling that pressure.
Imagine if they get a Yamato in there as well. That would be
that's surely not, right? Like, sure, at some point you have to stop. Stop it. Get some help.
I'm curious now. I'm really, really curious how they'll finish out the draft. It's been interesting that we haven't seen Ivy at all today. I mean, Ivy was like so popular, you know, in that support-ish role for a while.
True.
Good on the objectives, good macro, good mobility.
I think it would be good with the Melee Creeps draft, actually. Like, I think Ivy would be nice here because those are like 3 great heroes that you can drop in as with the ultimate, right? As like sort of a nuclear bomb dropping the enemy backline. Could be good.
What are we standing around for?
Okay, Billy Love. FPS Lounge, I mean, and NA in general, but FPS Lounge love Billy. I honestly, the Billy looked pretty good. I mean, this is looking like, again, like another, I mean, they have a very similar draft. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kelvin coming in again for them.
The city could use some new blood.
Wow.
I think they got banned last time.
I mean, that's a lot of greed to bring out the Mina here, too. It's like Mina, Infernus, and Venator. A lot of scaling on the team. But I feel like I'm surprised they'd go with this pick because I feel like that's almost not your problem on this draft. Then again, maybe for Apollo, Shiv, and Silver, Mina is actually relatively a hard hero to get on top of and chase down, right? And the draft you've gone for so far for Melee Creeps says you kind of need to chase down and catch these heroes. I could see them just getting kited out by Venator or rather, not Venator really, but by Infernus and Mina, just kind of like burning you, running away, you know, hitting you once again.
Viscous. It's the Viper replacement, right?
Viscous is super interesting hero right now. I think generally people are building splatter, so like a lot of spirit nuking power, and then maxing the cube and just having like the best save in the game and a pretty strong nuke and kind of just piecing it together from there. And it's actually FPS Lounge who get the Ivy, which I think is going to feel pretty good for them. Now is the save, actually. It looks really good, right? When Apollo and Silver are going to be like running desperate, trying to finish these kills. Ivy saving people with the ulti actually can be pretty game-changing in this kind of a draft.
I think too, with Infernus, you can play a lower econ Infernus if it's more dash-oriented. So I think there's a world where it could definitely work. We'll have to kind of see how the Mina's going to get played as well, but I think I see the vision for the FPS Lounge comp here, and I think Bebop is kind of like a tanky frontliner, you know, especially once you get the level 3 uppercut online, and he does so much damage output too. So it's interesting, but I do think the Lash is a problem in this against the FPS Lounge, to be honest.
Why? Can you explain that? Just too weak, or is he going to cause the problem?
He's really, I mean, he's got, of course, like really good burst damage, but he's generally very hard to hit, and the death slams are going to be a big threat for catch against, you know, the Minas, Infernus as well. Like, he can't kind of get away as easily in these bigger team fights. Venator's not very mobile either. Bebop's, I think, a pretty easy target also. So I think there's just like a fertile ground for Lash to do a lot in the team fights. And I mean, Ivy, you definitely want to see perhaps like a knockdown coming in to try to stop Lash's mobility.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Jake, but I think I kind of like the FPS Launch draft a little bit more. I think they do scale significantly better into the late game. For Melee Creeps, though, they're going all in with basically like no late game. I mean, not zero late game. It's like a lot of sort of a mid-game spirit power spike. Even Geist, who does a lot of gun damage, builds a little bit more spirit, I think, than some of the other carries who literally build only gun items. Once again, Melee Creeps want to push the tempo. It worked for them last game. They kind of obliterated the opposition. They won in basically 30 minutes. So for FPS Lounge to go greedy like this with the Infernus and the Mina, I think all eyes on those early game side lanes, how they do for FPS Lounge is going to be crucial, because if you let Melee Creeps get off to an explosive start, this is a draft that not only needs to, but has the tools to just like run you over and have another 30-minute game on your hands, which would be an amazing return to form for Melee Creeps. Fans will be for sure excited for them, but for FPS Lounge, having held on to this championship for only 1 week so far, I think they'd be disappointed in themselves if they can't get to a Game 3.
Well, let's see how the lanes break down then as we're into the game. Here's a Game 3 going to happen here.
Also, Saya is on Silver.
what had they cooked here, man? This is some wild stuff. Like, I mean, I know Saya was playing a little bit more farming roles and looked really good on the Bebop, which scales quite a bit better on Gunbop than some of his other typical hero picks. But, I mean, wow, Silver, quite the transition.
I'm trying to figure out whose draft I like better, because I know you're saying you lean towards FPS Lounge. I do like it a lot. I mean, the Venator, Bebop, Infernus, really, really nice, definitely. I think that, you know, Ido and Fishcake, this is going to be kind of a painful and annoying lane to deal with. At least you have the cube for potential saves, but this is going to be fairly oppressive in terms of that Spirit Burst damage.
I need to rely on my cunning as well as my strength.
Yeah, Mina just has to be so careful, right? I mean, I feel like this Apollo versus Mina battle, I think is ultimately pretty much a skill battle, right? Because in theory, they can both kind of escape from one another and never let each other get caught. And I also like that it's Lomane on the Mina. Lomane, for me, is like one of the best individual mechanical players right now in North America, especially when he plays these more like movement-heavy roles. So now that I see him on the Mina, I feel a little bit more confident about the pick. A lot of farm scaling on this FPS Lounge team, though. So if they can, you know, kind of scale up and get towards some of these late game items, they could be in a good spot.
I know it happened like 10 seconds ago, but that was actually a really nice dodge against the Sigil from Lomane there. Because that Sigil does, honestly, insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, you do not want to get hit by that in lane, man. It's like a 30-year health bar.
Yeah, like that. If I'm ever like predicting an Apollo nerf, it's gonna be the Sigil that gets the damage nerf. I feel like.
Well, big nuke in the mid lane. Apollo's here. Ido interrupts what was going to be a fair trade, and they end up with opening 2 kills in the mid lane. Huge find off the rotate from Ido, and space created. Now some counter pressure, of course, on the other side lane, but damage may have been done. I don't know that you're really going to be able to do much Guardian damage here. Lash going to be pretty comfortable clearing this wave out, getting the solo heal. So essentially no concessions really taken from that rotation.
Yeah, well, it's going to be honestly quite menacing if Ido gets to continue to have so much success dropping into these lanes. I mean, Apollo's so good at doing it. I gotta say as well, you know, Apollo has some of the best like movement stats. Once you get Stamina Mastery, you get to really understand quite how floaty Apollo is. It's obviously not as much as Celeste, but I feel like he might be the second most floaty of the, or like low gravity of all of the heroes behind Celeste. I don't know if that's accurate.
Lane swapped over into this one, getting kind of boxed out by Billy, who's like, this is my camp. You come here, you get bashed in the face.
A good lane pro coming in here from Snakes on the Billy. Lomane as well. Like, they're doing a good job managing that lane. We described some of the dangers of it. Ido's running some boxes right now. And there's the threat for Ido to drop back in on either mid or the right side lane is now present as he comes back to mid. Definitely going to need to assist John because that wave is now crashing against that mid tower.
Lefa doing what he can to clear the waves here, but this early game draft for Melee Crepes is putting on some oppressive pressure. I mean, FPS Lounge, they might have some strong scaling, but I don't think this is how they want to play the game, right? Given the option, I think they'd rather be the team putting on that kind of a dominant early game. But look at the health bars. I mean, Melee Creep's just full across the board, and quite a few low players on FPS Lounge. 4K soul lead is pretty significant considering there's not any Guardians going down to achieve that. That's just like pure kills and farm.
Yeah, it does make them quite ripe for being picked as well, and does also mean that FPS Lounge can't easily challenge any of these bridge buffs, which is horrendous actually, because they're going to lose both bridge buffs.
Oh, spirit buff for Ido and movement buff for Lash.
Yeah.
Like, in a game that you want to push pace, like this is maybe the best 2 buffs to find in this game.
100%. Again, so cool that we can see this on the UI these days. You guys have been long-time Night Shift enjoyers. It's somewhat of a recent thing.
Yeah, what a time to be alive. Actually being able to see the buffs in the UI.
Left getting his second and fast game.
He's trying to battle in this lane, man, but Scout just keeps laying in these splatters, and they're just keeping Infernus low, man. Like, great movement reads as well. It feels like he's just hitting everyone. Nice parry, though, but the cube means there's not really going to be a punish for that. Nice little feature of this lane for Shiv. You can kind of go for big gambles, although maybe going a little bit too deep onto this dive as Shiv claps back, turns around for the kill. Scout goo balls for security. I mean, wait, this is across the map 4 kills? Maybe 5 if Rocane dies? Like, that's almost a team wipe across the map.
Absolutely crazy amounts of action here early on. We're only 6 minutes in.
Wait, like this game is almost, I mean, it's not out of control, but it is damn close to out of control. Look at the death counter. It is, what is that, 1 to 7? Like, that is bonkers. Normally, you know, getting kills in the early game at this level of play, like, yeah, you might get the kill, but you're going to be so low that the counter kill just comes in. Like, that's pretty much what we expect. I can't remember the last time we've had a blowout early game like this. Melee Creeps are gunning for this championship.
Yeah, although with that said, all Guardians are still up at the moment, so a lot can still be converted and caught up by FPS Lounge. It's actually funny because there's sometimes when you get behind, there's almost an argument to just try to stay behind until that first turn to get the comeback earned on the first one, which is like so rare to see, but let's see if it happens here. Okay, well, this is big trouble for Snakes. Oh my god, didn't even need the Lycan form for that. And I mean, there's nothing really to do for low main, so just got to fall back. The dive ability right now for Melee Creeps is so huge.
Yeah, and
oh, man,
first Guardian goes down. I expect there to be more to follow it pretty soon. Now Mina's gonna have to just solo farm in this lane. Looks like Snakes is gonna try to get active, try to turn their forces around in this game. They're going on John, but he's absolutely full health. Just turns it around, runs down Erebus. Fights off way more than he can chew into that one. Billy's here with the chain gang, wants to maybe pull people deep under the tower. Can't quite get it well enough, especially with the Italian Lasan mitigating some of the follow-up there. They're taking those chains. They're just going to turn around and shoot your mid tower. Game crumbling across the map. Even Leffa on the Infernus goes down, actually, to do. Doesn't even get the concussive combustion off.
Oh, good hit coming in there to try to get a punish in. Honestly, I feel like, again, this comeback count is going to be really important on this 10-minute mark. So if this is maintained, there is still a way back here for FPS Lounge, but as you say, like, the skirmishing is absolutely wild here in the mid lane. Still so much breaking down in terms of these fights. You got 3 players for FPS Lounge having to, I mean, they're getting forced back.
Could be overcooking though. They're under
right now.
This is an overcook. I mean, I guess what he had to have been hooked in there. I refuse to believe Saya willingly dove the Walker at 8 minutes. I will say the kills are worth a lot, and there's a lot of very low players on the Melee Creeps. They got to play these next few moments carefully. Giving up these counter kills is really expensive when you're this far ahead, right? You give up a kill this far ahead, it's a huge amount of comeback souls for the opposition.
Okay, so
Saya's back in the action.
Okay, killing to Rocane. Okay, so FPS Lounge they have to get the urn. It's going to be a comeback urn. They have to secure it and get it safely away to that comeback urn spot. I feel like the game is like hinging on this now, Jake, at this point. They're so far ahead, 11k, 10k difference. 10 minutes is just almost unheard of, really, at this point.
Yeah, like, if the comeback urn is your way back into the game, but if you end up getting like God forbid you end up actually losing the urn and the enemy team gets the dunk, like, the game can be over. I mean, truly, it can be over. If everything goes perfect, you're still going to be behind. That's the crazy spot about a lead like this. The first urn is worth, like, what, 3,300 souls or something like that? It's not enough to bridge this divide. Maybe if you get a team fight win on top of it, but winning the team fight is what feels impossible the way this game has gone so far. I mean, other than, like, getting hooked under Walker, it just, you don't see the vision. Slowing Hex prevents the next Sanguine. Luckily, low main plays his way out of it.
There we go. That comeback urn is starting to spawn in. 4 players for Melee Creeps here, so they're ready to challenge. 4 players for FPS Lounge. Again, they're pretty starved of souls right now. Erebus with a deep pull onto the ship.
Hook.
That's a really good find.
Oh, Leffa could die? Oh, this is so painful. Leffa dies to the bleed out as well.
Melee Creeps are going to pick up the urn. There's no way that they can turn this in, though. I don't think they want to risk that, but they can hold on to it. Or do they try to turn it in? I don't know.
The way they're playing, I will not write it off. I mean, like, Saya died under the Walker at 7 minutes. Like, they might actually go for this one, Dan. And the way their draft plays, I kind of think you want to. I kind of think you want any fight you can possibly get your hands on. As Rocane Looks like he just has to sack down the lane. He does get a tower for it, but having John pick up that solo kill is exactly what John wants. Now into a 5 streak, more pressure being put on mid. They're going to go for this dunk. I mean, Scout is pathing in there with Yearn. Full HP Viscous with a vitality buff. He's not scared of anything.
Is there a way to stop this? FPS Launch can't stop this. Is there a stone form, something? He's trying to time it, but it's like really good bouncing and dodging coming in there from Scout. Oh my god, they get the comeback her, and that's crazy. Well, I guess Puckett's gonna get an extra game of Deadlock in tonight. At this rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a lot of time. We might be hitting a speed run. I mean,
anyone want to play against Liquor? I'm creating a group. We're going for him tonight.
Chat, hit a bucket. Get him on the duo queue. Somebody's got to carry this guy. Riposte? Looks like it got kind of caught on the corner there, but it's still enough to get Ido out of dodge. And 10k soul lead 11 minutes. It's been, the bleeding has been staunched somewhat, but losing that comeback earn, it really bites.
Now, I will say, okay, well, hold on for a second. Another catch here onto Dew, just isolated. That's a nice find. But yeah, I will say, you know, there's obviously still a lot of time left to play. You wouldn't imagine melee creeps are going to misplay advantages too heavily. So it's going to be very hard for FPS Launch to find a way back in. But what a story it would be if they're able to find recovery here. With that said, Lefa's getting caught by himself. There's no way you're escaping Silver and Apollo.
I'm earning my paycheck today.
It's 10k difference.
All these kills on Lefa starting to add up, right? He's pretty significantly behind the game now on an Infernus, where, you know, he likes to push the pace and force all these fights, but here we can see when it sort of goes wrong and when the game is really going against you, that style ends up getting punished pretty hard. Draft from the melee creeps, doing exactly what it's designed to do. 2 more kills picked up, still everybody healthy on melee creeps. They're continuing to push forward here, looking for more, sending players running for the hills. It feels like this is all you can really do on FPS Launch, just try to run and reset and make space, but pressure's coming in multiple lanes at once. Mid-Walker going down first would be ideal here for the creeps.
Yeah, keeping the walkers up is everything, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it here, losing everything. One more walker left to go after this one.
2 walkers at once is crazy work, but it looks like players coming in for FPS Launch trying to get the clean up. Tyler San does come in, but in the end, the hook from the Bebop just prevents him really getting out of there. But you take that. I mean, 1 death for Walker, maybe a 2nd death, actually. Saya surely is going to get caught here.
Might be able to escape. Silver is very mobile, and the Erebus is very far back with the hooks.
Saya. In the end, though, he is going to get overwhelmed. So it's 2 kills for a Walker.
What is the kill score right now? It's got to be crazy in this game.
Probably better than 7-1, but like these last few kills, you get them, but melee creeps are letting you have them, right? They're making a decisive choice to take the trade and to just, you know, pick up the Walker.
Okay, 14k difference at this time of the game is pretty enormous. We'll see if there's a way back. There is a catch here, potentially. Slash is hard to lock down, but that chain gang might make the difference. It's going to pull him straight in there. And we have the slam down on top of it, so should be enough damage with the burn as well. Another isolated kill, and it looks like a team fight is going to result after this. And I don't know if this is going to be working out good for the Fierce Lounge. They're going to actually be able to disperse, so they get away with that one, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, with Concussive and Billy Chain used for 1 kill, I don't think you want to stick around for more, but that's the state of the game they're in. I think it's a good move. You got to just commit whatever it takes to get some of these kills. Take a look at the pure carry farm game, and actually Rocane is doing a good job keeping pace with John. So I think despite this soul disadvantage, as long as your carry has the damage, there is always a chance, right? There's always a way for, you know, your team to actually make a comeback kind of a team fight. The thing you must have is damage. You're not going to have survivability. You're not going to have like lockdown tools that you would have with a higher net worth. But if you just have the damage, it's possible to get the kills. It's possible to get those comeback fights. Another advantage earn turn in, but it looks like actually FPS Launch are going to be forcing the issue first. They're looking to siege a Walker of their own, but there's a big defensive response coming in. Could make this one a really punishing team fight. Mid boss, remember, available now if you're able to get a really decisive fight. Lefa, the heal from Ivy looks to be just barely enough to keep him alive, and see if Lash has done enough. Found 2 with the Death Slam, follows it up. Quick kill on the hydration now. Dew is a little bit low, but the rest of Melee Creeps are healthy. They are going to continue to push this for a chase down.
Very aggressive, still pushing as always, and looking to pick up another comeback. Actually, I think it got dropped, actually. I think there was a melee.
Right
yeah, it's dropped down on the ground. I don't know if they have enough, though, here. FPS Lounge to contest it. They don't.
Oh, man. And, second advantage turn into the game. Like, crazy. These... It's not just the souls, right? It's also the permanent buffs, which are going to really add up. I believe that's the second earn dunk rate from Scout, and so he's sitting pretty... Like, that plus 220 HP, like, that is not bad, man. On Viscus, that is pretty meaningful when it comes to surviving some of these burst kills. Tempt from Erebus. Speculative laser in the mid lane. Just gets kited out by melee creeps, who really a bit low on ultimates for now. Looks like they want to just maybe reset their HP. Maybe FPS Launch wants to force the issue, though.
There we go. It's going to be Snake's coming in for the initiation. Around the back here, trying to isolate Saya. Viking form? I don't know if they're... It must be on cooldown. Still continuing here, giving more opportunity for the rest of melee creeps to come in, but both teams deciding to fall back out of this fight, neither liking the looks of it in the end. Left trying to catch up on some farm as well to be effective. Left is actually pretty deep in no man's land at the moment, and he might get caught.
Got to take risks in a game like this. Furnace loves to be able to like bait a chase and maybe slip out. But it looks like they're aware of him, maybe hearing the footsteps. Looks like he has made it away to the TP, though. And I think plays like this are really important when you're behind, right? You got to take risks and kind of go for some gamble moves. Maybe bait the enemy to over-respond and pull out, or maybe like bait them into a bad team fight. I mean, I think FPS Launch, they're absolutely playing to win this game, but they're in such a rough spot. They need a lot of things to go right from here. 15k soul lead. It's not as backbreaking as it was like, 5 minutes ago, but it's still a pretty brutal spot to be with Geist at 23k.
Like you said, the statue buff difference is going to be adding up. I don't know if we can take a look at that in a moment. You can see what the deficit looks like there.
It looked pretty big, right?
Whoa!
They're basically just roughly doubling them, right, overall, and that's pretty meaningful. Every sinner you take, right, like, even if the enemy gets the comeback souls to make the soul count look the same, they're never going to recover those permanent buffs, right? Those last forever. And they are pretty meaningful, especially the later into the game you get. Like, I think people underestimate how much of your strength is actually in those permanent buffs. Like, Saya has so few, or so, not Saya, rather, Erebus on the Bebop has so few that he's pretty much just relying on his items.
Both teams thinking of fighting here, Jake. We've got the disarming hex ready to go for the Viscus. Scout picked that up recently. And at the same time, Mina was like calling the positions as well. And in fact, look, you can see that melee creep sending a hit squad there to find the Mina. They have a lot of ways to shut down Mina, and Left has come into action as well, but they're 2v3 there, so not a good spot here for FPS Lounge. They're gonna have to fall away from this. This is the two slipperiest characters, though, for FPS Lounge.
Trades in the mid lane. I mean, melee creeps just going for these little incursions on the opponent side of the map. Very confident move here from Ido. Doesn't get much, but does get that curse. Is it connected to the Mina? No, looks like she got the Sanguine to get out of it, but the Lash ulti slams player back in, and the rundown comes in. Low main takes a few key ultimates, 3 in fact, to bring him down, but I think it's well worth it. Although, hold on, this Billy Chain pulls Silver back into the wrong neighborhood, getting absolutely swarmed by the rest of FPS Lounge. Furnace here with the ultimate is going to dissuade any kind of further chase down, but maybe melee creeps want to continue to fight this. Ult's running low for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, really good work. I think, again, like you said earlier, Rokane is a huge threat. Good fight set up for Rokane to get that damage in. The ult came in earlier, but now the fight looks like a re-engage for melee creeps. They're actually sending back FPS Lounge to the base, and looks like that's excursion will be cut short. And I mean, what better timing than this to get priority? Both buff spawn. Those are going to be free for melee creeps. They're going to grab another urn as well. This is a neutral urn too, so it's going to be very hard to deny that. But at the same time, the soul difference is still not that bad, considering everything we've seen so far. And it is a contest here. I can't believe it. Snakes is going to pick up the urn, and he's going to try to get out of here. Ido might be able to try to get a melee in, but looks like he's able to get away.
John baiting. He's still relatively healthy and has that swap in the back pocket. Could be a big fight here. Nice riposte from Ido. Gets the stun on the left, but breaks the flame dash. And now they're looking to run down more. Fishcake, super low HP, but with the movement buff, maybe he'll be able to play his way out of it. Some players still committed. Rokane still actually looking for more out of this fight. Mina is very, very deep low main. Some good jukes would be crucial right now. Picks up some creeps on his way through. A meal to go there, and it looks like he's out.
This is actually really well played by Lomain. He's entertained players so long that they're going to get the urn and also the information, right? Lomain also getting the info that, hey, they're all chasing me. You got a free path to the urn, and now the turnaround to the mid boss.
Oh, wow.
Is there a world here where this could work out for FPS Lounge? I'm not sure, but they're going to contest this. They have to. Leffa is coming in hard off the zip line as well. He's got concussive combustion for the disrupt in the team fight as well.
Yeah, I think going for mid boss would be a bit ill-advised here. FPS Lounge senses a bit of weakness. They're going to look to chase, but remember, a lot of ults still available for melee creeps. I don't think you want to be overconfident right now. I think FPS Lounge, that urn dunk has really equalized the soul situation of the game.
Wow, 4K.
Yeah, what was looking like kind of a blowout match. Some good team fighting and stabilized fights from FPS Lounge. Like, honestly, I was thinking them as a team that, like, look, you find them in a spot this disadvantage. I didn't think they'd be able to pull a comeback, but they have essentially done it in terms of at least equalizing, right? Stabilizing from a game that looked like it could have been over in 25.
And now we can start to think about some of that scaling power as well. Erebus is very poor, but Rokane on the Venator and Leffa, they're looking like the healthy ones on the economy as well as low main. So there's definitely some power behind some of these players. There's a chain gang coming on through to try to catch the Apollo, played by Ido. And the fight continues here. Billy just trying to tank the guys here. Metal Skin coming up, though. That's going to allow some extra sustain there for John. Staying at the front of this one. And now isolating Leffa. Sion not able to really take that fight, though. Has to fall away. And this is a very, very brittle skirmish for both teams at this point. A hugely important fight. The mid-boss is on the line as well. The slam down comes on through, and it's going to be a dodge from the lash. Oh, no, the pull comes in. What a pull from Erebus.
Looks like it cancels the lash ult. Tyler Lawson comes in from Ido. Is it going to be enough to find the kills? The kills actually coming in faster for FPS Lounge, and right into the trap is Ido. Running low on skills. He's just flawless advance out of this fight. Do hooked in as well. Erebus with another high impact kill in the team fight. And with mid-boss just minutes away here, I mean, this could be, or rather moments away here, this could be not only a turnaround in the tempo of the game, but this could be FPS Lounge taking a decisive lead. Melee creeps don't have any obvious tool to help them contest.
Ida's coming in, but there's 4 down. Somehow there's 4 down for melee creeps as the mid-boss is getting ticked away, but the harass comes on through, and now the Rejuve Crystals comes down. There's 2 players. Are they going to die for this? The remainder of melee creeps. There's no way to stop it. Stoneform, every tool used. 3 Rejuve Crystals. Absolutely wild from FPS Lounge. Looking to clean up the entire map now. They have good wave prio on the left walker and mid as well. But everybody's going to be up here for melee creeps. You don't want to overcook here, Jake. What do they have to do to make sure they can lock in the advantage?
Crazy recovery here from FPS Lounge. I mean, like you said, low main, baiting them around with the Mina, making a ton of space. Now he's looking for more in the fight, but Slowing Hex out on him. No Dispel Magic. Needs the save from Hydration, so lucky to have the IV in the back pocket. Mina, of course, probably one of the best heroes in the game at like re-healing to full after you take a bunch of damage. He's just gonna be able to basically farm up without any interruption.
Wow, this is kind of crazy. 12 kills to 23, and we are seeing such a different game state now. That golden statue buff, obviously, difference is certainly sizable. So that is something that will be helpful for melee creeps down the line, but right now, in terms of scaling, Jake, where are we in a game of the scalers? Because you've got Venator and Infernus and Mina against...
Yeah, I actually think the game is crazy because of how much of this game has been melee creeps completely dominating, but the problem is melee creeps draft needed to dominate. Like, that was the game plan, but also it's kind of the only game plan. I don't see Geist hard solo carrying this because Bebop is even going to scale, right? Like, Ivy is even going to scale. And Billy's, like, literally all 6 heroes in FPS Lounge are going to feel pretty scaled and effective in the late game. Like, I mean, Geist has to build a lot of vitality. She's not all in on gun, really, in terms of the amount of raw damage she can deal. And I'm very worried about a Rejuve fight because so many of these kills from melee creeps come from big nukes, cooldown restricted abilities that are great and they do set you up well, but they don't win you an extended team fight into Rejuves. You have to just Death Slam the Infernus completely away from the team fight, but there's going to be help coming in. Leffa does lose his first Rejuve. Actually, hold on. Is there help? It looks like maybe this is just a clean double kill. They're continuing to chase this one down. They're flying the Billy in to try to bring in support. Leffa needs to last just a few seconds longer. With Billy arriving, though, maybe they've done enough. Chain gang in onto 2, pulls them in deep. John does still have the swap, but don't think that's actually going to be able to turn this fight. He doesn't think so either. He's trying to just dance his way away here on the Geist, but they're able to find him. Oh, maybe not. Good pad away there from John. Would have been huge to find a carry kill off the back of that.
And Lomaine's be doing work here, deep in enemy lines there, trying to harass these opponents, not really allowing melee creeps to kind of combine forces. And right now, a 20k advantage for FPS Lounge. It's so impressive. And the left side Walker is soon to be under assault. There will be 2 players dispatched by melee creeps to try to deal with the forces there. But FPS Lounge, they're going to pull off a little bit. Perhaps maybe bait melee creeps into a fight. They've got 5 players here, FPS Lounge. They are ready to jump this, Walker.
Yeah, and Ido, he's up in a few seconds. You might feel confident on melee creeps, but he's not there in the fight just yet. Look at Rokane stepping up, daring the enemy to do something about it. He is going to bring this Walker down come hell or high water, and I think melee creeps are going to just respect that, backing off to the base. Even with Leffa showing on the opposite side lane, they do not want to take that fight. That's pretty telling about the game state.
Headed to green.
25k soul deficit now for melee creeps. And there's not really anything on the map to eat up to try to recover that deficit. So right now, it's a very dangerous place, the Cursed Apple, if you are melee creeps, because you've got that threat of Erebus that could hook you in at any given moment. The mobility from Mina, as well as also from the Infernus. I mean, and also, you know, obviously, what you can do with an Ivy drop as well. Like, there's all sorts of ways for the opponents to get the drop onto you. Got the human ward there to try to get some information in the form of snakes on the Billy. And Sire actually going for the pause lock.
I will say, as this rejuve expires, Soul Lead is real, and I believe the FPS Lounge team scales better, but this melee creeps team is insane at finding burst pickoffs. So players splitting up, you know, trying to be greedy, you know, extend that advantage, are going to be vulnerable to some of those potential kills. Definitely opportunity here for melee creeps to come back into it, but it needs to be executed incredibly well. We've seen how hard it is to punish heroes like the Infernus on the side wave, which is, I think, likely going to be what you need to do on melee creeps to come back into this, to find pickoffs on side laners. Because for FPS Lounge side, I think they're going to be perfectly happy to just farm up in the jungle, go deeper and deeper to the late game, and really put the scaling of melee creeps to the test, where I kind of suspect it's going to be lacking if it's essentially just Geist on the gun carry.
Oh. Maybe like
I think he's just
or something, I'm not sure.
I think he's just, you know, sending a message saying, come contest me. I'm holding the high ground. I mean, there's nothing else to really do at this phase of the game, actually. So this is just going to be a bit of a stalemate, I think, probably until the buffs come up. I mean,
gotta get info.
FPS Lounge are going to be perfectly happy with the stalemate, though, and I think it's going to be melee creeps who will sort of be feeling the pressure to do something.
Can we get a very quick golden statue buff update? I wonder if there's any more parity there.
Okay.
Looking a lot better.
Well,
looking a lot more
Fishcake has
even.
come back with a vengeance. Actually, I think it's a little bit of a lead here for melee creeps, so getting a bit more out of the map in these last few minutes. I guess it was that early game advantage that's more, it's holding on rather than the last few minutes being so good for them.
And there's a pick attempt here in mid coming from FPS Lounge. You got Erebus deep. He's going to have to fall off as well. You can see Lomane on the Mina was in position as well to maybe capitalize on any hooks. But we got the mid boss coming up again, and that's where this game is going to get interesting, because, you know, you can force the mid boss a little bit. You can try to, you know, fake it out. But all of the jungle respawning again here now.
Snakes, kind of in enemy territory here. Buff's only spawning in 30 seconds. Billy's a pretty hard target, though, and he's got that chain gang, so if you commit on him, you could end up getting pulled way deeper than you intend to. Hydration gonna bail him out, and actually considering turning this run around aggressively, right? Setting that Billy in with the chain could be attractive. Melee creeps, though, knows it's coming. They're gonna be a little bit careful, but with the wave crashing, both side waves at the same time, sticking around on these buffs doesn't look like to be an option. So double buff gonna be claimed here for FPS Lounge. A nice win for them. Spirit buff for Mina is a great find, and a mobility for Infernus. Not gonna be mad at that either.
Again, a positioning battle. Superior here for FPS Lounge. Again, they got the lead, so able to do that. But now with the mid boss spawning, what's the play here from melee creeps? They could decide to try to find an engagement here. If this only keeps getting carried across, sometimes you can get a catch on a player that's at the back of the formation.
Hook in mid could be devastating here. Erebus got to choose his targets wisely, though. He's also going to be vulnerable. Hook deep onto Saya. Will Saya be able to get that Lycanthrope off? Looks like he will, but he's pulled into the trap and just exploded even before it can come off. Deathslam, no value. Noxoster silenced him. There's a concussive combustion up in his face. Already 2 players hit the deck. John is forced to swap. And FPS Lounge, 6 players alive, healthy, looking for more.
And here goes Lomain as well now. Taking down Ido, able to get out just for the moment, but the chase down is ready. There's so many players here looking to do this, and Lomain will be the one to get the finishing shots.
And he healed. The Tree Knives are going to bleed him out, and they do eventually kill him, but 4 for 1. Absolutely worthy trade with mid-boss available, and even Snakes might be able to get a cheeky dunk in while players are contesting.
There you go. Mid-boss a lot easier. Even this time, I mean, actually last time they actually got 4 players down before the mid-boss. I mean, it's crazy Hail Mary steal attempts might come on through here, but I mean, there's not too much to work with. There's the cube.
Got the cube, but they're just going to kill the Shiv before I mean, they're finishing the mid-boss while Shiv's in the cube. A little bit of a comment on the state of this game. Dew is very tanky, though. He stayed alive into this. Gonna have to be real desperation parries, but he just gets blasted away by the Venator shotgun. Scout rolling around, not long for this world either. All these gun carries, man. The Eye of Sauron just turns to the goo ball, evaporates him. And hold on, Amber Shrine taking some damage. All right, you got to fix your base here, FPS Lounge. But after you do that, I think this one is looking pretty grim now for melee creeps.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do at this point. Oh, I still can't believe the ability for the FPS Lounge to like come back in this game. They were getting absolutely destroyed. Getting totally mogged throughout the entire first like 15 plus minutes of the game.
Snowform on Ivy. Is there going to be a hook? Yes, there is. Pulls Ido, I think, very, very deep. The counterspell comes out, though. Looks like blocks the bomb from going on to him. And going to cut their losses here. FPS Lounge playing this one pretty slow and steady, right? Split farming the map a little bit here. Rokane and Lefa trying to get just a little bit of extra farm out of the waves in the jungle that they can. I mean, they went from a completely empty jungle to like a 2-minute team fight, and now the entire map is theirs to be taken. Given the scaling situation in this game too, I don't think they're in much of a rush to force this rejuve, but they've got maybe at least another minute before they really need to force something.
I mean, yeah, they could really just extract maximum value out of the map.
Yeah, like they're getting everything, man. They're getting all the sinners at once. Like, look at the mini map, right? When you have all 6 players split like this, it is so efficient for your farming. It's the most effective way to farm. The weakness is that the enemy team can come out and try and kill you, but melee creeps, the fact that they're not even attempting that speaks to their state of mind at this moment in the game, right? They don't even believe it's possible. They should know that there's efficient jungling going on. And to be honest, waiting it out is like, I guess I understand it, but I think FPS Lounge, look at them last game, they went for it in situations like this. Like, I don't think, not saying it's gonna make this more likely for you to win, but I think it's kind of your only chance to go try to punish. If you allow this net worth lead to get, this is gonna be like a 100K net worth lead at the end of the rejuve if you don't do something about it.
I think part of it is that, you know, what they made sure to do, FPS Lounge, is to show Erebus. So they're showing that, hey, they could get a pick. If they get a hook, there could be more players behind that. And here, there you go, Snakes is ready with the Rising Ram. And once again, Saya's in a lot of trouble there, getting chased down. They should be able to live this one out, though. But Erebus also looking pretty good on the itemization at this point, doing a lot of damage there. And then just forcing Metacrease back into the base once again.
Yeah, every time you take one of these trades, you risk that, like, hey, you get hooked just that little bit too deep, and things go wrong. Now with the rejuve starting to get low, FPS Lounge are going to make their move, coming deep into the base. Swap comes in onto Rokane's Venator, but he's playing well here in the corners in these rooms. Being chased down, but John's running out of gas, and the heals from Ivy are insane. They sustain him back to full. Almost 2,500 healing in just a few seconds there from Hydration and Rokane. Wombo combo in the late game, and the game is just done, man. Melee creeps not even able to get a single rejuve crystal down just yet.
Amazing, really. I mean, this is the kind of game that, you know, when you win a game like this, like, let's not also forget that Melee Creeps, they won the first map. If they won this map, that's it. That's game over. You're playing with no lives left if you're FPS Lounge, and they managed to bring it back from a deficit like they did, like from not just a deficit, but the entire start was completely scuffed.
It was one of the most extreme advantages in the early game, frankly, we've seen in like months in the night shift, right? Like it was truly like maybe the most in months. And now we come to the end of the game and it just looks like stock standard FPS Lounge full comfort dominating the server. But man, I thought this game could have been over like 20 minutes ago, frankly, given the state of how dominant those early lanes are. But FPS Lounge, they weathered the storm, and like you're saying, that's a momentum shift for this series. Melee Creeps really need to adjust things in a major way. It's also not easy to do. Do you look at this game and say, hey, our draft was good, we had that advantage, we just messed up? Or do you say, maybe we should draft a little more scaling, maybe we should prepare a little bit more for the late game? It's not obvious to me what direction you go from here as a Melee Creep.
Shoppy's excited. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Great stuff from FPS Lounge. I went upstairs to get my KFC, and by the time I came back, they had somehow... Obviously, OC should be number 1 and taking the lead. What did I miss, DDK? Was it a mid-boss? Was it like back-to-back team fights? What was the swing in that one?
Honestly, it's kind of interesting because there wasn't any one moment when they were recovering that deficit. They got to a point where, I don't know, they were just clawing it back very slowly, obviously benefiting from the comeback souls, but they gave away 2 comeback urns on this. The 10-minute urn and the 15-minute urn were both comeback urns for FPS Lounge, and Melee Creeps just turned them in. And
yeah,
were like 20 kills ahead.
It's just like, this game's over.
Yeah, usually if you could do 2 enemy side comeback urns to start the game, right, it is just a terrible, terrible scenario to find yourself in. It's so hard to come back from there. And I think ultimately what it comes down to is just some really clean executions. I think a couple little overextensions from Melee Creeps where maybe they feel overconfident. Maybe they're thinking the same way we are, like, oh, we did these comeback urns, like we're dominating this game so hard. But given the comp they had, I just don't think they had room for those kind of mistakes, right? You come in for some kills, Erebus gets like 1 hook, a big trade kill comes in, and I also want to give a lot of credit to Lomain's Mina, right? We saw quite a few moments where his ability to just distract and delay and to create confusion meant, hey, free objectives, free urns for FPS Lounge, recover them a lot of the soul advantage, and then you get that one good team fight, mid-bosses around. This is, though, I think is that team fight, right? Erebus hooks Fishcake out of the sky, kills him here, and I think he finds even more into this team fight. So huge, huge moment to really turn the game around here around the mid lane.
The Gunbot doing massive damage. He is undefeated on the night. I might be wrong on that, but I think I'm right. Here we go. We're going to a game 3, and I feel like we're not going to see Bebop in it. Will we, DDK?
I think it's still quite possible. Yeah, it might just be that Bebop could get a bit more prioritized, maybe.
It's hard because you're not going to first ban him, right? Like, there's no way you first ban him. He's not that much of like a meta-breaking, hero. But also, it's been going in the first 3, so he doesn't tend to get banned in the second phase. I think it's likely we will see Bebop throughout the series.
Erebus earned our sidekick of the week last week with his performance on FPS Lounge using the Bebop. See if he gets it again. 745 viewers just coming in. Oh, rather, those are bits. It's a small screen on my side. Let's go full screen and talk about the numbers, though, as we take a look on the left side. Clearly, the Ven pretty good at his job. What else impressed you, DDK, numbers-wise?
I think Lomain had a great game on Mina. I think Jake already called it out. Did a really good job, like just keeping them very competitive in these fights by being extremely good as a distraction and very strong at the juking. And I mean, obviously there's a good kit to do it with Mina, but you have to be very, very high skill as Lomain is to get the maximum usage out of it. And I think, just sending the information to his teammates also in doing all of that was really, really phenomenal. But this is the thing, like with all of like everything that happened in this game, everybody has to turn up. And that's absolutely what happened.
They did it. Can they do it again? They got the job done last week. Melee Creeps trying to reclaim the throne. But it'll take a game number 3. As we break down final thoughts on this one, are there an individual on each side of this? Is it a style? Like, how would you break it down to a new fan, Jake? What are you witnessing here in the NA battle?
Yeah, I really, for me, I look a lot at these like movement-based frontliner players. I think about maybe like an Ido versus a Lomain kind of a battle when I watch the 2 teams play. I think that tends to be a really important role at this level, where from low main in like a really difficult game, he still sort of has to come out there and take those fights. Like, you know, playing passive at the back, not a winning option, right? You got to be able to take those risks. Look at players like Leffa as well, being willing to like, hey, I'm on your side of the map. I'm farming. You got to come stop me, and I'll just, you know, make a play, evade, space and time bot for everyone else to farm. It's those moments that I think kind of kept FPS Launch in this last game. But just the flip side is like some small adjustments here and there can turn those like big plays into just, hey, free pickoffs if the enemy catches you and punishes you at the right time. So both teams, I think, playing really well, but Melee Creeps, it's going to really sting for them that they had an enormous lead like that and couldn't close it out. Like, that is pretty egregious. And even though, yeah, the other team had better scaling than you, it's not, I don't think it's completely crazy that they came back there. It certainly is going to feel terrible with how much they must have felt that they had almost already won with those 2 earned dunks.
Any worries that they're mentally boomed, Dan?
I mean, you know, hopefully they can reset, but I do think it doesn't feel good for sure. And I think it's something that, but I think in terms of the mental, I think it's more of a boost for FPS Lounge than it is necessarily a negative. I do think that Melee Creeps have the capacity to kind of reset, but they're not going to go in quite as confident, and FPS Lounge are going to feel really great. I think it's the draft here, which is going to make things really interesting, because it could go in a very crazy way at this point. If you're Melee Creeps, you could just get really experimental with this. I feel like at this point, especially with the hero pools that they have to play with, and I think you don't let Rokane get onto Venator too. He did. I think he was kind of an X factor, just as a final point for me, because I think there was a moment in the game where it was actually surprising how farmed Rokane was, and then when the setups came, he was able to absolutely delete Sire on the opening, space taking with that Silver. I think those moments were kind of we saw that a few times. So Rokane, props to him.
Well, a bookie said I have to put hydration on ice or he'll break my knees. Guys, we're going to commercial break. When we come back, the Red Hot FPS Lounge looks to keep it going against the catsuit people with hands or paws. Which are they?
Lug is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
That time, as always, it's the Deadlock Night Shift. Welcome back, everybody. Jake, DDK, and Puckett. We're all different heights, but we're the same people. Everyone has different posture. Jake has the best. DDK has the second best. I have the worst. Dan, let's start with you, though. When it comes to posturing in game, who has done a better job tonight between Melee Creeps and FPS Lodge? Who looks more dominant on the map throughout the game?
So I think one of the things that contributed heavily to FPS Lounge doing such a great job coming back in the last map was their team positioning, their team posturing was really excellent. They had all the right players in sort of all the right places, so they could support Erebus when the hooks came in. All of the spacing for Rokane. I mean, it's so important as the Venator that you're alive throughout the entire fight. The other team's really good. They know that. They're going to try to find ways to be disruptive on your back line, such as Venator can be in these fights. And the way that was handled so that he could get maximized was great. And also you had a really good job from Lomain on the Mina, being able to be that disruptive force to the opponent's backline as well. So I think just the whole team coordination was really good from FPS Lounge in that game, because they were on a knife's edge for a very long time. So, I mean, if they can repeat that, then they're going to have an edge for sure.
Jake, our local Looks Maxer, what do you got for us going into this final game at NA?
Yeah, I think it's just been an interesting series, because if you look at it on like a total time of these last two maps, Melee Creeps have been dominating and like probably feeling really good about their performance for like 80% of the clock time. And it's only in the most recent 20% where FPS Lounge turned the game around and win it in their favor. Now we're going game 3. It's a full reset, obviously. But mentally, it's going to be interesting to see whether Melee Creeps having like overall more success through the series matters more, or if FPS on saying like, hey, we figured you out, we found the answers, we responded, and now we know how to win. Maybe that's going to end up being the trump card. So really excited to see this game 3. I feel like it's anybody's game. I think the draft is going to get wild, because honestly, both of these teams, they have really different perspectives on the heroes they want, on the style they want to play. And really, it's hard to call who's going to end up coming out on top.
And then DDK, what's more important, your coach deciding the draft or the in-game leader?
It's definitely going to be a combination of what the players want and the coach wants, because the coach is going to have a really good idea as to how everyone plays and performs, and sort of what the what's going to be good against what the opponent is trying to draft, or how they're going to try to counter draft you. But it also does come down to what the players are comfortable on. You don't want to stick a player on something that they're not feeling good on. So there is kind of like a mix there, where sometimes it's going to be more important to prioritize the comfort of the player over what could be kind of on the paper like the optimal pick. So there's always that. But at this level, I think all the players on both of these teams have diverse enough hero pool that it shouldn't be too crazy. Like, I don't think we should be in any spots where anyone's uncomfortable.
Yeah, we got the draft loading up here. This will decide who's walking away with our money, thanks to Shopify. We have a record-setting prize pool starting amount, and you can add to it with !donate. Find out that link in the chat. Go ahead and add to it. It goes directly to the players. Any of the other tips goes to the crew to keep the shifts working properly. We got to take a look here at our first ban, and Viper will not be permitted in this lobby. A first ban on Viper. Was that necessary?
That might be the first time ever. That might be the first time ever we've seen an overall first ban on Viper. You know what? I don't hate it. I do think what we saw from Viper in that game was like actually terrifying, and maybe you just don't want to match out against it.
That's such a Hufflepuff move, bro. Getting rid of Viper first.
That's targeted, man. That is a targeted at Fishcake, but you got to put some respect on Fishcake. The guy pulls out some of these like wild and wacky picks. He was, I think, the first person to play Graves when she was like sort of unpicked in the meta.
Not cool.
And it is an overall first pick, Dynamo. Oh, baby. It's the professor's world. We are just living in it.
But
what a beautiful time to be a Deadlock fan.
Do Melee Creeps have the Sinclair? Because I don't think they've been put in this position yet today. So I'm curious if they'll bring out the Sinclair, right? So
you might just get like Venator and
like
Furnace and just like, okay.
I am shocked though, Jake, that they gave up the Venator, because Rokane has been insane on it.
Yes.
And you're giving it to John. It's like, it's actually such a bold decision.
God, Venator Silver is just so terrifying. I'm like, the Dynamo overall first pick is so cool, but all right, I will say
like since this update, these two characters have been in the very high portion of our success ratings.
I will say, I think you go in Furnace Bebop right here, and Silver is not looking so good.
Like, I think Silver struggles against heroes that just kite her and like mess with her mobility. Bebop feels really easy to play into Silver. I mean, she can just kill you sometimes, but if you have your teammates around you, like she's super easy to hook and save your allies from her. The Infernus is insane at kiting her. You just ignite her and flame dash away, and she's not really ever gonna to do much about it. The disarm doesn't really hurt on Infernus as long as you've already ignited her. And Dynamo's great at saving people from Silver, right? Of just quantuming them away. So I think this first 3 from FPS Lounge, I was questioning it when they gave up Silver Venator, but I kind of think I'd rather be FPS Lounge with the first half of the draft done.
Is there a hard counter to Infernus or a character that slows him down?
You basically just need hard stuns. That's like the basically what counters him is stunning him while he's flame dashing. Problem is actually hitting some of these hard stuns while he's flame dashing is pretty difficult because he's can move so fast. You're already burning down. You got to think, should I even try? Should I just run away? So and Infernus also buys a ton of like escape tools and active green items that get him out of trouble. So if you're struggling with Infernus Hero games, I would recommend anti-heal and hard stuns, but in this level, Infernus is just pretty good.
Sinclair ban. There we go.
Yeah,
that's
like
really good insurance. Like I feel like, you just got to do it.
No Dynamo. Double down. Is that what you're worried about with the Sinclair, or why is he a threat? Why do you want to make sure you got him banned out? Same thing with the Abrams.
So I think with the Sinclair, like the thing is that Sinclair can be a nice counter to Dynamo because you can just steal the ult, and then Sinclair also has a Hex, which is like a curse but big AOE, and like they can't dash or anything, so it's like a better thing, a curse. So
and it damage jams them too, so it's.
And his gun is actually really strong too. Like his gun damage is very good. So he's just like genuinely a very good hero all around. But the fact that you get Billy, I think is really nice still, because I was wondering if Melee Creeps would try to take it away.
Chain Gang pulling players into whether it's a Singularity or a Concussive Combustion, you have 2 really sick AoE stuns to follow up on the Billy chain. They go for the Geist as well, which is just a very comfortable, solid carry pick. I mean, that's sort of how this whole series has been. One team gets Geist, the other team gets Venator. That's essentially the trade both teams are willing to make. I agree, you'd rather be the Venator when it comes to the carry-on-carry battle. And I think the Ivy to combo with Venator also looks pretty good. Getting that fire rate bonus and sharing some of the heals can really help. But Geist can definitely hold her own. And I think especially against somebody like Shiv or Silver, it can be really nice to be able to say, hey, congrats on your 4,000 HP, Shiv. How about you take my 500 HP and we'll trade?
Interesting, because I was going to say for Melee Creeps, I mean, obviously Ida's going to be on Mina, so that's why we're getting a Yamato instead of like an Apollo, but Apollo's still available as a potential. Also for FPS Lounge here, if they want Apollo, it's still like a pretty solid pick, but they're going to go Doorman.
Whoa, okay.
That's
Doorman.
Actually sick.
No one has been playing Doorman.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it after some of the patches.
Are we catching Silver? What's the Doorman's purpose other than ulting and then having everyone focus them when they come out of the Baroness?
I would think ulting Venator is going to be pretty good at most stages of the game because Venator just has pretty terrible mobility. And so him getting out of the hotel is actually like not super easy. But frankly, I don't know what to expect with the Doorman this game. I feel like it kind of is sick in this comp because you have some really nasty teamfight tools. And now you can pull some shenanigans, like either whether you're Bebop hooking them in, they also have to worry about getting Doorman kidnapped like under a walker. I feel like this gives you a really sick tool to get to the ultra late game. Like sieging into Doorman is incredibly hard when he can like, kidnap you into his own base. That is, I think, particularly difficult to do against the Doorman when you're trying to end games against him and make it clean. I think it's kind of a sick pick, but it's also really meta breaking because to my knowledge, there's not been a single Doorman pick on the night shift since this character has been significantly reworked in one of the recent patches.
Doorman and Infernus. He opens the door for some speedy fireground, says the chat. I don't know if it's actually going to happen. That would be a sick trapdoor trick. What is the real lane situation looking like, though, DDK? If you were the coach of these teams, who do you pair up in each lane?
I mean, I can see a few different things. I think, we've seen that, Geist is probably going to go mid. I think maybe mid pairing with Bebop is really nice because it gives Geist a really strong lane. Bebop's kind of a strong roamer too. The threat he has on the ganks is kind of nice. I think Dynamo probably with either Infernus or Billy. And then Doorman with Billy or Infernus. I think probably Dynamo and Infernus. It tends to be a popular combo.
Yeah, I like
that. What would we do for Melee Creeps?
Oh, melee creeps. I feel like you actually have a ton of options with these lane combos. I'm not seeing anything that's like super obvious to me. Maybe it's just the Ivy and the Venator in mid. Ivy for, you know, some of the wave clear and some of the supportive, you know, heal exchanging with keeping the Venator stabilized there. And then the side lanes like Yamato, Shiv, Mina, and Silver. You really can't go wrong, from my perspective, I guess, with any of those pairings. They're all sort of like heroes that want to get up in your face, you know, get aggressive, look for kills. And so I think they can all kind of work reasonably well together. It's a good point, though, that Dynamo and Furnace lane, I think that's particularly scary lane. You get knocked up by Dynamo, and then that's almost like a free ignite for Infernus players at this level. It's so easy to track you when you're in that predictable bounce up pattern that things can go really bad when Infernus is getting like consistent ignites on you. Usually he's going to follow that up with really making you sweat and like keeping you burned under tower. So whoever lanes against, you know, specifically that combo is going to have to be super cautious about not getting caught, especially if Ivy's in mid, because I guess like Mina could sanguine away, but even that is like, you don't really level that skill until, you know, a few levels down the lane, a few minutes into the game. So definitely watching that lane to be a particular strong one. And for a player like Leffa, give him a strong start in Infernus. Last game, he had a terrible start, right? And look where we ended up, and he's still able to make a lot of those plays. Give this guy a good start. He can really put on a show.
DDK, true or false? We start this game before Thursday.
I'm hoping. But
I gotta stay prayed up. Stay right.
Are they milking the streams on the player end? I need ZP to stop reading manga and get these games going. FPS Lounge, melee creeps, cat suits versus capybaras with sunglasses. Drop your edibles. I mean the vitamins that keep you going, and do a happy dance. Here we go, friends. It's game 3.
Game 3, decisive between FPS Lounge and melee creeps. For FPS Lounge, holding on to the championship would be pretty insane considering the games so far today. Not been kind to them. They even go with the Doorman, gambling it all. Wonder who's going to be piloting that hero in this draft.
Yeah, I think, well, I guess we'll be, find out in a second. I just want to add a quick point on the Infernus as well real fast, because we haven't seen Leffa be in a situation where he could be a bit higher economy in terms of just like the heroes that are on the team in total. But he in this map, he actually has a lot more priority on farm. So I'm really curious how the game will look for Leffa.
Yeah, I think I always want to see Leffa getting some decent economy. Low main on the door, man. For me, this is one of the most exciting players to watch on FPS Lounge. Just a young player who loves to make those flashy, stylish plays. And if he's been practicing the doorman, it's hard to think of a player who I'd have more faith with in terms of their ability to execute and find some of these big late game plays.
A quick note as well for some of maybe the newer players is that when you're in this early laning phase, you're trying to take as little damage as possible. So you're trying to always be aware of where the other two opponents are. And you want to never be exposed to more than one, because you can at least trade damage with one player. But if there's two players that have line of sight on you, you're going to be taking more damage. And so that's, you know, something that you can think about is how exposed you are.
Yeah, I feel like the devs nailed the laning in Deadlock so incredibly well. Like, there's such an incredible skill and reward loop and, you know, so much nuance. And yet, even for a beginner, you can still have a lot of fun in the laning phase. So I think that's just, I don't know, at least one of the things that for me has kind of kept me coming back over and over again. More burns in this side wave, although hold on, maybe it's a turnaround. On to Leffa, needs a bit of that rejuvenating Aurora.
Man, I'm loving the Doorman pick. I've honestly been waiting for it for a long time. Wow, early kill founds in mid here onto John. And I mean, if we think back to the last map, it was melee creeps that were getting all the picks in mid. At this time.
Yeah, already a very different game, right? There already would have been a few kills in this game if we were on the same pace as game 2. And Leffa, oh, this is brutal. Freezing the wave like this, like, you have to come up to these creeps. You don't get a single soul out of the wave. And when Leffa plays the bridge like that, this is advanced laning maneuvers for high-level Deadlock, is intentionally not killing the creeps on your hill so that the waves are meeting in an advantageous position for you to trade. They still get some of the souls out of it, though, so mitigates the worst. The worst case scenario is you actually just completely miss the wave, and that is a massive soul deficit if it occurs. Couple denies do come in, though, and it looks like a double stacked wave, so an opportunity for a really aggro push here if Left Line Hydration want to go for it.
Oh, good catch, or attempt on a catch onto Lefa. Good course of entanglement, though, getting them to safety. This is a very interesting lane, actually, for a lot of different reasons. Potential ambush there onto the tier 1 camp. And as we have a pause from low main, I'll just add another extra element to Lefa Infernus. So for those of you that maybe don't play Infernus, you may not realize that if you get headshots, it actually builds up the afterburn more quickly. So you can actually get, like, if you're perfect and get like a few headshots, you can just like burn people like almost immediately, even early into the game. And Lefa has maybe some of the best aim in the game. So he's very scary to lane against as we see this roam into the mid lane.
Side now, back to the mid after that rotation to the side lane. A lot of damage coming in on the Erebus and the Bebop. You can see they don't really want to put much pressure onto Rocane because they know he can kind of shrug it off. But Bebop he's a big target. Yes, he has a big hitbox, but it's very easy to hit him with skills and just gun damage. So definitely got to be watchful when it comes to a hero like Venator. By the way, John, he might have taken a death in this lane, but getting a lot of solo farm is absolutely keeping pace here with Rocane. So Saya's ability to roam and put pressure down with pretty minimal soul resources is I think one of the reasons so many teams are prioritizing the Silver so highly, is that she's probably one of the most effective heroes with relatively low econ that feels like scales almost every game. It feels like you're just always going to do decently well.
These trades against both Geist and Bebop are horrible. The life drain, it's very, very strong. And on the other end of things, John's trying to get out there as well, do some damage, but be very careful you don't lose anything else here because they've already lost some kills in this mid lane. And my god, Saya's going to get sent away. He is so low.
Yeah, Rocane is just chilling in this, right? They keep going for these trades on the Bebop, but he just exacts a high price for it. Even the bomb hits there too, so certainly a high pressure lane here for the melee creeps to hold on in. Double buff went in, a beautiful hook. That should be a kill here on the Silver. He does what damage he can, just going all in, trying to get that trade on the Bebop. John's trying to follow it up as well, and maybe has just done enough with the jump over to the top. Should be clear to get out of that. So 1 for 1 is honestly not bad for melee creeps.
FPS Lounge did get both bridge buffs. They got Vitality buff for low main, who is getting harassed a little bit there. And you've also got the Lefa on the speed buff. Nox Nostra is going to be forced to come out here to try to catch snakes. Doorman shenanigans. Oh, going through with the rake. Is that too much, though?
Oh,
trade it out. Is it worth it?
I mean, it does take the Vitality buff away, which I think might be worth, but Ido is pretty significantly richer than low main. So actually, I would say in the end, it's probably not.
Yeah, it's always interesting with the trades, but okay.
Snakes is going to be happy about that. He's like, thanks for your sacrifice, low main. I will take that solo kill.
100. And back on the lane again, low main. No Baroness.
Wow, look at the tower taking a lot of damage, man. Like, they have just harassed it down sort of wave by wave. Now Billy's even willing to throw some heavies in. They're going to commit for this tower finish. Couple knives in Billy. It's got to be pretty cautious. There's no Nox Nostra here, so follow-up could be a little bit awkward. And Lomain sticking around, putting some pressure on. Doesn't want to stick around too long, though. Ido's right up in his face. And Lomain is just absolutely fearless here, just playing to door his way out. But, ooh, gets kind of caught on the geometry. Parry's fish kick, though, and that out. That is devious, man.
Oh, that's crazy. I was wondering what he was up to. Like, why is he going for like a healing trooper or something? Like,
I knew he was gonna like door out, but
base.
He stayed around way too long. Like, that was greedy, man.
He must have just been like, they'll never expect me to run towards their like side of the lane, and then I can get the cooldown on the door. Crazy, crazy. Okay, well, it's a good start here for FPS Lounge. They're ahead 4K early. This is a decent lead. Not like the crazy lead we saw in the previous map, but this is like a more normal, like solid lead at this time. And there's the Baroness in the mid. And they're just juking around, being really annoying.
Silver is gonna take full damage, just gets cooked. Coming out the other side. And when you're low stam, like a 2-stam character, like if you don't have your skills on silver, like it's pretty hard to ever get out of the Baroness unless you get maybe some stam items or something like that. Deceptively strong, especially when the Baroness gets maxed out and you're able to get most of the cooldown refunded when people fail to check out. Like that is, I think that's legitimately pretty scary in terms of late game team fighting. Like at the prospect of Doorman ulting multiple people in the team fight.
Being a team fight, so we've got an engagement here coming on through again, and I don't know if John John's surviving this one. Sire's going to come out with the wolf form though, so he might be able to help keep him alive, but Nox Nostra over the top too. That should surely turn the tide a little bit. John John goes down, so the carry's out, but they at least trade it on for carry.
Yeah, decent trade. I mean, the Nox Nostra is crucial there from Ido because Rocane did have swap. So if he wasn't silenced, he would have been able to likely swap and get back to a healthy spot there. So wise from Saya to kind of play that one slow on the silver, not give up the swap, and then wait for Ido to come in with Nox Nostra to silence.
Still 3 Guardians up here in favor of FPS Lounge as they find a fight on the top level. And Snakes is all about this fight. In the meantime, you've got the hit squad from FPS Lounge. Getting the Guardian left side, now going to mid. 3 players in mid for Melee Creeps. Might have a fight potentially brewing here, depending on if FPS Lounge want to take it. Looking to defend their Guardian in mid, so it's all on Melee Creeps. And both teams looking for wave priority now as we're getting closer to that first done at 10 minutes.
Yeah, 3 Guardians for 0, by the way, which is actually going to, I think, be quite nice when it comes to the prio on your ability to grab not only buffs, but also, of course, that crucial urn in the early game. Skill from Erebus, important, but Ivy should still be back in time to defend or threaten for urn. Still, the last 2 buffs both went to FPS Launch. They are able to secure another 2. It really does start to feel like the tides have turned. Here comes the Baroness coming out from the doorman. Shiv trying to get his way out of here. Doesn't check out in time, I think. It's close. Okay, no, maybe he does, just barely. He's down to the absolute wire there.
Big fight, but that's Sai has to jump off the top level. Actually getting completely taken out of the fight and is up on the spot now as well. And Melee Creeps, they have some players, but it feels like the positioning overall for FPS Lounge is a little bit better here as they're looking to go for the kills and just trying to close the distance with the killing blow there. And it looks actually quite good for Melee Creeps here, trying to tank some damage, take the urn away. Saya coming back into the fight. You got Dew here as well in the Yamato. There's a lot of frontline to help get this urn to safety, but it's been knocked out the hands again. The fight for this urn is crazy.
Snakes is just out here brawling on the Billy, and kind of a 1v3 right now, but has the door to kind of back out and play safe. It's not something you really want to come in, given that, of course, it's Lomane who has control of that door, but it seems like Snakes maybe starting to run out of gas. The pressure getting to him on this Billy, just has to kind of try to play his way out of that. Lomane does go down. Lefa follows him into the grave. Dew and Ido combining for some big kills now in that team fight. A lot of Walker pressure able to be done by Rocane during that trade, but ultimately, John makes the hold, so you're not actually going to be able to claim a Walker.
She had a zip boost from Hydration to get position on the urn drop-off as well. So whilst this fight continues in the left lane, there is going to be a defense on right.
Erebus, 2 quick kills set up by the Bebop. It's going to be really nice for him to be able to buy. See if he goes for Slowing Hex or Fortitude right now. I mean, this is a pretty big power spike for Bebop. This like very early game gun and vitality spike. You can just kind of run around, brawl all over the map, find these team fights at your leisure.
And they can't drop off the urn, they lost positioning, they lost priority on the right side. That's been looked after by Rocane, and Hydration, who made his way to that position as well. And so right now the map is kind of being run. These streets are being run by FPS Lounge.
And posturing from Hydration, man. He's willing to like contest even on the opposing team's roof. And there's a 2-for-1 sieging the Walker right now. Mina just has to run away, and Furnace is going to get a free Walker here alongside Bebop. Will it actually be free though, or will Melee Creeps be able to get the urn dunk? They almost need to at this point. Ivy trying to get in there, but with the Baroness down, Hydration is out of the fight, so seems like the force is going to continue here for Melee Creeps. They're trying to get something out of this trade.
Ivy's still not in the fight, and this is a problem. Finally going for the dunk. Trying to time it.
They melee him. Good catch from Snakes.
Oh, wow. It's denied. It's denied, and this could be disastrous.
Are they going to get punished for it? Players now coming into this one. Lefa coming in from behind. Does he want to commit? Seems like the cleanup kills are coming through. FPS Lounge drops a lot of bodies for that. The urn dunk does come in. Lefa grabs a couple of the souls for himself. has that rapid, but something tells me this concussive is not likely to get off, and just before it goes down, Melee Creeps do get the finish. So like, I think what, 4 or 5 kills in that team fight, huge for Melee Creeps rather, kind of brings them right back into this game.
And that's such a scary situation because for FPS Lounge, you might make the argument that they went in for too much there. They got the left side Walker. You know, the first urn, I think the Walker is worth slightly more than the first urn. I think so. Like, you're getting a good trade and you're getting macro off of it as well as FPS Lounge. So if they just gave it up, obviously with, you know, hindsight Harry, they would be in a better position. But still, we'll see.
Yeah, or like just look to deny souls or something, right? Like the full, that's about as bad as it gets. Like they got what, 5 for 1 or something like that in the kill score in that fight. So maybe 6 for 1 because I think everyone died in FPS Lounge at least at one point or another.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we'll see if they can recover here. The door shenanigans have been really awesome to see so far. You can clearly see the utility of it. May's got to be careful though. He's really out there at the moment. He's going to get trapped in the underground. Snakes takes down Dew. And it looks like the positioning battle will be won by FPS Lounge in mid.
Yeah, some key trades there. Ooh, hydration. I don't know if you want the smoke with the Venator, man. But although it's a bit of a deep chase for Venator, who's starting to get low, knows that the spawners are going to be coming into that. There's a slowing hex, but grabbed by Ivy, pulled away from trouble. Great save by Scout onto the carry.
Okay, a lot of pressure on the right side of the map here. You know, cleaning up some of the opponent's jungle. Really nice to be able to do this. At the same time, Left is still holding on to that left side Guardian by himself.
If they rob doubles, it's just brutal. Yeah, and for Mina, I mean, she's kind of out in enemy territory here. Still has the wave by her side, so she's not going to be too scared, but she does not have any kind of walker in this lane to protect her if she tries to fall back. And Leffa knows it, is absolutely going to run at her, just send her packing. I don't think you can really get this chase down on Infernus, but she actually is going to try and peel back in and maybe look for something, but I think there's just too much evasiveness from Mina. I think she's just taking you on a wild goose chase. Ido wants to be able to pick up the tower for himself, but Leffa just won't allow it.
Yeah, Hydration's coming on the Dynamo, so a little bit more threat there as well. If you get stunned, you're in a lot of trouble. The speed buff is kind of nice pickup. In the meantime, Snakes finds the battle against Dew here. A lot of pressure. Melee Crews, they want this Guardian. There's still 2 Guardians up. It's 15 minutes here, Jade.
Oh my god, the doorman needs to close this door. There's players coming through it. Snakes can't quite get the heal off and stay alive into that one. Now Saya's turn to utilize the door. Both teams using the door. Just stepping in and out through the map. Eventually, though, the owner is chased down. Dew trying to get a big trade-off in here. Has a concussive, or rather the Shadow Transform to dodge that concussive combustion. And another strong team fight for the Melee Creeps, right? Sharing the pressure pretty equally, but 3 for nothing on the kill trade. Well, as I say that, hold on, 3 for something. John does go down, and maybe more to follow with Erebus finding these hooks.
And right now, they definitely need to convert the Walker, I think. You know, they're going to give up the urn. So you'd want to get the Walker in return. They're going to lose the Guardian left side as well, Melee Creeps. But yeah, they're going to get clean up this right side Walker. They can get mid lane priority as well. So overall on the macro, once again, we're in a similar situation where, okay, they lose the urn, but they're going to have that macro edge from picking up these big objectives and from having the extra map control as well. Opportunity to clean up some of the opponent's farm like we're seeing as well.
Yeah, it's always nice. Deny the soul there from Ido, but I think Lomane is going to be able to claim rather that Sinner's last hit and the buffs that come with it. Snakes wants to sit around here and defend his own doubles. Mina wants to put some harassment damage in, but the Billy's quite the hard target.
A lot of players here from Melee Creeps in the enemy jungle. They're going to fall out now, but you know, this is the important part. You know, protecting your own doubles is really key.
I will say the doorman is so sick for like contesting and stealing enemy doubles when you just have a door that takes you out to a totally safe area like Walker.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good hook coming through from Erebus. The save though, that's why you pick up. Oh my god! No way! You're not getting out of here. That's crazy.
That is a wild hook from Erebus. We need to check that out on the replay. I thought, you know, he is for sure saved. Scout pulled him out. And Erebus with the hook. It's actually going to lead them straight into a mid boss. They know, hey, no Shadow Transform. Hydration sitting on the Singularity. It's time to go for it.
This was done to them in game 1. Now they do it to Melee Creeps. for the fast mid boss, but the contest is going to be coming in. Not a lot of ults here. Nox Nostra may be available for melee creeps. Chain Gang coming on through. There are the Rejuvenators captured by FPS Lounge, all three of them. And now the fight coming in. Melee creeps, they're going to be at disadvantage. They lose Fish Cake early on. And there's the cart taking Ivy for a ride. And this is just generally a very sketchy fight now for FPS Lounge. A lot of very low players. Erebus on one. And oh my god, that's so scary. There is a Venator ulting down below.
It looks like Lomaine's going to get out. If you could just get away. Singularity looks like onto 3. Big catch here from Hydration, trying to turn this fight around. They lose 1 rejuve, but still more players left to fight this. FPS Lounge, no rejuves left. The other 3 players are pretty low into this one. Not an easy fight. Melee creeps want to try and get more out of this, but maybe they sense that's all they're going to find. To try to back out now before the chase can come in. FPS Lounge maybe feeling okay with this, but they're actually still looking out on the map despite being low on a few key players. They're willing to take this fight, recognizing, hey, without some of these key ultimates, Melee creeps just cannot trade.
Yeah, I think that was such a great call from Melee creeps. They made the call really quickly to just cut. Okay, we got 3 rejuves. As soon as they got that third rejuve down, they insta-cut and run. However, you know, even still, they do lose 1 player on that run due to going down. But, I mean, really good effort from Melee creeps. Being able to convert against 3 rejuve crystals for 1 death is honestly impeccable.
You gotta feel like that's just about best case scenario, right? You give up a full mid boss, and in the end, all you've really lost is what, 1 death. That does not feel bad at all. Could have been way worse in this situation. Nicely navigated, showing different ways you can respond to the mid boss takes. Erebus, though, with these hooks, man, is really feeling deadly. Like, it still feels like there's this massive threat on the map anytime you come out and look for a play. They're gonna try and take the fight now to the enemy. Melee creeps trying to send in first. Quantum pulls people together. The Chain Gang as well starts this fight, but Silver has her ult off, and the engagement doesn't look great for FPS Lounge just yet. Billy, caught with the slowing hex, needs to just run for the hills.
Yeah, and Sire's going to be getting in there, finally not getting absolutely focused into hell, and it's going to be instead just everyone from FPS Lounge that's on the run. Hydration really low at this point. Sire's still a really big problem, and John's done a great job in these fights to stay very healthy. And they are just sending FPS Lounge packing right now. 4 players left alive for FPS Lounge as they try to back away from this one. Both bridge buffs are up as a reward, as is the urn, but coming straight back, it's Lomane. I mean, with that really sneaky Doorman pick in 12th position, he is having massive impact. And in this fight, it's no different either. Door coming on up again.
Let's go yellow.
And Jake, it's going to be Melee creeps with the urn, but I mean, that fight looks better for them initially, but it
He might
got
snatch
turned
it.
around.
He doesn't have the Doorman ulti, but he could definitely melee the Yami here and get it out of her hands. There's more players coming in. They're trying to chase this one down. At the same time, Rokane putting on pressure in the mid lane, putting Melee creeps to a choice too. Has popped an ulti. It's gonna keep him alive for a moment. Erebus trying to finish that kill. Now Mina's out here all on her lonesome, hooked in, slowing hex, caught, surrounded. Ido thought he could turn things around and punish Erebus for coming through the door, but the support was there. Now here comes John doubling down on this commitment. Somebody's got to shut down this Bebop. Says, why not him? But he's not really able to play into this fight. He is getting swarmed. They're trying to just run out, but they cannot. This has gone from bad to worse. FPS Lounge playing off the Doorman, the Bebop to perfection.
Yeah, this is looking stunning from them, and there's still a chase across the map for the urn. Sire, I mean, they've lost a bunch of players. It would just, you know, make up for it in some small part if they could somehow get control, but they have no map control. Everything is amber on the map at the moment. All the lanes fully in control by FPS Lounge, and the bridge buff will be taken as well. The caster buff, that's going to go to Lomane. I mean, he's earned it. And so much of the map as well. You can see in the soul difference chart there that the amount of soul advantage is swollen at this point in favor of FPS Lounge.
They're going for the Billy kill, though. They've kind of, looks like they've caught him alone. Nox Nostra committed. I mean, it's just, okay. That is way too close, man. That is a clencher for Ido. Bebop hook coming right through the cloud of bats.
Bailey's Mystic.
Here we go again. Urn is being couriered across the map. It does require a signature upon delivery. We'll see what's going to happen there. You got Lefa actually caught out by himself, occupying 3 players. Lefa is getting swarmed.
He's stunning them. Is he going to be able to dash out of this one? No, he does get caught. So good catch here. Good collapse from Melee creeps. Urn, though, is snatched away. Oh, but Venator gets hooked for coming for the melee. Dare test the Bebop. They're still holding on to this urn in a crucial spot, but Erebus just farming hooks. The Singularity on a 3. Is the damage fold gonna be there? Doesn't seem to be quite enough just yet, but there's players doubling down into this fight. FPS Lounge without Leffa, still trying to get this one done. Melee Creeps trying to battle back, but without their main carry in John John.
And right now, Erebus is like, where is everyone? Everyone's just disappeared from this fight. And you know, for Melee Creeps, for the most part, they've fallen back into their base. And indeed, this urn, the Great Steal, they've managed to actually make it happen. I mean, how many kills have been exchanged for this urn across the entirety of the Cursed Apple, as finally Snakes is the one to cap it.
Oof, that is those like turnaround blind 180 hook on that threshold, and then of course with Dynamo behind. Like, the Dynamo first pick has felt justified. Remember, Hydration is also one of the OG NA Dynamo players. I kind of think Hydration might be the best Dynamo right now. Like, it feels like he's patient on the singularities, but he always finds the moment. I mean, I think he's found what,
we gave him the crown last week. He definitely has it right
and
now.
Like, he always gets like a 3-man, which I feel like almost isn't even necessary. Like, hey, if you get 1 or 2 with singularity, like, I'm happy with that. You know what I mean? As long as you don't just die and get no value out of it. Speaking of getting value, by the way, Lomane has also had quite the game on Doorman. Like, I'm kind of curious to see what he's gonna. Looks like he's saving for, I assume, the luggage cart max. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe next door. I don't know what the build is on this hero, considering nobody plays it.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, the luggage cart max, I think you get like a much more sizable stun. I think, right? I can't. That's the thing. Like, I can't remember.
It's like a wall
either.
stun. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's been changed. Hold on, Hydration. Caught. Gank doesn't have the Quantum, doesn't have Singularity either, getting swarmed. Melee Creeps was hiding for this, setting up for the play. Now a Baroness here. Hits onto Yamato, see if she comes out of this one. Doesn't quite have that Shadow Transform actually, so could be targeted, and there's a Walker right behind you here, so it's not a great spot to be hanging out. And for all that, in the end, it's just a 1-for-1, and Melee Creeps trying to escape now, Mina just running for it. A couple players not here though, so for Melee Creeps, I guess they are farming a little bit more efficiently. The FPS Lons wants to punish them for that.
And this is not a good look here. Using the Killing Blow to try to escape. This is rough. Oh, it takes every little bit of Shiv tech to get out of that one. Nian comes up again. I feel like it just got turned in.
Yeah, man, it's some wild fights for the Urn, and both these teams seem pretty evenly matched. The Walker advantage is pretty real, though, for FPS Lounge, right? The fact that they have a Walker behind them in that fight makes their position just so much more effective. Kind of a tricky hiding play, right? Like, it just doesn't work as well when the enemy has a defensive location they can back out to.
Yeah, right now, you know, the Urn's being carried across, and I mean, it's still a pretty, the deficit is real, but it's not too crazy yet for Melee Creeps. They are a serious threat in these fights, and we'll have the Urn now. I don't see it being stopped at this point. We'll see what Melee Creeps decide to do. Do they drop into mid-boss like we've seen them do before? But there's the connection. Flying Strike. Oh, but into the hook, into the middle of everything there. Good burst damage, though, onto Erebus. If they can deal with Erebus quickly, that would be excellent. And they are charging him down. They're swarming down to Erebus. This would be the pick of all picks to find, and they get it.
And they get it, and it's relatively clean. The rest of the team is still super healthy on this one. Would be surprised if Melee Creeps don't just kind of rip it in for a mid-boss now. Leffa doing his best to pull some attention onto himself, wants to bait a bit of an ill-advised chase. No warp stone available on him, has to be a little bit cautious. With another flame dash coming up, though, he's gonna go back in, man. Just no respect, no fear being given. He knows that, hey, back off for a moment, it will be a mid-boss, as it looks like Melee Creeps are considering forcing that objective.
This is really tenuous stuff here.
Let's take out Shiv.
Okay, it's crazy to go for the mid-boss right now. Oh, you got a player dead, guys. What is going on? FPS Lounge. Gonna put some damage down on the mid-boss, maybe baiting some players into a fight. Actually, they're finding Saya. Just a bait here. Unstoppable came out from Dynamo. Fortunately, had to deploy that just to survive, so Saya getting back to base, able to reset. There's a big wave crashing on Shrine as well, so basically even into this fight, Erebus is gonna be up soon.
Yeah, it's a 23k advantage, but like you say, they're down a play. You gotta be cautious on this one. Leffa just trying to get some information, making sure that the opponents aren't down here as well. Is he going to try to make it raw and try to go for a bait? I mean, that would be just so wild. Obviously, let's not forget, some of the best bait setups possible are with the Doorman. We haven't seen it for a while, but just let's not forget that.
Yeah, your ability to play out of the pit is much more significant. They're just going to use the door, it looks like, inside of the pit to give them better position to get out of the actual mid-boss pit itself. Nox Nostra trying to silence players. Concussive Combustion also delaying players. A little bit of a late ultimate from Yamato. She's not there in time to parry. The Singularity onto 2 slows things down, and with triple rejuve in the pocket for FPS Lounge, they're swarming over the melee creeps. Do already down. A hook onto Scout as they're looking for more. Shiv starting to burn down. Erebus cleans up that kill, and it seems that FPS Lounge might be able to live this pit relatively clean. Melee Creeps just trying to take whatever they can away, wants to find some kind of kills into this team fight. They haven't found anything yet, Dan, and it doesn't look like they will. It's only Saya standing, and even he just has to run for it.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Oh man, they're so far ahead now.
It's a team wipe. Team wipe plus triple rejuve, that could be the game.
So Erebus has Spellslinger right now as well, which is like a really nice power spike on the Bebop, as you well know as well, Jake.
Oh, yes, brother. Oh, yes.
And I just want to point out something else. If you go to Bebop's perspective very quickly, I want you to check out how many green items he has against how massive his HP pool is. Because he doesn't have that many green items, but has like 500 health. And I feel like that, I don't understand how it works.
I mean, Bebop has a huge health pool. I think it's because you have a giant hitbox. So I'm just going to do some Bebop balance defending preemptively in case the devs are watching. But certainly a good game for Erebus. Once you have Spellslinger, man, the raw gun damage, absolutely crazy. And they're just going to door their way out of the mid pit here. Erebus looking for a little parting hook through the door. But man, what an exchange in the team fight, right? Like, it feels like everyone in FPS Lounge was on to slivers of HP, and everyone who was low was able to like back out and stay alive. Vamp Burst picked up now. I mean, the Bebop is going to absolutely fry. So easy to keep all your Spellslinger stacks. Oh, oh, he's so lucky. He gets hooked there. He is dead. Almost certainly. The position out of the base is not tenable. Oh no, Shiv has to dispel magic, has to just ulti, only to get away for a moment, and even gets caught into the Doorman ulti. FPS Lounge looking for blood, looking for the finish. And they're deciding to turn and focus on the Shiv, but he comes out of this ult. He is going to be in a world of hurt. Gets popped by Erebus. Metal Skin already coming out. Defensive tools need to be deployed just to stay alive. Melee Creeps bleeding out of this game, this series, and the championship. A hook onto Silver, a finish onto Saya. Hydration ensures everyone is healthy and alive, and even Mina just getting deleted out of the sky. Has to Nox Nostra, has to run. Erebus is looking up, trying to hunt for those finishing kills. No hook this time, but there's no one here to defend the patron, Dan.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. FPS Lounge with the most ridiculous comeback on game 2. Send it home for another title back-to-back. Incredible.
Look, Erebus doesn't lose with the Bebop. He just doesn't. He just doesn't. The hooks are too crazy.
MVP.
You might need to be first banning Bebop against this guy. Like, I don't know what else to say, or first pick it. Like, he you know, single-handedly, he warps the game when he is on this character. Like, these hooks he's finding throughout game 3 are just oppressive, right? It feels like every time you try to start a fight, you find yourself hooked. I can see why they go all in and try and kill him that one time, because of just the amount of pressure he's been putting on them.
Choppy putting his cute little hands together. Well done, FPS Lounge. We were worried about you after game 1, but you bounced back in a messy game number 2. A strong finish, and you will wear the crown for back-to-back weeks. And we were talking, what is best for the scene? Would it be better if we had Melee Creeps winning this week and a new winner next week, or if we had someone consistently at the top? I voted I wanted to see FPS Lounge go on a little bit of a run. I didn't think it was going to happen. Now it looks like it could. Talk me through the potential of this team and what you witnessed today, Jake. What was impressive about the team's performance?
I mean, I really think what impresses me the most about this team is the fact that they have been able to keep up with the scene. Like, you got to remember, it's not just that you're, you know, like, for some of these players who have had success formerly on squads like Hydra Nation, that you're able to do the same thing you did then. Winning now is objectively harder than it was then, right? Like, to be able to stay on top and to be able to stay competitive in the scene, by the way. Disgusting hook. I mean, I take back all my analytical answers. This is my answer. This is what is the most impressive.
Yeah, the Erebus hooks Silver taken from the sky. Sorry, Ivy, I'm gonna need to borrow this. And then, of course, Yamato's pretty strong. Doors are pretty cool, but not against a Bebop, bro. DK, this character's disgusting. I understand now why you guys have been playing Bebop for 100 games.
Oh yeah, and also, I mean, if you just have good tracking aim, it's just so fun. You just constantly do so much damage.
if you want to get better, is Doorman a character to pick up, or is this going to be like one of those experts only?
Look, the beauty of Deadlock is you play whatever you want to play, man. Like anything you want to get good at, you put the time in, you can get there, right? Like, I think they've just nailed it with that difficult to master but easy to pick up kind of a gameplay loop. If I'm playing Doorman, look, I'm gonna be real with you, I'm just throwing bells at people. Like, I ain't doing none of the techs. I'm ulting people and I'm throwing bells. But if you want to become as good as Lomane, it's gonna take a little bit more grinding.
Yeah, and don't open up a door in the middle of a fight and panic and forget how to like get to your other abilities. It's really embarrassing. In the meantime, learn from the pros like Ro Kane as he drops some serious numbers on the Lady Geist. Those self-heals, the objective damage, but Erebus on the hooks. 19 assists setting up the team fight, setting up some of the big plays around the urns. 37 kills to 23. FPS launch, we're on fire. DDK, did you have an official sidekick as we take a look at our track lock stats?
It's really crazy because I feel like there's so many different arguments to make. I kind of feel like some of my arguments lean towards Lomane and Snakes. I think Lomane, obviously Snakes was on Billy like pretty consistently and had really good chain gangs and extremely good pressure and just was very present, obviously, in so many of the fights and creating space for the team in a way that's, I mean, Billy is pretty hard to play when, you have so many people hammering on you in the way that Snakes had, and he had such a high level of performance throughout. So Snakes is definitely up there for me, and then Lomane as well. Obviously, pulling out the Doorman, I mean, you got to give him something for that. On top of that, though, the Doorman looked extremely good. It was a great answer, throwing Do, the Yamato, just taking people out of the fights with the hotel is great, but the door play as well. Clearly, a lot of work has gone into that, and they use that to great effect as well to create a lot of harass and just really stall out a lot of fights and create just very awkward scenarios for the opponents. And in addition to that, we had the Mina play for me from Lomane in the previous game where they came back, and I think that was also pretty expert. So I don't know, it's a tough one, but for me, it's between Snakes and Lomane.
He went from hard carry to support character on the other side. I feel like Billy is the Cam Scatabo of Deadlock. He doesn't have all of the brain cells. He hits his head a lot, but he's a good time to hang out with. Always want to be with his party. 37-23, it's a team game, but ultimately we have to crown our Shopify player of the match. This is our sidekick. And Jake, for those who don't know, one more time, Shopify in the sidekick. What is it? How do I use it?
Yeah, so Shopify, guys, I'm sure you've seen that brand like somewhere, whether you're just shopping online or around on the internet. It's just a great set of tools that enable anybody to build a business. They're sponsoring our shows, letting us give bigger prize pools to the players. But of course, their real mission as a company is to help people build businesses online. And their mission is really communicate to everybody, hey, this can be for everybody. This is not something that you need to have some certain expertise to do. That's why they made Sidekick, right? It's a tool that lets anybody, whatever your expertise may be, you do what you're good at, and Sidekick can handle all of the business aspects, right? Can help you get up to speed, be educated on how the right way to do it all is, and it's all integrated into the Shopify tool set. So really, we're happy to have Shopify as a sponsor. We're happy to be able to give out bigger prize pools, but it's a really great product, right? It's genuinely something that empowers people to be able to do more things and stay true to what they're the best at in their lives. So much love to Shopify. We gotta, of course, crown a sidekick of the match to honor Shoppy's lovely work in this game, and it's gonna be Erebus. I gotta say,
back-to-back weeks, NA champ.
Disgusting performances. This is a hard choice. I think even like you can make an argument for hydration on the Dynamo looking really, really good as well. Like to your point, EP out of 37 kills. That is crazy. He is involved on almost every meaningful fight of the game, and he is making decisive plays. It feels like things start and end with his Bebop and his ability to open fights and close them down as well with hooks, with the raw damage he's able to put out too. I mean, we're stretching the definition of sidekick of the match because this guy, he's kind of doing some of the carrying himself.
Can you keep this graphic up for 2 more seconds? Finishing down, slowing bullets. We got the Headhunter, little enduring speeds, fortified, slowing. Hunters, what's the most important of all my items in this build? Because this seems to be the go-to on the night.
All right.
I think.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that you can find this build pretty easily in the build, but there's a couple differences. Like one is the slowing hex is not in that build, but obviously that's like a counter item. That's a type of item you pick up because you're against movement heavy heroes and you want to shut them down. And the one thing he also switched around is usually you get Vampiric Burst first before Spellslinger, but he kind of swapped the order on that. And also Spirit Resilience also is another optional. But this all the other items here are like absolute core in this build. I don't know if Jake, if you had some points on this as well.
Yeah, I think some of the key points in the build are definitely once you get. I think Slowing Hex, I would just build it virtually every game. There's maybe some games you get away with not building it, but it's just such an incredibly high value item in the game right now. It just lets you do so much on the map. I think Hunter's Aura is a massive. It's like an item somebody has to buy every game, like on your team. It's just the aura it provides is it's bullet shred and fire rate reduction on the enemy. And it's tripled when somebody's isolated. So it's insane for getting solo kills on Bebop. It's still really valuable for your whole team as an aura. And then you're talking about like where the build really just sort of pops off. I think Spellslinger is sort of when you know you've made it on Bebop on this build. Once you get the Spellslinger out, your reloads take like half a second and your gun just fries people.
The ultimate Bebop build, Tracklock GG has you covered, and of course, you could become a sidekick of the match with hooks like that. It's a hooker's world. We're just living in it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bebop is the battle warrior of the day, and I don't think this is the last time we're going to see the robot. Is he a cop? Is he a doctor? What's his background? I haven't read books yet.
He's trying to save his wife,
as he
girlfriend?
should. As he should.
I think that's the lore.
Like, it'd be way better if he just like doing laundry. It was just, you know, a bot who got some wrong pieces. Anyway, we'll talk about that with the Lore Lords later. ZP's on the next show, and you should join us every Wednesday at 4 p.m. if you want to witness some amazing action like this, though. You got to tune in for the North American half. Normally it starts 3 hours later. That's all it should take for 3 maps, North America. 3 hours after 4 would be 7. If you did 3 hours after 7, that would mean we'd wrap by 10 p.m. Instead, we're wrapping at 11:45 p.m. Eastern here on a Wednesday. Thank you very much to everyone in the chat, and a big shout out to the sponsors. Before we go, though, I gotta let the big brains show some love to the people at home, and of course let us know what they're working on in between now and the next show. DDK, what do you think of tonight, and what's in DDK's future?
I'm just gonna keep maximizing the Bebop, dude. I'm just so paranoid. Just gonna get the Nerf hammer. We know that Yoshi is fast to act off of this show sometimes, so I'm just gonna try to get in as many more games as I can.
Give me like 2 hours. Just let me try that build 1 or 2 times, Yoshi. Jake, what about you?
You know, just great games on the day. We still have to be able to go back for our team play of the day segment to check out like what was our favorite team fight overall from both regions. So still a little bit more Deadlock action, but just a lot of love to the community. I mean, I think Deadlock Esports is in a great place right now, and I just want to be able to celebrate that. It's awesome to have people all come together here every Wednesday night for that action as we take out Shopify's team play of the day. This was in EU, Leviathan versus Abrahams. Stolen Sinclair ulti there, so much value, but a true symphony of skills. So we're gonna kind of go down into the cams and break this down in a little bit more detail.
I was gonna say, can we do this on 0.2 speed? This is insane.
By the way,
action
look
once.
how long the rejuves last. All right, rejuves have been up for like what, 3-4 seconds. Wait till the rejuves are out. And this might be Deadlock's shortest lived rejuves. This is like less than 5 seconds of all rejuves gone.
What a crazy combo. The Death Slam into the Rabbit Hex is actually crazy value.
You thought you won, and then you didn't. Back-to-back wipes your teams on its back, and it's a whole new party. FPS Lounge continues into a game 3. They win it, and they keep the NA crown. Over on the EU side of things, Jake, is DMob going back anytime soon?
Oh, I don't know. I hope not. I hope this is not like just a short-lived fling with the Floormen. I do think DMob looked amazing today, and I hope the Floormen don't sort of like overcorrect. Like, yeah, they lost to Melee Creeps, but Melee Creeps put FPS Lounge to the absolute test today, right?
Yes.
Like, I think all these top 3 teams in NA, it's honestly like basically a coin flip for any one of them to be able to win. So it's really nice to be the team who's the champion, because that means you get to avoid a challenger match that is genuinely, even for FPS Lounge, not a free win, right? Like, you would need to fight in that spot. So the advantage of being champ, it does mean that you're maybe having a better odds of holding on to things as time goes on. But Melee Creeps showed that is absolutely not enough, right? Like, they can and will put you to the test. It was a very winnable map too for them, more than winnable even. They might be kicking themselves for losing that one and losing the momentum in the series. But Deadlock just extremely competitive right now. Top teams in both regions kind of constantly changing hands.
Here's a look at the EU graphic, and as you'll see in the last 3 weeks, we had Loki W 2-0. Then it was the Abrams 2-0ing Loki W. Now, the Abrams get 2-0'd by Leviathan, which means that Loki W versus Leviathan will be a 2-0 grand final at week 36. You guys can catch that all next Wednesday. It's kicking off at 4 p.m. In the meantime, here's a priority for this week. If you want to know which heroes to play in your ranked games, this is what the pros think should be in the mix. A lot of Silver, Ven, Mina, Shiv, Infernus bans. On the other side, Bebop got through, and when he did, he found a lot of success. He seems to be my character of the day. Anyone else shining on this screen for you, DDK?
I think just seeing Billy being picked so much, I think is really great. I think some of that's because Abrams was getting the bans as heavily as he did, and so kind of, you're getting way more picks on Billy and Shiv. But that's interesting to see. Obviously, Mirage didn't really get the opportunity to shine it. People, I think, the consensus is still that Mirage, you just can't allow people to play him, so makes sense. And I guess the other thing too, we saw a Pocket today, and we saw a Doorman, so it's like we're kind of eating out here.
And we saw terrible Apollo play and great Apollo play in the last 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Don't write off the little fencer. He's tiny.
Oh my! Resto Locket
Restorative
on
Locket
top
is going to be removed, very much like the Veil Walker and other items in the past. In the meantime, put it on your character in game. And how does it work? Once again, guys, I just pick Apollo, I hit all of his buttons as fast as I can, and then later I unlock it to heal myself.
If the enemy team presses lots of skills, you buy the item, and when they use all their skills, you can press the button to heal and get stam. So it's little boost heal, little
use
extra
it
stam.
against Apollo. Got
Exactly. I think it's really interesting that 3 of the best survivability active green items, Restorative Locket, Dispel Magic, and Warpstone, are all in the top 10